Has anybody got a guitar?
No.
Have we got a guitar?
I'm
not anymore.
Knob.
No, because I just fancy playing the guitar because that's what you do, isn't it?
We've got a business meeting later, Mike. I might bring a guitar.
Yeah, bring a guitar to the business meeting, and I'll play a couple of Led Zeppelin numbers.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Mike Graham. This is the Mike Graham Show. As you can see, the sign says so it must be right. Behind me are a bunch of flags, including the flag of the Chagos Islands. We haven't mentioned Chagos for a while, so I thought I'd give them an honorary mention. The Chagos time, of course, is over here on the international clock, as you can see. It's just after midday there, where Misley Mandarin will be hopefully enjoying himself, trying to get some fish to eat for the evening. We are joined this morning by Lee Nadalingam. Lee, very good morning to you. Good to see you. Lots to talk about, of course. Andy Burnham, a.k.a. the school teacher, went off to Ukraine yesterday. Bus driver, school teacher, whatever you like. Short-sleeved shirt wearing, apparently, according to Jeff Banks, who was here, a man who knows an awful lot about gentleman's attire, he said he was wearing a half-zip turtle, which pretty much really explains why Andy Burnham is a knob, doesn't it? The knob of the north. I'd describe him as a half-zip turtle. I think that's maybe a pretty good description of him. Half-wit turtle, very good. He then goes and puts a suit on, right? And he then decides it'd be a great idea to play the guitar. He's in a war zone, right? After having already given away the blueprints for a long-range missile, which can be fired at will at anybody several thousand miles away, including at us, by the way. The Russians have now said that Britain is a target because of that. We've also now apparently taken receipts of a load of secrets from Ukraine about Russian tanks, about Russian hardware, Russian military stuff, secrets to all the Putin saboteurs that are working around Europe trying to kind of destabilise European countries. So we're pretty much, and if you wanted to go to war, would you really want Luke Pollard, Andy Burnham and Wes Streeting at the front of the line, eh? With his guitar. All right, lads, should we have a sing-song? Should we sing a song by the Smiths? They're from Manchester, you know. Should we play that clip?
Yeah. I
don't know if we've got the one where you can actually hear it or the one where you can't hear it. Either way, it doesn't matter, but have a look. This foreign policy initiative. Go to Ukraine, play a guitar, and tell everybody it's a song by the Smiths. The name of which escapes me, but I don't really care. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Is it embarrassing? Lee, what's going on?
It played well, which is the depressing conversation.
When you say it played well, what do you mean?
What I mean is, well, yeah, I can't comment on the skill of the guitar. But,
no, well, I mean, you can play the guitar, great.
Yeah,
you know, and if only you could run the country. I mean, if I wanted to put a guy in a band, maybe I'd hire him. He's a bit old for that, really. Do you know when people say, do you know what, mate? You're a bit old. You're not actually, and you're in the springtime of youth. He's what age is he? 40, 48, 49? 56. So he's old enough to be somebody's grandfather. Like and he's playing a guitar like he's Noel Gallagher.
Yeah, it'd be like me busting out the old
maracas
bass guitar from when I was a kid. There's pictures of me with long hair.
But you can do it because you're a father. You might want to entertain your kids, but you're not leader of Britain. Yeah. You're not the Prime Minister.
But what I mean by it played well is I saw the story like everyone else on social media yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I went and looked at the original post because I looked at it. And look, everyone knows my views on Burnham, right? I'm no fan by any means, but I'm seeing everyone freak out about this guitar. Watch the video. It's like, okay, it's dude playing guitar. Is this as bad? Am I missing something? So I went and looked at all of the posts. Yeah. And the two main posts alone had about 12,000 likes versus a couple of hundred angry comments. And it goes back to
but you can't. That's no measure of anything because everybody knows social media is full of bots. But the Labour Party apparatchiks will be out there going like.
But if you look at most Labour posts, most Burnham posts, he gets what the kids call ratioed, right? Where there are always more comments just telling him he's a bellend.
Well, that's what Starmer used to get.
Right. Exactly. So we can't say. Did the box all of a sudden just appear for Burnham? And it's that thing we keep on talking about, right? Is that we all hate it, but it's working on the country. And
you said this last time, but I'm not sure that's right because I don't see any evidence of it working on the country. I mean, you could say that there are people who don't think he's doing such a terrible job as Starmer was because he hasn't done anything.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
I know several people who are, again, just average Joes. They're not watching the news all the time or whatever, who share the view, Burnham seems to be doing a better job, and it is based purely
Are they
on...
completely mental, these people?
Sadly, no. Some of them are very
staggering around a mental hospital.
Right. Some of these are sadly very competent business leaders. But it's just, if all you do is see a handful of clips on social media, on the tube, on the way home or whatever, then what cuts through is that. And
I disagree with you. I so disagree with you. I mean, look at, for example, he put out a tweet at the back end of last week saying he's marking 1 month since he became Prime Minister. There was a whole load of old cobblers about what he said he had done, including cleaning up illegal waste dumps. Well, he hasn't done that. Giving communities and councils more power over what opens on their high street. No. So on your metric, he's got 7.9 thousand likes and 9.6 thousand comments.
There you go.
Which means it's the other way round.
Which is, generally speaking... Right? For that,
so that I would say is more of a measurement of his actual how he's doing, because that's his first month's tweet, and he's saying this is all the things that I've done, and all the comments underneath it that I can see are all completely and utterly negative.
Yeah,
right?
and again,
Stop the boats,
that is
save buses again. 1 month and you still haven't addressed the Muslim rape gangs. You forgot to mention you're also planning to catapult a bunch of new arrivals into some new places to make sure everybody gets a taste of diversity. Let's take this bollocks one story at a time. How did you mention buses 3 times in a post about what you've achieved in the first 30 days? It goes on and on and on. Cut the crap. Inflation is up. Bills are up. This is just me reading it at random, right?
Exactly. And this is where. This is how we beat Burnham.
So, but right? By your metric though, it's not. He's not working.
No, correct. Now let me explain the nuance there. Right? I'm on about this video with the guitar.
Yeah.
As soon as he wants to get into policy, detailed policy, and go, look, I've been a massive success. People turn around and go, wait, hold on a minute. All of the things that were broke under Starmer are still broke. And that's the key to beating Burnham. So we can sit here and we can get really, really angry about him playing the guitar.
I'm not angry about it. I just think it's pathetic.
I'm not about it. I'm just talking
think
generally.
It's pathetic. He's the Prime Minister of one of the top 5 countries in the world.
Yep.
It's a member of the UN Security Council. What's he going to do? Turn up at the UN Security Council with a Gibson?
Would you put it past him? Come on, let's be honest.
I wouldn't put it past him because it's embarrassing. He's an embarrassing man. He's an embarrassing leader. And I'm ashamed that he's the Prime Minister of this country.
I can agree with all of that.
Right? And I think the guy is a joke. And I think anyone with any real nous and knowledge of politics would agree with that.
Yes.
And if you think that people are being taken in by gimmicks, then that's a very sad day.
And it is. And we've had this conversation before, but that is the state of our politics at the moment. So that the art to beating him and the art to bringing down his ratings and changing the polling back to where we want
to make him call a general election, which he would lose.
And, at the moment, he'd do better than I suspect many of us would like. But
I don't agree with that either. I literally don't. I mean, the point about Andy Burnham is that he's a nobody. He's a nothing burger. He's never done anything in his life. He's been a useless minister. He's been useless in shadow cabinet. He was useless as the mayor of Manchester. What he's good at is making out that he's doing a lot better than he is.
Yeah,
because he's got a machine that makes it look as if he's being supported, right? And you're falling for it. You think he's doing well. Well, you do. You think he's doing well.
I'm looking objectively at the polling, at the the engagement, the responses I hear from people who I know were going to vote one way and are now saying actually they might go back to Labour. But these people are not.
Get back to Labour from where though?
From Reform, from the Greens.
I don't see that. I just don't see it.
Right.
I think the guy is a waste of space. I think he's a busted flush already. Have a look at what's on the front page of the Times today, right? Pravda, as we like to call it. Radical plans for Thames Water put on ice over price day. What the headline should say is that Andy Burnham reneges on his original first ever promise to nationalise Thames Water. Now he's not doing it. Why? Because it's too difficult.
It's too difficult.
And it's too expensive, which is what we all said at the time. Yep. He's going to say he's going to do things, then he's not going to do them.
He's not. And as long as we continue exposing him on this, we will get back to where we want to be.
And then have a look at the next headline on it. Realistic Burnham. This is Pravda doing their best to try and prop this guy up, right? Hints at tax increases in the budget. Yeah. If he puts taxes up, he's finished.
He is.
And he knows that.
He is. And that's why I still wouldn't be surprised to see him try and call an election.
I still think he will. I've always said that.
He's got to do that because, two things can be true at the same time. He can currently be hoodwinking the average voter that isn't paying close attention to everything that's going on. And he can be a massive, incompetent, horrible PM that he's going to destroy the country.
I don't think there's any doubt of that.
And so his only way of being Prime Minister for the next 5 years well, he's not going to last 5 years because he's going to get found out, but is to call an election before those tax rises hit.
Well,
Because
it's to
as
call
soon
an
as you
election
bring
before the
them up-
economy completely
Yeah.
disappears down the gurgler, which it will do.
Unfortunately, it's going
You
that
know,
way,
we
isn't
spoke
it?
to Liam Halligan yesterday, and also to what was his name? The other guy, Damien.
Damien Putner.
Damien Putner, that's right. Both of whom are very sensible, economists
They are.
who both said, without any shadow of a doubt, we are in a very, very bad place. And if we do not reverse it completely, and that means getting rid of all the welfare payments, stopping the migrants, making sure that we don't waste any more public money, our economy is going to be so far in debt that we'll never recover.
It is, and the scary thing about the debt is, so we're what are we, 3 trillion in debt now? People forget there's 1.5 trillion of unfunded public sector pensions on top of that. Plus the student loans, plus billions for nuclear decommissioning.
Yeah.
We owe at least 5.5 trillion. In reality. Everyone focuses on the debt. We are screwed unless we can grow this economy and cut all of the nonsense.
I had an interesting theory yesterday, which is that actually they will end up having to invite, even though they won't be able to actually do exactly what they did in the 70s, but invite the IMF to come and help out, because then they can blame the IMF for actually making the cuts. And when the cuts come, particularly to welfare, they'll say, look, we haven't got any choice. We're literally facing Armageddon, economic Armageddon. If we don't do this, we will be done as a country. We will not be able to afford to feed ourselves. We will not be able to afford to tie our own shoelaces. And at that point, then the IMF steps in and orders these things to be done. But again, that would leave Britain looking like a completely busted flush. It would put us in hock to the IMF for the rest of time, and it would be really, really embarrassing.
And on top of that, I didn't realise how poor this country had become until I moved back a couple of years ago. Everyone focuses still on the fact we're the 5th largest economy, 6th largest economy, right, in terms of total GDP. When you look at GDP per capita now, we're barely in the top 30 in the world.
Yeah, because our GDP per capita has massively fallen due to the larger number of people here, the extra 13 million people.
Extra 13 million people, of which, I think just 2018 to 2024, it was an extra 6 million from the stats, 4 million from the stats. And again, when you're living in, we had this discussion before, but 79% of the people who are arriving are not arriving on a work visa. Which is just insanity.
Well, I saw an amazing set of statistics. You've probably seen these already because they're not new. But I was watching GB News last night, and they were running through the numbers of people who are born in foreign countries but occupying council housing in different boroughs in the UK, and so many are plus 50%. In fact, most councils now in Britain, certainly Labour councils, have got upwards of 50 to 65% of people occupying council houses who were not born in this country.
Which again, I don't understand how anyone came to the point of making that decision. It's insane. Why would you do it? And again, I draw on the international experience of me having lived, elsewhere in the world and so on. There's not a single sane country that go, you know what, we've built all of these houses for
Why don't you
citizens
come and live
in need.
here?
Right, let's just give them to other people.
And don't worry about working, because we'll take care of you. We'll make sure that your council tax is paid. We'll make sure that you've got some benefits so you can afford to feed your family, of which there are now 7.
Exactly that.
It's insane.
And when Reform made this amazing announcement yesterday, right? But then I looked at some of these, even Tories going, well, but what about, the immigrant who came here now? You're just going to turf them out of their home. And I'm sat there thinking, well, look, turfing anyone out of their home, not nice. But
why have they got a council house?
Why do they have a council house? Right? It's insane. I'd probably go a bit further and probably say, even if you become a naturalised citizen, you shouldn't be entitled to the housing, because if you came to the country, the deal should be, unless we have taken, I don't know, we saved those Yazidi girls from ISIS or whatever, and we want to help them out, right? But unless we're doing something like that, the expectation should be fundamentally for 99.9% of anybody who comes here, you pay your own way.
But you know what? We've got this ridiculous underbelly of do-gooders in this country, right? Who are funded by the government and funded by things like the National Lottery. Pooch, we were talking about this the other day. If you look at all of the people that are in receipt of money from the National
Yep.
Lottery, right, the number of migrant charities, the number of people who are helping these characters come to this country illegally and then stay and find housing and find work or benefits or whatever, it's extraordinary how much the establishment is helping this to happen.
It is.
It's like we're eating our own country. It's like we're selling it down the river, and the only people who are suffering are the people who were born here and who live here and whose families have paid taxes here for generations. And we're getting stooped by the government and by all of these agencies that work on behalf of foreigners coming to this country.
Yep. And then we wonder why they don't want to stop the boats, right? It's as I always say, if they wanted to stop the boats, they could do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
It really would not be complicated.
Well, there's a piece in The Sun today, our friend Christian Drogan, and we're going to be speaking to him later on in the week, who got himself onto a dinghy and smuggled his way into Britain, right?
Incredible.
And some of the footage which I've seen, which he's got for us, is extraordinary, where you've got a boat pulling up next to the dinghy. It's got rescue written on the side of it, and they're helping them all onto the boat so they can drive them all into Britain. And we know that's happening, but when you see it happening, it's even more sickening than knowing that it's happening, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The actual evidence of it going on is so disgraceful.
It is.
And yet we're allowing it to happen.
And I used to, I try and be as data-led as possible, and I try to avoid conspiracy, but it's so hard to look at all of this. And even if you accept at face value what's happened to Europe, coming over from Africa or whatever, and we blamed the destabilization of Libya and Syria and wherever else, right?
Yeah, up to a point, Lord Copper.
Even if we wanted to accept that at face value as a legitimate thing that is happening, we know it's not, but accepting that at face value, the exact same thing was happening in the US all the way through South America. It is a coordinated attempt.
Yeah, absolutely.
How
do you get sub-Saharan African people into Tijuana? How do they get there?
Right.
You have to ask the question, right? They've come over from Africa, they've been flown into Venezuela and places like that, and then they've moved up through Central America, and suddenly they're in Texas. And you're kind of going, well, how did that happen? But they've stopped it.
They've stopped
because
it.
they just pulled the drawbridge up and said, no, you're not doing it anymore.
And it's that simple, and as we always talk about, it's deterrence.
Yeah. And people say, oh, you can't really defend Britain, it's an island. Well, America's, got a big coastline, I think you'll find, and there's plenty of places that people could land a boat, but they don't do it. But why? Because they know that they won't get treated the way that they get treated here, which is why they keep coming.
It's exactly that. And it's
extraordinary.
It's just so infuriating. Competent leadership could put a stop to so much of this in such a short period of time.
But, unfortunately, until they do, we will end up paying through the nose, getting further and further into debt. Morning from Cambodia. Thank you for that. I just caught that out the corner of my eye. Who was that from?
Here we go. It was from Brian Simpson.
Brian Simpson. Maybe we should do one of those. We haven't done it for a while. Let us know where you're listening from, where you're watching from. Cambodia, we count. I know we've got people.
Quick update.
Go on.
Here we go. I've got a lovely thing here. There you go. On screen.
Yes.
On double.
How's George doing after the vet's visit? Yes, let's find out, because, of course, yesterday, Pooch was beside himself. George was taken to the vet's, had sort of swallowed some pond water, which wasn't very good for him. And it was a bit of a nervous old morning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So tell us what's happened.
$2,000 in.
$2,000 down, from the vet.
There he is with Missy.
Oh, look at that picture. Isn't that beautiful?
So, he's a lot better.
Yeah, good.
He's a lot better.
And you got him home yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, got him home. Joe picked him up. But,
fantastic.
Rip off Britain.
Rip off Britain, we talked about it. Imagine, 1,500 for the first, middle of the night visit, where they had to take the dog to the vet, and then they couldn't keep him, had to send him to another vet for another 600 quid. Unbelievable, I wonder if you're a migrant. I suppose you wouldn't have a dog, but if,
pet
not too
German
keen
or
on
something.
But I wonder if they get it for free.
Yeah, of course they would.
You hold up some card and go, sorry, I'm from Eritrea.
Bring your goat in.
Yeah, can bring your he's got an anal injury. He's got an anal injury. Sorry, no, can't. No, stop it. But it's just ridiculous, and we've got a two-tier society where we, the mugs, are paying for everything. And they're not paying for anything.
Not paying for anything at all. And it's the depressing thing is it extends beyond the migrants as well. Was it 53% of the country take more out of the system than they put into it? That's just not sustainable.
It's not. You can't. It's basic economics, isn't it? Go back to my Corba days. Result misery. Now we've got a really, really interesting poll for you today as well,
yeah,
because equally, I mean, I'm sorry to make this all about Pooch. Not all about you, Pooch, you know this, but he was attacked in the middle of the night by a mosquito, and there's nothing worse. You know, when you're lying there, and then it stops, and you go, oh, thank God, and you just close your eyes, and it just keeps going. Anyway, so he's been up all night, so he's even more grumpy than he normally is. However, I've already got people complaining about the poll, Pooch,
Why?
because apparently the poll says, what's the most annoying insect, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And somebody's pointed out that spiders are arachnids,
I'm well aware of that.
and they're not insects.
Yeah, no, I'm aware they have 8 legs.
Yeah.
It's common parlance.
It is common parlance, yeah. I mean, I think it's fair enough. I mean, but it's not bad for pedant of the day.
No, not bad at
Hey?
all. Well done. I was waiting for that.
Pedant of the day, well done. I can't remember who said it, but it was absolutely brilliant. So the choices are, I believe, I don't know if we've got it. We've got wasps, we've got spiders. Here we go. Spiders, mosquitoes, flies, and wasps. What's your most hated insect and or arachnid?
Spiders. Spiders every day of the week.
Spiders?
I do not like spiders. I will literally fight the entire world
Really?
barehanded. I do not like spiders.
You know it's unlucky to kill them, though. You don't kill them, do you?
I will kill every single spider in
Really?
the world if I
See, that's
do it.
unlucky. That's definitely
Give me
unlucky.
a flamethrower, they all die.
Can we just have another look at the numbers? I didn't pick up what was going favourite. See, I hate wasps. I really hate wasps. That's 25%. Mosquitoes coming in at 32%. Spiders 16%. Flies 27%. I think wasps, because I can't work out what they're for. Whenever you speak to botanists and people who talk about, you know, the flora and the fauna and all that sort of stuff, they say, oh yeah, the wasps are great because they do pollinate things.
Yeah.
I don't buy that. I don't think they do anything. Bees, no problem. I've got no problem with
They're
bees.
just there to get you.
They're just horrible creatures. They don't seem to have a purpose in life. I mean, it just is absolutely utterly ridiculous. Anyway, we've got lots of other things to do. How about this for, where are we?
New Zealand needs a Mike Graham fan club, apparently.
Hey, New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Excellent. Good day. Don't talk to your neighbours. Do you remember her? Old Jacinda Ardern. She's now at the UN, apparently, spreading her joy. Now, what else have we got? Since we're talking about the state of play in Britain, should we play that machete attack?
Yeah, lovely.
This is nice, right? A lovely part of the world, down in Cornwall. I'm sure we've got listeners and viewers down there. This is Truro, right? Who have been now invaded, it would appear, by the machete fighting brigade. Have a look at this.
Not machete, bro. I think he's got machete. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro's got a fucking... Bro's just in with a machete.
Your local high street isn't doing too much business because people are attacking each other with machetes. What is going on in Britain?
I don't know. I have two views when I see stuff like this.
Yeah.
You know, the obviously the initial view is it's horrible, it's horrific. Obviously, you know, this is an absolute nightmare. On the other hand, I'm a poor kid who grew up in East London, where that was normal. That was a Tuesday for us when I was in school, 25 years ago. So there's kind of a little bit of Schadenfreude or whatever the word is for everyone else now experiencing what I had to deal with when I was a kid. But it is absolutely horrific that the entire country now lives like East London did in the 90s.
Yeah.
It's just what has happened to the country again. It's why I simultaneously feel, look, when we talk about crime and we talk about the country is the country safer, that's going on in Cornwall now.
Cornwall,
right?
which used to be the sort of place you went for your summer holidays.
Everyone's nan and granddad lives there,
You had nice older people wandering about, people having tea, and you get arguments about whether or not you put the cream on first, and should be jam.
And that's what I think about. My mum literally left. My mum is a proper Peggy Mitchell East End girl, and she moved down to Devon to get away from all of that and try and get my brother away from all of that and so on. And now it's all the way down there with them as well, right?
Yeah,
and,
I know. It's shocking.
It is.
Well, we'll get on to crime in a minute, because the other big story, obviously, today is the still shocking revelations from that ghastly crash that took place up in the northeast, where 7 people died, including 2 police officers, 5 scroats. I don't mind calling them that. I don't think they are worthy of any kind of sorrow. But would you believe that yesterday there was a kind of vigil held
There was. I saw
by
that
the
online.
scumbags of the housing estate from which they came, holding up flares, people wearing balaclavas. I think we might have a balloons, launching, sort of, flares into the sky. I think we might have I think we have got a little clip of it, have we? That these kids were sort of local heroes, Quad bikes, moped. Joyriders, and there were silent prayers across the city held at another vigil for the 2 dead police officers who were apparently lovely people, Tom Clough and Matt Blades. I'm not even going to mention the names of the others because I just don't think they deserve it. But, I mean, we've got a real problem in this country with people like that because I saw an awful lot of comments, and you might know people like this as well, from people who said, yeah, we grew up on an estate like that. We know exactly what those people are like. Every estate's got them. And they're just lawless and they're scum. And what we found out was yesterday, I think, between them, they've got something like 37 criminal convictions.
Yep.
So they shouldn't even be walking around.
No, I agree with that. And look, yes, definitely familiar with that. I'm pretty sure my mum's family were one of those families, to be honest with you. But the key thing there, 37 previous convictions.
Yeah.
And I actually wrote an article on this recently. So 50% of all crime in this country is committed by what the Home Office declares as serial offenders.
Yeah.
Now, they classify serial offenders as people who have 16 or more known previous arrests,
which is
charges.
a lot.
Yeah. So if you...
Particularly since most of them are not very old, right?
Exactly. And they are responsible for 50% of all reported crime in the country.
Yeah.
So if you actually just took a simple view, or if you've committed 15 offences, you go to prison for life.
Yeah.
15 chances, no more.
I mean, we've heard of the 3 strikes and you're out law, which is what they did in America.
And I'm a big proponent of that. I would have a 3 strikes and you're out for serious crimes, or 5 strikes and you're out for, minor crimes.
Yeah.
But if we implemented that, we would, within 5 to 10 years, reduce crime by somewhere between 50 and 75%, just by removing the repeat offender element.
Yeah.
Because historically, crime used to be about a crime of passion. Very, very few people actually committed repeat offences.
Yes.
But because we don't punish anybody anymore, we've created a culture where that's allowed.
Yeah.
And so I am just, when you see it, you just know. You just know always.
You do, absolutely right. I mean, I remember years ago, there was a spate of kind of mail thefts, if you like. I had my credit card cloned as some guy stole it out of a mailbox. Actually went to all the trouble of ordering a new credit card for me, and then waited for it to be delivered and then nicked it and started spending money on it. And I said to the bank, I said, hang on a minute. I said, if I'd asked you for a new credit card, you wouldn't have given me one because I already got one. So I don't know how this guy managed it. Anyway, it turned out that lots of people in my street had been done. And it was a guy who lived in the street. And him and his family were sort of the known criminals in the street, and they committed pretty much all the crime in the area. Just one family.
One family.
And that seems to me to be a pattern.
It is
and
a
again,
pattern.
we're saying with these characters, these scroats, who
is
are
a
all
pattern.
dead, but they've now arrested another 12 people as part of the investigation, according to a piece in the papers today, because apparently these TikTok videos have been made, and there's a sort of tangential story to that, the front page of the Sun and the Express, basically saying TikTok have got to take these videos down because TikTok are being accused today of basically encouraging this kind of activity because they boost the videos and try and get as many views for them as possible.
And yet TikTok take down my videos when I just repeat crime stats.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They take them down?
They take them down.
Why?
I did a video on, I did a video the other day on, I think it was just the crime stats for the last year. And after 11 views, it got taken down.
Wow. And why do you think that happened? Did they tell you why?
No, you just against community guidelines.
Oh,
so reporting stats.
Is that because you're talking about migrants or something?
No. No, we did not mention migrants at all. Was just simply going, hey, there were like 5.2 million crimes in the last 12 months.
That's bizarre,
That's a
isn't
crime
it?
every crime every 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you feel safer? Because they keep on
Yeah.
telling us, it's safer. 11 views and then taken down.
Interesting. I wonder why that would be. We'll have to look into this, Pooch, because we don't have much of a presence on TikTok, I don't think. Although my son used to tell me that some of our videos went quite viral on TikTok for a period of time, but I'm not quite sure where we are with that. But I tell you what, should we play that video of Sadiq Khan, because I think Lee would like this one. This is
And
him
his
talking
friend.
about how safe it is on the tube. When you talk about maybe it was Sadiq Khan who had it taken down.
Maybe.
Doesn't like
Very,
you
very
saying that there's
possibly.
too much crime. Have to check this out.
If you could choose a soundtrack for the night tube, what would be the soundtrack?
Sadiq, I'm good, how are you?
You're everywhere, you're Newsnight, you're here.
Good to see you.
You'll remember life before the night tube.
Yeah.
I mean, getting home was a mare, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hey everyone. Hello, I'm Bimini.
This is like the TARDIS, the control room. So you can see
Amazing.
the trains coming in and stuff, and so it's fun coming here. So we've got 5 tube lines that have the night tube. Victoria line was the first one.
Yeah.
Bimini's claiming it's because of their lobbying. But do you remember when that August 2016 when it first opened?
Yeah, I do remember that. I mean, it's so important to get to spaces safely. Even if you're on your own on the night tube, there's so many people on it. It's like camaraderie. Everyone's like singing something.
There is a happy vibe on the night tube on a Friday night, on a Saturday night.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I feel like I loved seeing people that were dressed a bit crazy or a bit kooky. And I think it's great to be able to have that for people to get from A to B, and feel like they can dress how they want and feel safe with it.
What if you could choose a soundtrack for the night tube? What would be the soundtrack?
Do you know what keeps coming to my head is Oasis? I don't know why. But it's like Wonderwall. I feel like everyone's singing that for some reason.
Whatever you've got planned this weekend, just remember, the night tube will be there for you.
Mike.
What was that? What on earth was that?
I don't know
you're
what
in
I just
shock.
watched.
I am. What was that?
I don't know.
Laura Jane's got it right. A drag queen and a Muslim, a perfect couple. What the hell is that all about?
Coming to a green party near you.
Have you noticed there's a bit of an echo, by the way?
It's doubling. That's what I'm trying to sort out.
Yeah,
That's weird.
but it does not doing it all the time, though.
No, it's doing it.
Weird, isn't it? I'm sorry, I don't know what to say about that.
No.
I'm literally speechless.
And
Why does he think that's a good thing? Some
I,
bloke wearing a miniskirt.
I'm not being funny, right? But and the bloke's still in there telling us how great the night tube is and how safe it is. We
Which
all,
it isn't.
we all know the crime stats are through the roof on transport as a whole. I think crime's up 11% on transport nationwide, right? But the reason that bloke might feel that he is safe on the tube, or she is, however they identify,
He's fine.
right? But it's a creepy dude in a dress.
Yeah.
Right? The reason he's safe on the tube because everyone else is
Well, he's a
scared
bit
of
of a
him.
unit, to be honest. You're not going to pick on him, are you? He's going to beat the hell out of you.
Everyone's probably sat there
Yeah.
looking at him while he's
He
drunk
looks
on
like
the
he
tube.
plays
and just like,
prop
well,
forward for the Roslyn Park. He shouldn't really be wearing a miniskirt.
It's just the complete gas.
But I know young women who say they don't like to travel on the tube.
Yeah.
Not only certainly not at night,
Yeah.
but even in the early part of the evening. They're certainly not the train that runs all through the night. They
Yep.
just don't want to use it because it's too dangerous.
No, exactly that. And look, I know countless stories of this. My own stepmother, who is now approaching 60, she's a rather large now, Ukrainian lady, like I say, almost 60 years old, and she tells me just get in on the tube to work in the morning. She's got some creepy perverts like trying to rub up against her on the district line on the way in. Like let's not pretend.
Yeah, but
that
why
this
is they've got this obsession? Sadiq Khan's got this obsession with trying to convince everyone that it's all fine. It isn't fine. Almost every day when he comes out and says how safe London is, somebody gets stabbed.
Someone gets stabbed, and
Right.
again, they anchor it on the fact this crime survey that is only completed by nice middle-class people who complete surveys. There's no one from the local council estate completing the crime survey.
No, but you know who? Whenever they get these lefties on various TV channels that bang on about it, it's always the crime survey that
Yes.
they talk about. It's not the
They
actual
don't talk
crime
about the crime
statistics.
stats because as I constantly
Because the crime
prove,
stats are telling a different story.
They are. I mean, just in the last 12 months, As of March 2026, which is the latest Home Office figures, violence against the person is up, robbery is up, sexual offences are up, stalking's up.
Yeah.
Well,
remember the only thing they hung their hat on was homicide was down, but it was down by like 4
It was down,
murders.
and it was actually last time I checked, it was actually up again.
Yeah. But the statistical anomaly was it was a plus or minus margin of error, so it wasn't really down at all.
And the thing is, the reason homicides are down is because they've got better at dealing with stabbings once someone is stabbed, because they have these.
They don't all die anymore.
They have these stab kits and whatever else, right? So. I was doing a first aid course at my church, and they're teaching us how to do it if you get stabbed. They got the what they call it, the tourniquet. Tourniquet. That's why there's less murders in London now.
Yeah.
It's not because there's so many fewer people getting stabbed or so on. It's just that we've got better at dealing with it.
And there's a lot of people getting stabbed
practice.
who don't ever go anywhere near a hospital because the stabbing isn't serious enough for them to have to do that. But it doesn't mean they haven't been stabbed.
Yep.
You know?
It's exactly that. Yet, if you just look simply at knife crime from 2010 or 2015 or 2016 to now, it is substantially higher.
Yeah.
And again, it's what are we doing? This is why we need a reckoning, for lack of a better word. We need a complete overhaul of everything.
Yeah. We do. There's nothing, if you think about it, right, there's nothing really that works in this country. And that is the biggest problem we've got.
And when it comes to Sadiq Khan, what's so depressing is, look at all the money.
Look at that, super chats coming in, thick and fast. Let's have a look at some, shall we? Sorry to interrupt you. Come back to you in a second. Will Geddes is in the house. Morning. Sunshine Hawk says, agree with you about Up North show off Andy, Mike. Yeah, I do too. Voice for England says, I'm listening all the way from exotic Stevenage.
Amazing.
Or Stevenage, as we like to call it. Ido Man, on page 40 of your book. Hi from Berlin. Oh, well done. Page 40, let's have a look. I wonder what's this is fake news, by the way.
Page 40,
let's have a look on page 40 and see
I need
what's
to
on
bring
there.
in my copy to get it signed. That's what I need to do.
Is there any kissing in the book, Mike?
Kissing, no.
No sex?
I don't think there's any sex in it, no. I'll put some in Total Control. I'll put the last chapter about sex.
Yeah.
This is about. It says I can read you a passage from it if you like. The then Deputy Prime Minister was David Lammy, a man famous for appearing on Celebrity Mastermind and getting practically every question wrong. He was also Justice Minister and a man responsible for government policy on policing and the courts. Unbelievably, he gave an interview to LBC Radio in which he actually said that the word equality did not necessarily mean treating people equally. So that's just a flavour of
Jesus.
He actually did say that. I'm actually going to be getting a load more of these in. We might try and organise a signing, actually. One from 5H3R1D4N. That's an interesting name. Mike, National Lottery are funding immigrants. They are. Pooch showed me a tweet the other day in which the number of various organisations in receipt of lottery money, and it was quite staggering how many migrant charities were on there.
Absolutely.
You know, incredible. This one from I. It's all fine for Sadiq Khan. He has a police escort and an armoured Range Rover. He got that because it was an Islamist threat, not the far right. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Well, if he keeps wandering about with blokes in miniskirts, no wonder he gets Islamist threats. You know, they want to throw him off the top of a building. You know, it didn't take much to throw him off. No, I'm not going to go there.
Mike, here we go.
What else we got? Are you publishing your book in various languages? Yes. I'm going to do Pashto, Urdu, Somalian. What do you call Somalian?
Mali.
Don't know.
Mali.
Tamil, maybe. Tamil would be good for you.
My dad will try and I can't speak it, but my
Can
dad
you not?
can.
No. Shocking, absolutely shocking. What do you mean, assimilation? French probably, Spanish, Swedish, Czech.
Quickie here.
Go on.
I like this one.
Charlotte, I just received a baseball cap and I'm wearing it. Says Simon Kilford. Simon, brilliant. Well done, mate. I don't think you can send pictures on the YouTube chat, can you?
And look how nice Simon is.
Pooch, you and Charlotte are two fantastic persons for keeping this show going. Thank you, Simon. You're very kind.
And a birthday.
Mike, it's my birthday. Can you give me a shout out, please, if you can? Yes, Ross. Happy birthday, 1992. Does that mean you were born in 1992? Which would make you what? 34?
34 now, yeah.
34. I did that in my head.
A very good one from earlier when we were talking about Burnham.
Oh yeah, can Ziggy play guitar? Yeah. Well, do you know, Ziggy's far more interesting, and you'd like to spend a lot of time with Ziggy, but with more time than you would want to spend with Burnham. I mean, the man is just a joke. Even though, you know, the fan club over here, old Nala Lingman, we may have to ban you for a while just as a sort of benchmark.
Just to wind you up, I'm going to try and find a Burnham hat for next week.
See, well, you can. I'll bring it in and I'll burn it for you because we can do that in here. But anyway, listen, we got lots to do. I'm going to be telling a story today, Pooch, as well, about our new channel.
Yes, great.
So we're going to tell a little story of how not only have we had such success with the Mike Graham Show, that we love it so much, we've decided I'm going to launch an entire channel.
Yeah.
And it's called UK Live. And Will Geddes is going to join me because he's got a show which went very, very well, by the way. The first show, it's absolutely Frontline is the name of it. And it's going to get bigger and better, and it's going to be fantastic. So well done, Will. He's going to come in and talk to us in a second about what is going on in Ukraine. And whether or not Andy Burnham's going to go and stand. Do you know what he's like? He's like one of those peace protesters, peaceniks during the Vietnam War. Yeah. You know, when the soldiers turn up and they put flowers in the end. Yeah. And, you know, just stop fighting, you know, just start talking. Shall we all have a sing-song? Do you know the Smiths? Have you heard of them? Yeah. I mean, it's pathetic, isn't it? This is Britain. Can you imagine Winston Churchill with a Gibson? You know, staggering about in, you know, Upper Volta, or wherever it was. They did that the signing of the peace deal, and he turns up with a, you know, a regret or something.
Someone's going to tag you with an AI video of that. Now. Someone's already. Yeah. I can see a picture.
Yeah. Of it. I wore my Mike Graham baseball cap at Centre Parks all weekend, and I did wonder if people thought I was plank of the week. Says Buddhist. Mike, will you print the book in ink and potato stamps so Lammy can read it? Yeah, I'll give him a colouring in version, shall I? Yeah, you know, that'll be good. There'll be a quiz later. Anyway, listen, Lee, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for kicking us off this morning. We've got lots to talk about, loads of stories to get stuck into, including a record 1 in 7 people apparently on antidepressants. I don't blame you, to be honest. Does it help or not? And of course, the poll, which is going, watching from cloudy Bangkok. Says V. Needham. Yeah, nice. We're asking for people to tell us where they're watching from and listening from. So far, we've got Bangkok, we've got New Zealand, we've got Cambodia, we've got Stevenage. Loved Will's show. Very interesting, says Angela.
It was a great show.
See, the women love him as well. Yeah, they just like looking at him.
And the men do.
They're not even listening to the show. They're just gazing at him.
The other side, and I love him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, well, have a word with that bloke in the miniskirt. Anyway, listen, it's 7:42. Should we get some news with Edward Hughes? Let's do it.
Hello. I'm Edward Hughes. Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Iran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, the Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi. And External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, tigers.
So here we are. Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. 7:43. We've got a poll going today. I'm going to ask you this. Will Geddes is here. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you. Pooch was kept awake by a dive-bombing mosquito last night. Which insect do you hate the most? A spider, a mosquito, a fly, or a wasp? What do you reckon? See, I'm with you. I'm wasps. I'm definitely wasps because they seem to have no purpose.
Zero purpose.
They're just annoying and they sting you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Flies don't sting you. Although some people don't like horse flies.
Horse flies are a bit bitey.
But I don't get bothered by things like that.
No, nor me.
Right?
No.
But
Spiders, snakes.
Did the mosquito bite you as well?
Yeah.
So have you had
if you pop
on the hand.
do you know what you need to do? Is what they used to do back in the days of Empire, is drink a lot of gin and tonic. Because the quinine in the tonic apparently keeps them.
Keeps them away. Of course it was.
Seriously.
Yeah. Tequila too. Really good.
No, they didn't have tequila in the old days. But I'm talking about like when people were in Africa, they used to drink a lot of gin and tonic.
And they got so drunk they didn't care.
Yeah, exactly right. But I've been lucky. I've always been lucky. I've never things don't really bite me. You know. Whereas I know people who get bitten all the time, and it's
maybe not insects, Mike.
You're proving your gin and tonic theory, Mike.
Well, I don't really drink that much gin and tonic.
I've never been a gin and tonic fan.
I mean, I do drink a bit of it, but not much. I mean, Donald brought down that bottle of Boss gin right, which we had a couple of weeks back, and I've still got it in the cupboard.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of glasses of it, but I haven't like finished it or anything.
It's good for cleaning blocked drain pipes.
No,
and
it's
stuff.
nice. It's Portuguese
Oh,
gin.
really? Well, if it was from Donald, it's going to be.
It's quite. I think it's
gonna
quite
be quality
expensive.
stuff,
Yeah, I think
isn't
so.
it?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Anyway, how are you?
I'm good, buddy.
Good to see you. Congratulations on the new show.
Thank you.
It
I'll tell you what,
went really well. Went out
everyone's
on-
been so kind and
Yeah.
everyone's been so nice, and everyone's been very supportive in the comments.
Yeah.
People could probably detect a little bit maybe of anxiety at the beginning of the
I don't
show
think
because
so.
it was my first one.
I don't think so.
But I had a fantastic
You had a very good first guest.
guest.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I mean,
He
I
was
couldn't
great.
really.
He was
You
great, that
eased
guy.
me into it, buddy,
Give him a
which
show.
is great. Yeah.
That's what I say.
Which is good.
But the great thing is that also people have kind of really warmed to the theme of it.
Yeah.
Because the theme is not just about security, but it's about scams. Lots of people have asked
Everything.
questions.
Oh,
Can you
this,
look into
this
into
week's-
this?
I've got some great guests lined up for future shows, and this week I've got one guy who's going to be on who even I wouldn't want to be locked in a room alone with this
Oh, really?
guy. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
And
It's not that bloke from, it's not that bloke
People
from
will know.
Sadiq Khan's video, is it?
he won't be wearing a miniskirt. All right, that.
I won't want to be locked.
Although he's an ex-para, anything's possible.
Anything's possible,
But
yeah.
no, bless his heart. He's that's an interesting guest, and another guy who was a real leading light in the UK's equivalent to the FBI, and involved in all sorts of organised crime stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm going to be talking on my how to do. I'm going to be talking about the 3 pillars of surveillance.
Okay.
Anti-surveillance, surveillance, directed surveillance, and counter-surveillance.
Wow.
So I'll be
Sounds
talking about
fascinating.
that, giving some people an idea of that, and a few other little surprises too. And I have a very beautiful guest as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Very beautiful
And so it's
guest.
going out Friday night, isn't it? After Plank of the Week.
It will be
And then
so.
it goes out again Saturday.
Yeah.
So you get 2 chances to see it. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just a few more
We're
local.
going out live on Friday after Cox and Littlewood and Cox.
Oh, right.
Oh, is it?
Oh, it's
Great.
then on Friday. Okay, sorry. Got it wrong.
Excellent.
And then Friday night.
And then you
Friday
can always
night.
catch it on the Mike Graham Show YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should maybe
Which you can now.
we should do a clip from it, shouldn't we, at some point?
Yeah.
How about this from Suzanne, watching from South Africa. Welcome. Here's one from, can't wait for the return of an extended visit to Paia in the Bay of Islands, Northland, New Zealand, says Swordfish. Morning, Mike, from sunny Wiltshire, says Nick, which is good.
We're thinking about Littlehampton, aren't we, Mike?
We are. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. Good day, Mike, from Keysborough, Victoria, Australia, where it's 4:44 in the afternoon.
Nice.
How about that?
Yeah.
Victoria. In the Philippines, Robert, Stow on the Wold, hoping and praying Ginge and Winge stay well away, says Bumblebee. Very good. Watching in Hanoi, Vietnam. Watching from Gloucestershire. This
Brilliant.
is great.
It's great.
I love it.
Truly global, Mike.
We are truly global.
Truly global.
Yeah, and we are going to Littlehampton.
Why?
Where I haven't been for many, many years. I had the reason it's funny actually. I had an auntie who used to come, lived in Scotland, lived in Paisley, just at sort of south side of Glasgow, and she used to go to Littlehampton because there was a nunnery there, and she was a massive Catholic, and so she used to go. Like Catholics like to go on these retreats.
Yeah.
And she would go on this retreat for like a week and a half or something, where you just do a lot of praying and fasting, I think, and apologising for whatever it is you've done. And she didn't do anything terrible, by the way. So we used to go and visit her sometimes in Littlehampton. Why are you looking at me like that? You're just giving me a very strange look.
I'm waiting for the punchline,
So
Mike.
we remember Kezia
Yeah.
Noble.
Yeah.
She's now based down in Littlehampton.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, she's now I think she's the chairman of the Reform Party down there or something. But we've been thinking after Clacton, we should go and do a couple more maybe seaside venues.
I think that'd be great.
Right, so
yeah.
we're going to go do a couple
Bring
of
me
live
back to
shows.
rock, would you?
Yeah, I
If they
will.
still make it.
Well, we
Can they
might
still make
might invite you down.
I'll come along, mate. I'll get in the Batmobile.
Get in the Batmobile, come
Yeah.
down. It's not far. It's kind of a Portsmouth way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bognor Regis down that way.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Nice. Love a bit
Anyway,
of Bognor.
so it'd be nice. We're thinking about
Well,
September.
the weather's still good, mate.
Late September, bit of a
The weather
Indian
won't be so
summer.
good.
It'll be all right. I think we'll still be hot in September.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
Excellent.
Back end of September. Anyway, we're gonna be telling you more about that. But we're thinking maybe a Thursday night show, possibly Friday as
Thursday
well.
night, Friday morning.
Friday morning.
Nice.
Bit like Clacton.
Yeah, I'm
you
going
know.
to come. It was a shame I couldn't do Clacton. I was
Clacton
away,
great.
as you know.
Yeah, Clacton was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you were in France or somewhere, weren't you?
Maybe.
Maybe. You see, man of mystery.
Yeah.
Let's talk about these
Like
joyriders,
Cyprus.
right? Because this is a
Yeah.
real problem.
Oh my God!
TikTok now
this
being
is
told.
just crazy.
Yeah, TikTok now being told you're going to start taking these videos down because at the end of the day, these kids,
Yeah.
if you want to call them kids, scrotes more likely
Yeah.
is a preferable word, doing the most ludicrously dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
and
been going on for
filming
years.
it, right? But it seems to now be ramping up. So we had that stake. There was a story in Ireland, a similar one, wasn't there, where they were on the wrong side of a motorway doing high-speed chases with the police. I mean, the police obviously can't be said to be at fault here, but I've always wondered about high-speed police chases, and there's always been controversy around them, hasn't there, as to whether they should do it. And they had apparently called off the chase, literally minutes before the crash. Yeah. So, I mean, what's the advice? I mean, could you, for example, if you didn't chase them, could you track them in some other way?
There are ways and means to do that. Yeah, the technology is getting better. So, I mean, certainly if they engage a helicopter, then there's very little chance because they got thermal imaging. They've got every bit of kit you can imagine on the helicopters. But it is a very expensive deployment. Question is how often these are actually going on. If one looks at TikTok, I don't think you're going to get any luck with the social media platforms in trying to take them down. They have a hard enough time taking down kiddie porn and taking down self-harming videos.
Lee England, though, was just telling us that they took one of his posts down. It was just about crime stuff.
Oh, they'll take your stuff down and my stuff down. You know, if I'm on there blatting out a 9mm or something, they'll go.
But isn't there some kind of rule against them running something which is technically an illegal act? I mean, they shouldn't be carrying.
I don't know what the legalities are now. I mean, you've got the online safety bill over here in our draconian government. Give them an inch and they'll take a freaking mile when it comes to trying to sort of impinge controls on social media, but in all the wrong places, i.e. the sort of stuff that Lee and you and me and everybody else is putting up somewhat inertly and not taking down stuff like this. But I think ultimately it's got to be severe punishments, severe punishments for people who carry out these joyrides, they video record them. And unfortunately, you've got things like, I mean, and I don't want to blame video games because I love video games myself, and I think I've already put myself down for the new GTA 6, which is coming out very soon. But that's going to probably spur on a number of people to do this. They want to record what they're doing, how fast they're going, where they're going, and they're all.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because there's always been people making the case for banning things like Grand Theft Auto because it encourages people to drive like a maniac and try and run over prostitutes.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
No, I think there's plenty of people that can play a video game without necessarily.
Wait for the game to come out. Everyone will start associating
having to act it out. But the trouble is, that, you know. How do you stop these people from doing what they do?
I think
obviously one way to stop them is to let them kill themselves, but unfortunately 2 other innocent people have died in the process.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the problem is it's as educating as you might want to be and put out sort of initiatives to try and dissuade people from doing it. People will look for thrill rides. I mean, you've got a fast car, I've got a fast car. Have we had tickets? Yes, we have, because we enjoy driving a fast car.
Yeah, but I've never had a ticket for doing 150. I've had one for doing 34.
Maybe in Cyprus, France, I was driving a little bit above the speed limit.
Yeah, but I mean, I've had tickets for doing 34. Right?
Oh yeah,
not 134.
I've had a 25 and a 20.
Yeah, which is ludicrous, right?
No, it's insane. I mean, I don't know. Someone like Colin Sutton might have a better answer to this than me. Yeah, but I would say there's got to be sufficient punishment.
I mean, one of the stories that's emerged,
if they don't die, of course.
One of the stories that's emerged from this is that, and they've got this vigil going on as well, which is even worse because it shows you that there are local kids who kind of worship these boys and what they've done, right? And they've made them into kind of local heroes. But they've arrested another 12 people, some of whom are elderly women, funnily enough, like in their 50s and 60s. So I presume they're mothers, maybe, I don't know, who've maybe covered up things for them in the past. Yeah. But between them, I think they've got something like 37 different criminal convictions.
Wow.
And so they shouldn't really have been driving. They should have been banned from driving. They should, I mean, I know that doesn't always work.
They swapped the plates over on this particular vehicle, though, didn't they?
I'm assuming
and that's how they picked it. They picked them up because there were plates associated to other crimes.
Okay, so that's why I'm wondering if they had plates that they were able to track.
Yeah.
Surely there's enough surveillance cameras on motorways these days, because whenever I'm on a motorway, all you see is cameras. Why could they not just track them and then arrest them when they stop?
I'd agree. I think in theory that's a brilliant idea, but if you're driving the wrong, I mean, did they start driving up the wrong way of the motorway or the dual carriageway because they were being pursued by the police, or was it because they were doing it anyway?
Well, maybe they had planned.
S's and G's.
Maybe they had planned to do it, or maybe it was a spur of the moment decision. But there's a piece of video footage which is from somebody's Ring doorbell, where you can see their car going past a house, and about 7 police cars following it, right, very quickly behind. So the chase was clearly going on before they got to a motorway.
Yeah, you know. I mean, I think from police officers that I know who've been involved in these sort of things, they're trained very well, or they used to be. I don't know whether they still are. I'm sure they are. But the police are damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. Because if they don't pursue them and you've got these reckless kids who are driving like lunatics in built-up areas and past schools and wrong way down carriageways, are they neglecting their duties to not try and intercept and interdict that vehicle
That's
and
the
let it
argument,
run?
isn't it?
Do you know what I mean?
That's the difficult sort of dilemma, really, after a while,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because if you don't chase them, then they go down the street the wrong way, or
And
they go
kill
down
someone.
and kill someone else.
Yeah, and the cop's gone, well, we pulled away because we
Yeah.
thought it would be safer.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're going to decrease their speed? I don't think so.
Do you think it would be wise for the police to get different kind of methods of trying to stop them? For example, like they've got that spike they can throw, which they do in America a lot.
Yeah,
throw the spike and the stingers.
They've
in
also
front
got
of
these
them.
new devices where they actually can clamp onto the back of the vehicle as
Right,
well
okay.
in America, which they're still trialing, still testing. I think a couple of states
Right.
have them. So basically, it's almost like a,
So is it
like
like
a
a sort of-
Spider-Man job. It
Yeah.
throws this thing onto the back
Yeah,
of the
right.
vehicle so they can actually
Yeah.
slow it down by putting on the
That would
anchors
be
of their
good.
own vehicle.
It seems to me that if this is going
There's
to
gotta
become,
be better
if this is
technology,
going to
though.
become a thing, which it looks like it might just. Sometimes these things work for one summer only, you know.
Yeah.
People, but I'd be amazed if there isn't another one in the course
Oh,
of the
there
next
will be.
few weeks.
Of course there will.
Because
Absolutely.
clearly there's now a body of people in this country who think it's exciting to be on TikTok driving at high speed, you know, and it's pathetic in a way, but I don't know how you stop it. But the police, I think, are going to have to get more imaginative in ways of preventing it from happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like car meets. You know, you do get car meets around various cities and the suburbs
Yeah.
where people come along with their souped-up, escorts.
Well, I
or
go
whatever it
to
might be.
my local shopping centre, right? And
Yeah.
you park the car in the car park and you can see the tyre marks
Yeah,
where they've been driving round
Donutting.
and round and round donutting,
Yeah.
which obviously happens at night.
I mean, I think if there was better liaison, the problem is because Theresa May did such a brilliant job of axing 10,000 odd police, that we have no community police officers to speak of other than PCSOs that have been sent out there. I think if the community policing element that there is could communicate with those meets and say, look, I'll tell you what, we'll get an agreement with the landlords, with the retailers of, say, an industrial park.
Yeah.
You guys can meet up, all your buddies can meet up. We want to make sure you're all safe. But yeah, you can do your donuts, your drag races, and all that malarkey. Because if they're going to do it, they're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So why not
So give
try
them
and
a
create
place
an
to do
environment
it.
for them to do it, but
Yeah.
to do it safely? Because the other issue is the marshalling. There's no marshalling.
Yeah.
So if someone spins out or they get they get a burst on a tire, they can plow into a bunch of kids who are just standing on the
Yeah.
side taking photos for TikTok.
I mean, some of the
You know
stuff that
what I
I've
mean?
seen just on Twitter over the past sort of 48 hours has been quite shocking. Here's somebody who lives in Littlehampton, Patsy. I've been listening to you, Mike, since 2016. Wow. Well done, Patsy.
Since he
Thank
was
you.
a child.
Well, you'd have to come and watch us when we come to
What were
Littlehampton.
you doing in 2016?
2016 was when I first really started working on Talk Radio.
Yeah, which kind of show? Who are you with?
I know what you're asking me now. I think the first show we did was actually the overnight night of the Brexit referendum.
Yeah, it was.
And it was with a bloke called Mike Parry.
That was very popular.
yeah.
That was a popular show.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what happened to that guy.
No.
The two mics.
Yeah, the two
Wasn't
mics.
it?
Yeah, it was a
I
very
remember
successful
that.
show.
Was that when we were down that? What was the name of the place where the original studios were that we used to
Oh,
be
in Hatfields.
Hatfields.
Oh, yeah.
That was hilarious.
That was some place.
That was some place. Yeah.
The guy who sat downstairs, who was the security guard at
yeah.
night, when I used to do the overnight
He was
show on my
tip-top.
own.
Yeah.
I can't remember what his name was. Tony or somebody. He was this little short guy, and he used to come in on a Saturday night and bring his roast dinner with him.
Yeah.
And heat it up, and he'd sit and eat it at the front desk. And I mean, he couldn't have stopped anyone coming in, but he was security. And one night he put some toast in a toaster and caused a fire alarm to go
Awesome.
off.
Well done, Tony.
Yeah, it was great. No, it was.
I remember going there
It was the
all
Wild
times
West.
of day and night for
That's
various
when I
shows.
first would have met
That's
you.
where
right?
we first met, mate.
Where
Yeah.
Talk Sport used to be. Yeah, it was
That
good.
was hilarious.
But anyway, listen, we're getting some amazing name checks from all over the
I
place.
like it.
Oh, yeah?
Deborah's in Moreton Bay, Queensland, Australia.
I've been
Brilliant.
Have you?
Moreton Bay bugs come from there. They're a seafood delicacy.
Okay, so they're not insects that you'd be frightened of.
No.
Watching from Florida is Debbie.
Amazing.
Very nice. How about
early there.
This
It's like
one,
3 in the
Sunny
morning.
Coastman, watching Phua Huynh, Thailand, as I do every day, even though we're 6 hours in front of you. Wonderful show, as are all the shows on UK Live. Brilliant. Greetings from Adelaide South, says John.
Nice.
Got your fake book from Amazon Australia
I
recently.
like Adelaide.
It's not a fake book, by the way. It's fake news is what it's called. Look, here it is. Every time it gets mentioned, I show it. There it is. Yeah, number 4, by the way, in the Sunday Times bestseller list.
Read a tiny snippet. Go on.
Shall I read another bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snippet.
Okay, here we are.
Random.
Random.
Page 28.
Page 28. Let's have a look. And I'm almost
I
on
love
that,
it,
actually.
Pooch. You've got the pages lined up.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Page
mate.
28, yeah. The problem was there was literally no one to complain to. Facebook is, once you investigate it, an incredibly opaque organisation and one that you cannot penetrate. There is simply no one to call. The message to those of us who wish to present an alternative narrative to that coming out of Downing Street was keep quiet, don't complain. If you do, we will simply remove your content and no one will see it.
Yeah.
Quite chilling.
There's talk of penetration there, though, Mike.
Yeah, well, penetration is an interesting word, isn't it?
Yes.
I remember
Lindsay
seeing you and
Schofield.
Will talking about
We do a lot of that.
Yeah, Lindsay. Yeah, you talked about penetration, didn't you? Lindsay Schofield was fascinated by Will's stories about penetration. That's
Now,
maybe
now.
for another time.
Now.
Paul says, "Can you come to Cleethorpes?" Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I love this. Bognor Regis Butlins, best 70s music weekend ever, says Red Black. It's all Bad Manners. I remember them.
Bad Manners.
I saw Bad Manners.
Buster,
yeah.
what was
Buster
his
Blood
name?
Vessel.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw
Wow.
them in Bath. Well,
Yeah.
watching from Dubrovnik, says Arne.
Amazing.
I watch every day since the beginning. Loves your show.
David from London, living
Cape
in
Town.
Japan.
Yeah, David from London, living in Japan. Thank you, David. There was a guy from Dubai as well who I saw you put one up a little while ago, who's watching from there. Watching from Al Susin near Malaga. Is that right? Alcaucin. Al Thuthun, probably.
Carlisle.
Cape Town, South Africa, says Gordon. Beautiful sunny winter's day. Watch the show every day. Gadget Man says, has Mike mentioned the book More Than Cyprus? No. Norton St. Philip. I think I know where that is. Norton St. Philip. That's nice. Bridget and Cole in the beautiful Livradois Forêt, Auvergne in France. Paris, France. Bonjour, Mike, says Gabriella. Very nice. This is great. There's so
It's
many
great,
people
mate.
around the country.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
around
It's
the world.
really interesting to just see where people are logging in from.
Watching
That's for
from
sure.
Gal in Sri Lanka, the last Mzungu.
Have a look at
Oh, Gal's lovely.
Mzungu.
Yeah,
Mzungu.
beautiful. Gaul.
No,
It's
what's
Gaul.
that?
Mzungu is
Gaul in
Ugandan,
Sri Lanka.
And
Yeah.
kind of African languages for a white person.
Oh, is it?
You're a Mzungu.
Okay. Here's one from Dan. He says, watching from a migrant camp in Calais on my way short. Very good.
Oh, has he got my 9mm that I ordered?
Hopefully, yeah.
Excellent, brilliant.
Mike, hello, Mike from Southampton, says Barry. Pi O'Donnell's in Skegness. Torbay, also. I'm in a little town between Pakistan and Africa called West Bromwich, says
Well, your super chat here, Mike.
Seems great. Bulgaria, Raleigh, Essex, super chat. What's your new book really called, though, Mike? Well, do you know, I'm writing a new one called Total Control.
Well, tell them
So
what it's called.
this one's called Fake News.
What's it called?
Fake News.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not very. It doesn't take you very long to read. Did you say you read it already?
No, I haven't read it completely yet. No, I've got to go through a script of a friend
83
of mine.
pages,
What
right?
did Lewis Schaefer say?
I can't remember.
Schaefer cracks me up.
He goes, I won't read it, though.
He won't read. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah, but it's big enough font size for Schaefer to read.
Yeah,
And look, there's a couple of back pages at the back. He could actually do some colouring in as well.
he could. Yeah, there's a
I
couple of
love
pictures of
Schaefer.
me in there as well. Schaefer's in today. Actually, he's going to come in and we're going to do episode 8 of the Thought Police. which
Who's
is
that
going
handsome
well.
chap?
Will it be the worst one yet?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, every one we do, he thinks it's the worst one. We finish it and he goes, "This is the worst one we've done. This is terrible." Watching from Cape Town. Hello from Hailing Island, the Scilly Isles. This is great.
I've always wanted to go there. Windhoek.
The Scilly Isles.
No, Namibia.
Oh, Namibia. All right. I've always wanted to go to the Scilly Isles myself.
Silly Isles are nice.
Leicestershire,
Yeah.
Surbiton. Watching from wintry New Zealand. A lot of people watching from the Pyrenees in southwest France. Watching from Ghana, Algarve, Stoke-on-Trent, Wigan. This is great. Amazing. We could just do a whole show reading out names of places that people are in. Watching from near Limoges in France, you'll know that, Christine. West Monk-Seaton near Newcastle, says Wob. Staffordshire, says Sue.
I think you've got to do the accent
in
of every
Devon.
country you call out.
Katie's
location.
in Edinburgh. Scarborough. Watching on a coach to RAF Museum at Hendon, says
That's where
Joan.
my mother and father met in Scarborough.
I thought you were saying they met at the RAF Museum. Staggering around inside the Lancaster bomber, and like you do.
Bombs away.
So Bom dia from Silver Coast, Portugal.
We got Catherine here.
Catherine?
Three.
Catherine, hey Mike, I watch you every afternoon from Richmond, Melbourne, Australia. Good
Asked if
day.
she goes to the Corner Hotel much.
Do you go to the Corner Hotel much, Catherine? That
Yeah.
sounds like an
There's some
improper.
good bands on there.
That sounds like an improper
No,
suggestion.
there's
That
some good bands on.
bit of penetration. Sorry,
For God's sake. I didn't say anything. Don't blame me.
you started it off.
Oh, did I?
What else we got? How about this? Record
Go on.
1 in 7 on antidepressants. You ever taken an
Yeah, it's pretty
antidepressant?
depressing, isn't it?
It is depressing.
Can you categorise tequila as an antidepressant?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Damn it.
Depends what you take it with.
All right.
Do you have a favourite brand?
That's depressing.
Oh my God! Yeah.
That is, I was
should we play that again?
spamming Mike this morning.
Can you
Pooch.
believe Lee
Yeah.
I was going
Nadalingham?
to say, should we have Will's view on that?
Yeah. What do you think of this?
What, him playing the guitar?
Yeah.
Well,
It's embarrassing in a war
Yesterday, when
zone.
I was watching the show,
Yeah.
you had it without sound. So when I found it with the sound and I sent it to you, I just thought that it couldn't have got worse, but it did.
I'll give you a second, Charlotte.
Burnham, what do I think? I remember you saying when I was about to do Frontline, you said, I'm sure you're going to have some people in silhouette and voices
Yeah.
changed to protect the innocent. And I went, no, of course I'm not going to do that. I have actually got a brilliant guy who is going to be there under a pseudonym, coming on the show, who is Frontline in Ukraine, doing some serious stuff. He and I have done some fun stuff down there, which is probably why I'm on the banned list for Russia.
Yes, you are on the band
I
list.
am on the
aren't you?
official band list. Yes, I'm not allowed to go there for my holidays.
I
Never
saw,
mind.
the reason I'm looking in here
But
is because
yeah, I mean,
saw,
going back to this, less about me.
No, it's just I'm looking for a piece.
Giving them the long-range missiles is insane. It's insane.
Yeah. Have you got the clip with the music? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Manchester band called the Smiths. You know the Smiths?
Yeah.
It's a song called Rush Home Ruffian. I'm out of practice a little bit.
There is nothing statesman-like about that.
No.
Nothing.
Well, it's worse, isn't it, than that? Because yesterday we saw him getting off the train wearing that ridiculous kind of top with a half a
didn't see
zip.
that.
Oh yeah, he was wearing like a. It was called actually. Jeff Banks.
Oh,
was
I
here.
saw, yeah,
He
with his,
he called it a
Twiglet arms.
He called it a half zip turtle. Half wit
turtle. Yeah.
But he looked like the bus driver was getting off the bus. You know,
Yeah.
short sleeves,
Yeah.
which you don't wear. I'm afraid.
Not unless you've got good arms.
Not one unless
Get in the
you've
gym,
got good,
Burnham.
yeah, and he hasn't got good arms. He's
No.
got they look
Twiglets.
like two straws coming out. You know, it's literally. You know, he's got moobs.
He's
as well,
got moves,
right?
which is never a good look on a respectable man. Get pressing up, Burnham.
Just wear a suit.
I
You
mean,
know,
yes.
I
Yeah,
mean, I know he changed into a suit later, but why can't he wear a suit when he's getting off the train?
Oh, he's trying to be sort of super Zelensky cool. You see,
Yeah.
I mean, he might as well have turned up in combats and it would have looked more.
But that would have been
respectable.
really insulting because I mean,
Yeah.
it's bad enough Zelensky wearing them because I don't think he's been anywhere near the front line.
No.
you know, he's a comedian.
Exactly,
right? He's not
yeah.
exactly. He can't kill
Well,
a
he's
man.
cosplaying as a statesman,
Yeah.
isn't he?
Mike?
Yeah. What's this? What a knob! Bring back Starmer. Pooch, you were the first to say that.
Strawberry's probably
Pooch
right.
said on day one of Burnham's reign, he said, "You know what? I'm already sick of him. Bring back Starmer."
Yeah.
But we did a poll, didn't we? With Starmer was on.
Yeah.
Do you miss Starmer? And only 3% of people did.
Yeah, but that's compared to the 1970s and
True.
And you know,
Yeah,
You should
good
do
manners.
a new poll,
Yeah.
Pooch.
Good
You should do a
manners.
new poll on it and
Yeah.
just see what everyone's opinion is.
Good manners. How about this? Right. This is.
But
a
I mean,
story.
they're giving the long-range missiles. It's just insane.
Well, I mean, there's two things to say, right? The Sun have got a story where Putin's now saying we are now a target, legitimate target.
Absolutely. And
for
I
Russia.
actually don't blame him for saying that.
Because also, how stupid are we to give long-range missile blueprints to a country that could fire long-range missiles at us? Because Ukraine could. I mean, they might
could in
suddenly
theory.
decide,
Yeah,
they
they
might
could in
decide
theory.
they're no longer our friends. Or the Russians could nick the blueprints and work out how they kibosh these weapons. Right?
Also, it would be concerning if a country that had allegations of potential corruption was also in the hands of that kind of capability and that kind of intellectual property, which could be possibly sold to other organisations,
Well, that's the
countries,
problem.
blah blah blah.
But we've now
I mean,
also got, according
it's
to
insane.
the front page of the Telegraph today, we have also now been in receipt of, where are we? What can I tell you? Yeah, UK handed secrets to foil Putin's saboteurs, right? So according to the Telegraph, Ukraine has handed over a goldmine of secret battlefield intelligence to help protect the UK from Russian spies and saboteurs, right? And Britain is the first country outside Ukraine to be given access to Kiev's vast Avenger Labs repository containing millions of images of Russian tanks, air defences, troops, drones and artillery systems from the war.
I mean, if anything's going to antagonise Putin, that's going, because to be honest, you know, Ukraine is an R&D environment for most of the major weapons manufacturers, drone and UAV sort of manufacturers and designers, and they're using it to test all the current and new technology that they're looking to potentially sell out to whichever governments and countries around the world. So the problem that you've got, which is part of the reason why Russia has had such a challenge on its advancement, but ultimately the whole thing is just going to come back to what I said right at the very beginning, and I'm not the only one, there were plenty of other people who said it, of annexing the Donbass, like they did with Crimea, and just going, take it. And what people don't realise with the Donbass, and I have got good Ukrainian friends before anyone starts shouting me down, when you think about people who get imprisoned in Russia, if they get sent to a gulag in Siberia, they're usually academics or politicians or someone who's sort of opposed to the state in some sort of a legitimate way. Those that were prosecuted for rape, murder, paedophilia, all the really horrible crimes, they got sent to prisons in the Donbass.
Really?
That's how horrible it is down there. I don't want to be rude to friends, people who live in the Donbass, but Donbass was seen as not the place you want to go. You'd rather actually go to a gulag in Siberia.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there doesn't appear to be any end in sight to this conflict either, does there? Because, you know, talking to people that we know from Russia, they've been saying to us that, you know, actually the Russian economy is booming now.
It's doing really well.
Because it's now making a fortune from selling its oil to India and China, right? And all the various other shadow countries that are buying it through them, right? It's also now, because of the way that they've been sanctioned for so long, has become completely independent financially. So they're not reliant any longer on Western, decent Western, goods or Western money or Western largesse, right? So they've just built up their own country, and apparently the streets are clean. The economy's booming.
You go into the centre of Moscow. Friends of mine who've been there quite recently. They said you couldn't book a table at a decent restaurant for love nor money.
Really?
And all the luxury goods shops are packed, and people are buying stuff. Everyone's having a jolly old time out there.
They're going backwards and forwards to Dubai, which is a friendly place for Russians.
Absolutely, and Turkey as well.
Mike, we've just put a poll up.
Yeah.
Who would you vote for? Who would you prefer, Burnham or Starmer? Everyone's saying, I'm not going to vote. Let's just find out. Let's get people to actually just vote.
What do you mean they're not going to vote? Why?
Don't give them a third option, mate.
I don't like both. No, just let's find. Let's go strong. Let's see who they. If they had to have
worst of the worst,
one or the other. Where is that? Where do you find that poll?
Charlotte's just put it up.
Oh, right.
Brilliant.
On the YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. We're still getting loads of different people coming in from lots of different places. Epsom in Surrey, Durham, says Crag, currently in Altrincham. Next week I'm going to Agios Gorgios in Paphos.
Nice.
In Cyprus.
Wish I was.
Watching daily from Guernsey, says Pat. Here's one from Espelkamp in Germany, from Angelica. Oh, that's a nice, with a K as well. Are you German? Watching in Norfolk, Lisa says. Let's see, what else? Where are we? I'll come back to that.
Everyone's saying they won't vote on the poll, but I'd just like them to just...
Yeah.
This is a revolution on YouTube we're having, right? Nobody's. Are you going to boycott the poll?
Yeah.
That'd be a world's first, wouldn't it? Amazing.
Right.
How about
Back
this?
to the next one then. Fish and chips or kebab?
That's a rubbish poll. A Yorkshire fisherman has become the first British national to die while fighting for the Russians in Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
This is a guy called Bradley Townsend from Barnsley, killed by a drone strike on July the 10th in Donetsk.
So he's not the only one.
Who had no military experience, told his family he was going to Romania. I mean, I never understand people that do this. He's got no military experience. They're going to go and fight in a war. I mean, people don't know what war's like, do they?
No, but they think it's fun. I mean, there was it. I remember the Bosnia conflict. There was a friend of mine in yeah, he's got the Spetsnaz shirt on too.
Mr. Dopey goes to war. I'm sorry, I'm probably a bit disrespectful.
A friend of mine who was in 6 basically was documenting all the weird and wonderfuls and the Walter Mitties who'd come down to Bosnia to fight as mercenaries. My God, it was a circus of the weird and the wonderful, mate.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah. Well, so far, according to the first take of the first 250 votes, Starmer's winning by a massive amount, 78% to 22. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it?
I mean, I think I said this at the time. Starmer is an absolute and utter numpty, useless, hopeless, talentless.
I think Burnham's dangerous, though.
Yeah, but at least what you see is what you get with Starmer.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what I said. You can tell that he's a bad communicator. You can tell that he's an authoritarian. you can tell that he's not a very nice individual. Whereas Burnham pretends to be a nice guy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's far more slippery, far more dangerous. Wolf in sheep's clothing, absolutely right. And I think will do far more damage to this country.
I think he will, because I think he's trying to be everybody's buddy. That's the problem. It's like,
but he's doing none of the things he said he would do because he can't.
No,
all the things he said he wanted to do when he got in.
It's who's pulling the strings behind him. That's the thing that is the most worrying, because ultimately he's just a puppet.
Yeah. I mean, I know there is that belief abroad. I'm not sure I buy into all of that. I think the point is that we are just in a very, very bad place politically in this country, where we haven't got anybody who's any good
and can lead
in part of the uni party, which is why I think, and people have a go at me for it, I think Farage and Reform are the only answer, because it's the only chance we've got to get something different.
Well, also to have
a different approach.
I think also to have, Mike, to be fair, someone who's run a business. The problem I always have had with these politicians, or many of them, is that none of them have had any experience starting up a business, running it, managing people. They've literally just, off the back of their ego, coasted into this position through, brown-nosing whoever.
Well, he's
to
basically
get where
got here by a process of elimination, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, they managed to elect 400 plus MPs into Parliament, but not one of them could replace Keir Starmer, because not one of them was any good.
No.
Right? So instead they had to go and find this bloke, who's also no good, but because he's been out of the picture for a while, people go, oh, well, he's not toxic, at least, because they couldn't put Reeves or Rayner or any of the others in because they're tainted by Starmer. Andy Burnham kind of isn't. I've actually met people who don't even know who he is.
Yeah.
Right? And, particularly younger people. I've had a couple of conversations in recent times, and they said to me, we don't really know much about him.
No.
Don't really know who he is. I mean, where did he come from? They just don't know.
No.
They
don't care.
Because he's not been in the kind of... in the firmament, if you like, for such a long time.
Did you see that other post that I sent you this morning, Mike, of whatever her name was, the Labour MP who was talking about free bus rides in some random northern town? Did you not see that?
No, I missed that.
And it's like
one.
free bus rides for kids between 11 and 15 or something. And I'm like, awesome. How's that pay back the taxpayer? I don't think it's a bad thing, but I mean...
Well, I think it is a bad thing, because equally bus drivers are complaining because the kids now can just jump on and off buses.
Yeah.
They're behaving badly. They're leaving litter. They're having fights.
Yeah,
because they know that they can't. They don't have to worry about it. Just get on another bus because it's free.
And from a security point of view, if they're Oyster carding their way onto the bus, then at least you have some sort of record of who's getting on and who's getting off.
Yes. Yeah.
And
whereas
if it's
now,
free,
you don't.
they can just run on, run off, cause chaos, robberies. Use it as a platform for robberies, assaults, all sorts of things.
Right, there you go. Fabian Society.
Yeah.
In sheep's clothing.
Oh, right. Is that their sign?
Yeah.
Wow. How interesting. The Fabians have definitely got a grip of this country, it would seem. This one, a wolf in sheep's clothing, good choice of words, Mike, a bit like the Fabians logo, says Jesus. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Somebody's watching from Rhodes, that's rappers, thank you very much indeed. Morning from Newport, South Wales, says Sandra, thank you. Never forget that Burnham was up to his neck in the Staffordshire hospital scandal, says Gruner, yeah. Babs is watching live from Kent. Visiting daughter who's got a TV licence at home in Devon. I've not had a licence for 9 years, so I watch it on catch up. Yeah, I still think there's a way around that. If you watch it like slightly on delay, plenty of barbers in Littlehampton, Mike, says Linda. Do you know what I thought? I might have to get a haircut because I'm much to my chagrin, I was upgraded yesterday by Jeff Banks, who was making fun of my hair. So I mean, if Jeff Banks says,
the hair looks great.
I like it.
I think it looks all right.
It needs a bit of a trim though.
I think we should do another poll. What do you think?
Well,
haircut or no?
I'm thinking
a haircut in here because I'm not tidy.
He won't do it. No, we can't. We're
you.
not doing that. No, but I'll tell you what, there is a barber's around the corner.
I've been there. They're okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I'll go there. Watching from Southwest France, says Elaine. Mike keeps me sane. Thank you very much indeed. I wish I was watching from inside the studio, says Voice for England. Well, maybe one day you will. I like your hair, Mike, says Margaret. Thank you. Morning from Jarrow, says John. Afternoon from Cebu City, PH. PH? Is that the Philippines? Cebu, C-E-B-U.
Oh, nice.
Morning from Garle in Portugal. Live from Helston in Cornwall. Nice. Where else have we got? The mayor of the UK is watching from number 10 North. Well, this is the thing. Greetings, Mike and Will, from the southwest coast of sunny Norway.
Beautiful.
Where autumn is underway.
Beautiful.
I've not been to Norway.
I have.
You've been everywhere. Kerry in New Zealand. Nice.
That's
Thank
lovely. I know exactly where.
I've always wanted to go to New Zealand. I've got some good friends.
You know what we haven't done? We haven't started putting the old the pins in the map.
We should put throw darts into it.
Because we moved the map because we decluttered.
Yeah.
We had all this stuff behind us.
I
at first,
remember, yeah.
and it got a little bit out of control.
Yeah.
So we had to ask people to stop sending us stuff in. But we still have it. It's just in a different bit of the studio.
Ask how the volcanic sand is in Kerry.
The what?
Volcanic sand.
Oh right.
Sand.
Is it black?
Yeah.
Oh right.
Well, like Lanzarote.
Yeah. How about where's this one? Oh yeah, this is this somebody trying to make fun of me? Watching from the beautiful Welsh town of, and it's that one that's really long. Land fair, willy pickly, goggly, sorry, silly gog.
Just remember the gok at the end. That's it.
I think I got that right.
We got Nigel waiting.
Oh, Nigel's here. Yeah, well, let's go. It's Nigel Jacklin. Are you okay to stick around?
I'll stick around, buddy. As long as you want me.
Nigel,
and the viewers
very good
want
morning
me.
to you, sir.
Hi, good morning.
Nice to see you. How you doing? Funnily enough, just as we were talking about the people, protests and polls, it says here that that's what you want to talk about, what the statistics are telling us about what's going on in the world around us. Tell us.
Yeah. So I'll talk about asylum seeker crime, but just quickly on polls. In May we did one where we asked people whether they would vote Labour or Looney.
Yeah.
And Looney won 7-1.
And what sort of range was the poll? What sort of reach did you have?
Well, I think it was mainly amongst Reform voters.
Okay.
So we were then interested to see what happened in Clacton.
Yeah.
And the same question got 93% bin face, 7 Farage, but that was mainly amongst non-reform voters.
Yes.
So it clearly
this is
depends
why
on
polls. I mean, you know more about stats than I do, but this is why I don't really trust polls because there are so many variations of the theme, aren't there? If you go to people, I mean, because when we went down to Clacton to do 2 shows down there, we'd sold out the night before. It wasn't quite so busy in the first thing in the morning at 7 o'clock, but still a lot of people there for a live show. And everyone in the room was a Reform voter. Everyone.
Yeah, and people not everybody takes part in polls. And if you look at the voting polls, they underrepresent people who are less likely to vote.
Yes. And also, a lot of people say to me, Nigel, well, I've never been asked anything by a pollster, and I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever been asked anything by a pollster.
I'll send you one.
Go on then.
You can do
make
one
me feel wanted.
So there's a sort of parallel with the crime statistics, to be honest, because so the pamphlet came out, which obviously is going to sort it all out, and there won't be any problems with asylum seeker crime.
Now they know what the law is, right?
Yeah, and they'll have read the pamphlet, and it will all be okay. So I think we first spoke in 2023 when you weren't allowed to express concern about asylum seekers and boat arrivals. And now what we're getting is reports in the media where if there is a rape by an asylum seeker, it will say asylum seeker raped or convicted of rape or Sudanese national. So things have moved on.
They have.
But
you still occasionally get, Welsh man charged with sexual assault and you see him and he looks like he's from Eritrea.
Yeah. And so my question is what is actually going to show up in the stats? Because most rapes aren't reported. And the other lot who defend asylum seekers say that 88% of rapes are committed by white people.
Yeah.
And I think most of those will be rapes where the victim knows the perpetrator, because that means they can report them and the police can identify them. If you're harassed as a woman, which we had several cases of here from Eastbourne, and you can't identify the perpetrator, you don't report it, and so the incident doesn't get into the statistics. And so it may well be that actually the true picture of asylum seeker crime just isn't going to get quantified. We won't know it. And it won't look as bad. When the stats are published, they won't look as bad as we think they are. And actually, as an argument against asylum seekers or an argument for stopping the boats, it may not work as effectively as people want. We just need to say we don't want them.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, I've had this conversation ever since the leaflet came out and probably since before that, where, yes, of course, it makes sense for people to say and to point out that we already have plenty of crime here committed by by people who were born here and people who are technically British. But that's not the point. You know, just because you've got, as I said last week, if you suddenly burn your hand on the cooker, you don't want a load of men to rush into the kitchen and start hitting you with a branding iron as well, because, you know, they want to make it worse. You know, we don't need them.
Yeah, and one of the cases we had here was that these men from the hotels were following teenage girls down the beach. And when the parents tried to report it, the police said, there's nothing we can do. We don't want to cause any trouble. It's the don't want to cause any trouble bit of it that was particularly disturbing.
Yes, no, indeed. I'm just going to point something out. I've got a pedant here, Pooch. Alan says, Mike, pay attention. Right? Now, I assume he's saying that because I'm not looking straight at you, Nigel, as we talk. But the thing that people don't realise is that I am a talented individual, and I can look at things, I can hear things, I'm watching. What I'm doing over here is I'm reading news feeds, I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at Nigel's reference pages that he sent me earlier on. You know, so there's all sorts of stuff going on. Pooch is making me a cup of coffee, so I'm multi-talented, I'm multitasking.
Alan's a broadcasting expert.
You know, but Alan obviously would like to come in and produce the show.
Yeah.
So anyway, apologies if I'm not always looking in your direction. I just thought I'd answer that one, Alan. Thanks very much indeed. So just because you don't think I'm paying attention, I am paying attention. And I've also seen you putting something on the YouTube chat which constantly moves up and down. And if I wasn't paying attention to you, I'd be paying attention to something else. You see how it works? Anyway, sorry. Nigel, off you go. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so a friend who's a statistician, Claire Dimian, who's actually a rape victim herself, has done a paper on this. And when you go through the reporting trail, most rapes aren't reported. Whether they get recorded is another issue.
And most of them don't result in a conviction either, do they?
Yeah, because they've got to identify the perpetrator and they've got to have enough evidence to secure a prosecution. It may only be 1 or 2%. So the idea that we will get an accurate fix on the level of asylum seeker crime, whether it's rapes or anything else, is a fallacy. I think that asylum status probably only comes up at the point at which they're convicted, and then you have what's called a probation officer report, where they go into your details, and at that point it's in the stats. So the government may well have seen increases in asylum seeker convictions, but they don't know how bad the crime picture is. And the main thing is people just don't want them. When I was campaigning in the election, the biggest phenomenon was that people didn't think it was acceptable to say they didn't want them. They thought they had to have a reason, whereas from my point of view, if they didn't want them, they didn't want them, and that was all I needed to know.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do you think is behind the reticence that the government's got, and particularly the Home Office has got, about releasing certain statistics which would point to the nationality of certain crimes being committed? Because they seem to be unwilling, or at least they don't want to release that information. So
nationality is something they've got. The last stats I saw, Albanians were top, but at that point we hadn't had a returns agreement with Albania. So the number of Albanians in prison will probably go down if we have a returns agreement and can get rid of them. And the shocking thing back in 23 here was, I don't know if you remember, there was the 80 children escaped from Brighton Hotel, asylum hotel. Now, looking into it, they were probably 16 and 17-year-old Albanians. In Albania, at 16, you're an adult. And I spoke to a Brighton councillor who was apoplectic because at the time, Brighton were receiving funding from the Home Office to combat Albanian crime gang. And here we had the Home Office sending Albanian adolescents to Brighton without prior agreement with the council, and then miraculously they were escaping and going on to presumably do the work that they were sent there to do.
Well, it was described as they were escaping from some sort of hellhole almost, but it was very clear that they weren't escaping. They were being
walked out the door.
They just walked out the door, but also they were being probably loaded into some quite expensive BMW cars to be driven up to London and Manchester and points north to sell drugs, which is what Albanian drug gangs tend to do.
Yeah, and a solicitor friend in Brighton, I said to him, "Do you ever get?" He's a duty solicitor, so criminal duty solicitor.
Yeah.
So I said, "Do you ever get Albanians?" And he said, "Yeah, regularly." And then within a couple of days, a posh solicitor from London rings me up and takes the case off me.
Yeah.
So, they're well represented and well organised. And the Brighton councillor. He said that the Home Office are either complicit in this through their ineptitude, or some of them are in on it, actively in on it. And you think, excuse me, fucking hell, what is going on?
Well, exactly right. I mean, Will's still here with us. Will, you'll know a bit about this. You know that the drug business in this country is out of control.
Oh, totally. And it's the Albanians that are running it.
And and I've been saying this for years, even before it became fashionable for people to say it. You know, it was very obvious what was going on because they chased the Jamaican gangs out of town. They chased the Colombians out of town. If you remember, there was a couple of drive-by shootings in Houston a few years back, and one of them was at a Colombian funeral, funnily enough, for one of their drug leaders, and the Albanians drove past it and just started machine gunning. And that kind of thing's been going on for ages, and people have been going, where did all these Albanians come from?
They've been here for ages.
They've been here for years,
Yeah, and we did some research about confidence in policing, and one of the things that really stood out was the fact that if people reported a crime, they didn't feel that the police would actually sort the crime out.
Right.
And so that was like for burglaries or whatever. And then you clearly got this problem with gang crime, which they're not sorting out. And then the other phenomenon was crimes that weren't really crimes that people were being got for, where the police managed to make up a crime, whether that was standing watching a protest and then beating you up or saying something bad on social media. So, there is a bit of a policing problem going on. But going back to asylum seekers, my main take on this is that we won't know the true levels of crime. It may not look as bad as it is because they won't be able to trace the actual criminals. And if we want to stop the boats, we basically really just need to say we don't want these people here. And it's no more complicated than that.
It really isn't. And we keep saying it. But of course, the governments of our times don't wish to agree. Nigel, good to see you. Thank you. Very interesting perspective on the crime stats and the figures that we see every single day. Misrepresented, really, to a large extent by the authorities. We've got Orla Minahan here as well from the Pink Lady. She's going to talk to us in a moment about what her perspective is on it. We've also got David Williams coming in from the Crowborough Shield, who are, of course, the people who are protecting the good people of Crowborough, walking around in their hometown, which has now been occupied, if you like, by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of illegal migrants who are all holed up in the army barracks there. But before we do any more of that,
we've got Richard Tice popping in just after 9 o'clock.
And Richard Tice is going to be here just after 9 as well. He wants to talk about these scumbag joyriders who had between them 37 different convictions, and God knows what they were doing being allowed out on the streets. But let's get some news first of all, shall we, before we carry on with Will Geddes as well, who's here, from Edward Hughes.
Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Iran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, the Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi. And External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. We've got a poll going, by the way, today, for those of you who like such things. What's this from White Van Man? Who do you prefer, a box jellyfish or a taipan? Apparently that's the world's most venomous snake, according to Pooch. I don't know who you're asking that to. I don't like jellyfish.
It's like Burnham or Starmer.
Burnham or Starmer. I see, right. Yeah. How's that going? Have we got a tail of the tape on that? It was looking like Starmer was winning by quite some measure. 78% against 32. Yeah, amazing. And then the other poll on insects and arachnids, it should be said, even though technically speaking it doesn't say arachnids, but we all know why. There isn't space. What's your least favourite insect? Is it, or the one you hate the most, I suppose?
Yeah.
A wasp? Is it a fly? Is it a mosquito? Is it a spider? Mosquitoes still winning marginally from flies. Wasps, you and I are going for wasps.
Wasps for me.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Orla in a minute.
Pointless.
But just before we talk to Orla Minahan, tell us about your guest coming up on Thursday.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
So off the back of Nigel's interview just now, and he was talking, and we were talking about organised crime. So I have, as one of my guests this coming Thursday on Frontline, tune in, is a lovely old friend of mine. We've worked on a few projects together, who was head of organised crime for the Police Service Northern Ireland, and then was deputy director for the National Crime Agency. Yeah. And what there is to know about organised crime, this guy knows it. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about all sorts of operations, because you don't hear about the NCA that often, apart from when they come ninjaing in through someone's window, right? Along with probably a few SF guys.
Although they're currently under the spotlight with Richard Tyson, Nigel Farage.
Yeah, well, that'll be interesting. So,
because they want to know if there's somebody in there leaking documents.
Well, yeah, I remember about that, and we can talk about that as well, because he's no longer there, but he may or may not want to share that. But you know me, if you watched the last episode, I like to get a little incisive into people.
Indeed. Frontline with Will Geddes, you'll watch it just after Cox and Littlewood on Friday, right?
Yeah.
So round
and then in the evening,
round about midday, and then you get another chance if you missed it there to watch it again.
Well worth a watch.
Very well worth a watch. It's a great show.
Thank you.
And the first one is only going to get better. Frontline gets rid of most pesky insects on animals. Yeah. Frontline. Okay. Good for you. Let's talk to Orla Minahan.
Hang on, is that my show?
The Pink Ladies. Orla, very good morning to you.
1 second.
Is she not there?
Yes, she's there.
Oh, there
I
she
am.
is.
I'm here.
Morning. How are you?
Morning. How are you? I like the fact you brought me in just as you spoke about insects. So
have you got a least favourite insect? Have you got a least favourite one?
Oh, wasps. Dreadful,
wasps. Woman after my own heart. Wasps definitely. There's no point to them. You know, a bit like Lib Dems. You know, only they've got a sting.
Mosquitoes. And I referred yesterday to Harry and Meghan as being like mosquitoes. You just can't get rid of them.
It's true.
They're just irritating.
Yeah.
And
if only there was a kind of a, remember in the old Batman films with Adam West?
Yeah.
The anti-shark spray. You could get like anti-Harry and Meghan spray. You know, keep them away. Peter, you get some anti-migrant spray. That'd be good as well.
Yes,
but tell us,
my personal favourite.
Now, did I see the other day? I don't know if you posted it, but Sky News referred to the Pink Ladies as far right. Is that right?
Yes. So
that's great, isn't it? What a bunch of jokers.
So there was a 25-minute documentary about women on of the far right.
Oh yeah.
And
I hope you were in it.
Yeah, and I was in it, which is great. But they showed women from not only the UK, but from France and from Germany. And they tried to sort of insinuate that we were the next Nazi army that were coming out of Europe. Absolutely ridiculous. And the thing is, Mike, Germany, France, the UK, epidemic levels of rape at the hands of illegal migrant men. An 800% increase in rape in 20 years. And that's a statistic. That's a fact. The only reason there has been an 800% increase is because of the invasion of migrants into Europe. And that's a fact. Now, then they wonder why women like myself and women in Germany and France are horrified. And then they call us far right and demonize us. No, my friends, we are women and mothers who are simply saying we will not tolerate the epidemic levels of rape that are going on in our countries. Yeah. That doesn't make us far right. That makes us concerned citizens. The thing is with the guy at Sky, he did possibly 3 or 4 hours of interviews with me over the past 6 months. And he picked out the tiniest, most minute pieces of recording that made me look like I was a Nazi. Absolutely ridiculous. He didn't pick out any of the statistics. He didn't bring out any of the times that I was talking about horrific crimes that had happened to women. So it was a hit job.
Yeah.
But all that's happened, Mike, is it's backfired and he's made himself and Sky look like a bunch of idiots. So that's
It's not difficult, that, to be fair. I mean, honestly, also, look, the good news about Sky is that hardly anybody ever watches it. So, I mean, if it wasn't actually augmented on social media, people wouldn't even know. But it's just ridiculous, isn't it, that you've still got this body of people. I mean, even last week, Andy Burnham defending this ridiculous leaflet that they put out, telling migrants that, you shouldn't molest children, you shouldn't rape women, you should ask them their permission if you want to have sex with them. I mean, really? Seriously?
And then yesterday there was a piece in LBC where he said, he defended the leaflet and said, because some countries do not have the same norms, quote unquote, as us. Now, I would say if you have people coming from a country where it is normal to rape women and children, they have no place being here. In fact, they have no place being on this planet. But that's another story.
Yeah,
but Mike,
exactly.
I'm so, normally I come on and we have a really good chat and we laugh and joke, but I've got to a point where I'm so enraged, not with you, but enraged in general, where I am absolutely terrified by what is happening. I really am. Myself and thousands of women that I speak to every solitary day and week are losing their minds with concern because of what's happening in this country. And do you know what? The government seem to be either completely immune or they are on purposely facilitating what is happening. There are kids, and there are kids in Spain, in Soweto, who are 10 and 11 years old, boys and girls, who are being raped, like raped to an extent that they have been taken into intensive care. This is the kind of barbarism that we are seeing, and that is on its way to us. And what are they doing? Putting out leaflets. You can't do that here. It is outrageous. I am livid with how bad the situation is and the situation we are being put in. And then they wonder why people are up in arms. I honestly do not know where this is going to end, Mike, because it is not going to end well for anybody unless unless there is some kind of absolute control taken over what is happening to this country.
I know.
It's just out of control.
Well, I mean, last week, when everybody else was reporting the leaflets and how ridiculous they were, the Times newspaper, Pravda as I call it, had a front page story about Shabana Mahmood saying, wealthier areas of Britain have got to take their fair share of migrants, like it's some kind of, charitable exercise.
We don't have to do anything.
No, exactly.
And I don't understand. They keep saying we have to do that. They're putting 13,500 men in Glasgow, which is a city of sanctuary. I've got women in Glasgow, Mike, who are ringing me, crying their eyes out because there are 6 to 7 rapes a weekend in one city. And they can't believe that. And then you've got the Greens. It's like we're living in some kind of nightmare. It's like Nightmare on Elm Street. And we've got a big protest there on the 12th of September because women in Glasgow, mothers and girls in Glasgow, are terrified. They can't even go to work because they're so worried about getting on the bus or getting on the train. It's just, we should not have to live like this. That's the fact. And then Shabana Mahmood, you have to do this. We don't have to do anything, Shabana. We don't have to do anything. This is our country. These are our children. These are our women. And we do not have to do anything while you live in your ivory tower and women and girls are being raped on the streets daily. It has got to end. It has got to end.
Yeah, totally. You're absolutely right. Listen, Orla, I know you worked up. It's good to see, actually, because we want that. We need more of that. We don't need less of it. And don't worry about Sky News. We'll take care of them.
I don't worry about them, Mike. They can come at me all day long.
We're putting them out of business. We'll send Will round.
Actually, Orla, I'd love to get you on Frontline if I could. If you'd
Will's
be
got a new
interested.
show, and it comes out every Friday. So do pop in and see us.
Because it's a subject very close to my heart. We'll have some interesting chats on this because certainly violence against women is just one of those things that just makes my blood completely boil like lava.
Can I mention one more thing before I go? And apologies, Mike, but put aside the migrant crime, which is out of control and just an absolute disgrace. But then you've got this other scenario where you've got thousands of criminals being allowed out of prison early in September.
Yeah, exactly.
What? We've got
And domestic abusers.
We've got 11,000 foreign nationals in our prisons. Deport them.
Yeah.
Why are they here? Get rid of them. Why are we letting out serial sex offenders and domestic? This is just. I've got a woman who called me yesterday. Her and her sister were sexually abused by their stepdad for years. It took them years to get him behind bars. He got sentenced 2 years ago. They felt that they could start living their lives again and rebuilding their lives. And what's happening? He's being let out next month.
Yeah, I know.
How dare this government?
Unbelievable. And
do this to these people?
they've actually got enough space in prison to put these people, right? Particularly the ones who've got, and I'm not saying diminishing the guy you're talking about, but the ones who they want to let out who've committed manslaughter, i.e. they've killed people, right?
Yes.
They've got 400 plus spaces that they could put them all in. One is in one of the spaces is one of the collections of spaces is in a new prison up in the northeast, which apparently they haven't got enough officers to put to have enough health and safety provisions, right? So they can't fill those up. The other place where they've got spaces is in a prison. I think it's in the Midlands, where they can't put prisoners into the cells because they haven't got proper fire alarms, right? Smoke alarms.
I don't care about the fire alarms.
Neither do
Who
I.
cares?
But wait till you hear the reason. Wait till you hear the reason why the smoke alarms don't work, because the smoke alarms can't tell the difference apparently between a fire and somebody lighting josh sticks for cultural reasons. I'm not joking, right? So they've got the space. So the women that you talk about shouldn't be in danger. The men shouldn't be being let out. They should be being put in these prisons where there's no smoke alarms. Bad luck if they burn to death. Just as they lit a josh stick. They don't care.
Listen, we've got to a stage where criminals, rapists, murderers are taking precedent over women and girls.
Yeah.
Did you ever think in your wildest dreams that the UK would become like it has?
No.
It breaks my
shocking.
heart, Mike.
No.
It absolutely breaks my heart.
I know. It's awful. Orla, listen, great
Anyway,
to see you.
thank you so much.
Not at all.
Take
Listen,
care. You too.
take care of yourself. Good to see you. Great woman. She'd be
amazing,
a great guest
amazing.
for you.
I mean, again, it comes to this capacity issue, which everybody's going, "Oh, we didn't build enough prisons. It was the previous government, all that nonsense." I've been saying this for years, Mike, as you know. There is nothing to stop expanding on what was the Bibi Stockholm initiative and get a whole bunch of refurbed old
where is
container
the Bibi
ships.
Stockholm, for example?
Well,
Where
exactly.
is it?
Yeah. Where is it? It's probably been
Must be
scuppered
somewhere.
or something.
Must be sitting somewhere in
But you could
Nightingale prisons.
Nightingale prisons, yeah, why not?
You can literally just refurb a whole bunch of old LNG container ships, park them offshore, use those as processing centres for illegal immigrants, use them for prisoners, not a problem. And health and safety, I wonder how much was that in the front of the criminals' mind when they were treating their victim.
You may well ask.
You know what I mean?
Now, it's a good time for me to, because Will's here and you've got your new show, only one show in, it's already a massive success. And because, you know why? It's part of a new network that we've started here at UK Live. And I started this show with Pooch's help in January. We came in, we found some space, we converted an empty room into this beautiful studio. When I say we, he did it.
Phenomenal job.
And I just turn up and speak, that's what I'm good at. But we've been absolutely overwhelmed by how successful the Mike Graham Show has become, thanks to people like Will and many, many guests who came to help us out from the beginning.
It's all the amazing viewers
and I
supporters.
said to Pooch, I said, you know what? This has gone so well, I think we should launch our own channel.
Yeah.
Why don't we just launch a TV channel, right? And I'm looking at a story in The Sun today about Newsnight, because we know that the mainstream media is about as useful as a chocolate fireguard, right? Particularly when it comes to broadcasting. You just heard about Sky News there, calling the old pink ladies far right. A bunch of women demonstrating about women's safety. Far right, are they really? Newsnight apparently is going to shut down.
Oh dear!
Don't all cry at once. They got rid of Emily Maitlis, and now they've got some other bozo running it. But guess what? Right?
Wasn't that where Kay Burley was on the other day?
That's right. Yeah,
defending Prince Andrew.
Yeah,
but he
Prince
was
Andrew.
A war hero.
Yeah, well, he might be a bit rum, but he was a war hero. They've got to save £500 million. Can you imagine what we could do with that, Pooch? 500 million, right? So they're going to shut down Newsnight, right? But they've already had taken the axe to it. You know how many people they used to have working on it? For a 1 hour show, right? This is a 3 hour show. They got 57 people.
What?
Right? I don't know what they would all be doing. 57 people,
That's
right?
insane.
They've managed to cut that and they've got it now down to 23.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how they manage.
Yeah.
No.
You know, I don't know how they managed to get a whole hour out of that. 23 people. That's pretty much, one person for every hour of the day working on it. I
Do what?
They've only
Make
got a
a
1
team?
hour show. What do they do? 23 hours and then edit it down?
Insane.
I mean, it's just
and
insane.
the amount of output that Pooch and the team put
And
together.
we've got, we're starting this channel. We have started it. It's going to be very soon. It's going to be a 24/7 type channel.
Yeah.
Where we're going to have shows from my 7 o'clock in the morning start all the way around to 7 at night. And I realise for those pedants out there, that's not 24/7.
It will be later.
It will be 24. That's the ambition, because
Yeah.
we need your support for it. We're not asking you for money. We want you just to subscribe to the YouTube channel, which is going to be called basically UK Live, right? It's going to be Mike Graham's UK Live.
Yep.
We're going to have all sorts of fantastic shows. We're going to have agony aunts. We're going to have, young women talking, young men talking, old men talking, middle-aged men talking, middle-aged women. There's no, the sky's the limit, basically. We're even going to have a talent competition to find somebody from outside there in the big wide world of ordinariness. So you won't have any of the airs and graces of the sort of broadcast types. And if you win, you'll get a show. How about that? I mean, we can do anything we want. At the moment, we are not regulated by Ofcom. I hope we remain in that area. But I'm very excited. And I want to thank everybody who's been part of it so far. We're only 7 months in, and we're doing really well. People are noticing us. I happen to have a best-selling book as well on the back of it.
What's it called?
It's called Fake News.
Available with most online
there it
retailers.
is. It's now number 4 in the Sunday Times bestseller list, by the way. Thank you very much for that, in paperback form. And there's a second one on the way coming called Total Control, which should be out, I think, before the end of September, if all goes well. So we're rocking and rolling here at UK Live online. And tonight I'm going to be on Dan Wootton's show talking about the book, talking about the channel, talking about the independent media space, because Dan set it up before we did, and he's done brilliantly as well. Yeah. So listen, it's a fantastic operation, and we thank all of you for being part of it, and we look forward to growing it even more and kicking the bejesus out of the mainstream media, because that's what they need. They've had it too good.
Mike.
Sorry?
You in charge, Kelvin can tell jokes like this.
Go on.
I don't know whether I can tell this joke. Kay Burley told me this joke, right? He said, what? By the way, this is likely to clear. If we had a license, this will be the end of this. The end of this station. So what's the similarity between lobster thermidor and a blowjob? And the answer is you don't get either of them at home. Okay, so
I've heard a version of that joke before. It didn't involve Kay Burley, mind
Kay
you.
Burley's gag.
And it also involved, it wasn't lobster thermidor, it was eggs Benedict.
Oh, nice.
But that was an 80s version,
I want to hear that one.
Yeah, it's the same joke.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Can't get them at home. Anyway, never mind. Listen, we're going to talk to David Williams. Alistair Hilton's also here. Johnny Gould coming up. Father Calvin Robinson as well. Are you okay to hang out?
I'm sticking around. Yeah.
Yes. So, David Williams here from Crowborough, because, of course, Crowborough is a place which has had an unfortunate visitation, shall we say, of some rather unwanted people in the army camp there. Very good morning to you, sir. David, how are you?
Doing well, Mike. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too. Last time we spoke, you were kind of keeping an eye on things, by and large, just sort of making sure that people behaved themselves and nothing was too bad that was going on. What's the latest? How's it all going?
Well, I think our ongoing movements in town, as Crowborough aware, running the patrols, keeping an eye on things. We've got the marches still going on through the town every week, every Sunday. All of that activity, I think, in combination, is making Crowborough what I would say inhospitable for these migrants to be moving around freely. And if they do, then they're very aware that there are people around that are watching, monitoring. And if they're misbehaving, which has been quite a lot of it, then we will approach them, talk to them, and deal with them in conjunction with the police. So that's what we're doing as Crowborough aware to keep the town safe. I think the biggest thing at the moment is the judicial review where we took, or Crowborough Shield took the Home Office to court. That was sat by Judge Mould, who I think I remember saying to you that he was the individual that turned over Epping and brought the migrants back into that hotel.
Yeah.
So the judicial review now is finished. It was the most boring, dull thing to watch that you could ever wish to watch. But it was notable to see, for instance, that the government had in there 5 KCs, a whole raft of people behind them supporting their case, and little old Crowborough had 1 KC and a couple of people behind. So to say that the government and the Home Office weren't concerned, and they were trying to make sure that what they did there stuck, is an understatement. The numbers tell the story, and the cost of doing what they did. So it's now gone to Judge Mould, who's disappeared into his chamber for 2 months to consider whether he's going to uphold any of our claims and any of our position. But it's interesting that when I was invited into the Crowborough camp by the Home Office for a Q&A, they clearly said that they had to, at the end of the 12 months, put in a planning application. Now, I predict what's going to happen here, and let's not forget, this has cost this town $350,000 to take this government to court.
Yeah.
I predict that Judge Mould will say, you've got to go through planning. Well, we know that's going to happen anyway. And there's going to be a raft of restrictions and checks and balances that they'll have to meet to continue that camp. And it's almost a tick box exercise. It feels that way. It's horrible to say that, but I may be surprised. But I think that Judge Mould will come back and simply say that you've got to go through planning at the end of the 12 months. We know that's already happening.
Yeah.
So what's news?
I mean, are there any lessons that you can learn from Epping? Because obviously they managed to get it, in the end, they managed to get the hotel closed down effectively from housing migrants. But of course, then they were moved into somewhere else. So we don't know where they've gone, which in a way is actually worse.
No. I mean, really, they're just shifting them around the country effectively. I mean, I remember saying to you that we had a couple of aggressive individuals coming out of the camp here. We were highlighting them, documenting them, making the Home Office and Clear Springs Ready Homes aware. They disappeared. So they are acting on the information, the intelligence we give them, but where are they going? Where are they placing these people? They're not suddenly tomorrow going to be nice individuals without that aggressive streak in them.
No.
They're just moving that problem somewhere else. And you've got the 3 new sites that are coming online, as we know. I have to say, I don't know if you saw it, but Barnum did a protest, and they had a fantastic spectacle where they had a horse-drawn hearse, and they were saying democracy is dead in this country in front of their protest march. So we're, as I said to you before, we're speaking to them, we're collaborating with them, but they're doing very good on their own at the moment, coming up with some great ideas, and that's a real spectacle to see that. But I know, I think I popped you in some imagery about some of the individuals that we're encountering. That sadly is on my boundary.
Yeah, that's become a kind of universal theme, hasn't it, of the country?
It is, and it's a depressing thing to have to do on your own boundary fence.
Yeah.
Those are where they play football. There's drugs, there's weapons, there's knives.
Yeah.
The litter, is just everywhere. So just outside the camp, and this is still an MOD camp. Just outside the camp, there's a couple of football pitches where you'll get Eritreans, Somalians. It sounds like World War III down there when they're playing. There's about 80 of them. And you can hear it through through the end of your garden, and it really, it's unnerving listening to it. Around that football pitch, you've got all of this paraphernalia, drugs, packages, knives, bats. It's a depressing thing.
I mean, and this is probably a very stupid question. I know Will's got a question for you in a second as well. But where are they getting all the drugs from?
Well, we constantly see people turning up in cars of not Brits, and there's kind of liaisons, and then they go off, and then people return into camp. You get people coming in late at night. I ask the same question: where are they? If these people are just coming off the boats, they're going to be inexperienced. They don't know the lie of the land. Where are they getting all this from?
Yeah, right.
But they've got family, they've got people they know here. This is one of the things that I was explained to by one of the charity workers. Well, they keep coming here because they've got family here, and this is the place they want to come because they've got relatives. So I would say that a lot of this is all coming in through those connections, and it's almost impossible to stop it. And I think, in a way, Clear Springs are they're turning a blind eye in a way, because it's keeping them quiet and keeping them calm. And I can sort of see the merits in doing that. But at the end of the day, it's damn right illegal. Especially if you're coming here trying to process an asylum claim and being on your very best behaviour, So there's lots of sources of it coming in. It's so difficult to detect it, really, but and the police aren't interested.
No. Will?
Yeah, Dave, I had a quick question. Does Crowborough Shield have a crowdfunding page? Because inevitably it's going to be costing you guys a lot, not just for your legal defences, but even potentially for some of the security elements that you guys, I'm sure most of your people are volunteers, but, ultimately, even if it's giving them tea and biscuits, giving them somewhere to get their head down, particularly as we're going to come out of the summer into the winter months, so you guys can maintain some control over that environment.
Okay, so Crowborough Shield had their own crowdfunder where all the funds were raised to take the government to court. That's obviously finished now in the sense that they don't need to raise any more funds. The government's been taken to court twice now, so we're waiting the result of it. But as far as Crowborough Aware, which is the patrol group run by all the volunteers, we still have a crowdfunder, and we're still collecting to continue what we do. We've got to kit people out. We've got to give them training, etc. So
equipment as well, radios, cameras, all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah. So I mean, do you have any sort of veterans or security specialists who are advising you or helping you to get these things right and to get the right equipment and also to follow the right sort of rules of engagement?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've had some police come forward and assist us. We have a group meeting on a regular basis. The police came in, or this individual came in that was in the police. He explained to us about our rights, what we can, what we can't do. We've had first aiders in to assist us with training on that. Brilliant. So we've gone for a whole raft. We've done this properly. We've set up a CIC, so it's a proper company, proper insurances. It's all been done correctly. And that's what we've been trying to achieve, to give a level of confidence in this town that there's people here that are doing what they can to keep everyone safe, particularly the women and the children, and we take it seriously. So we will continue as long as they want us to continue.
Well, if there's any further help, if there's any help I can lend, I've got a good network of people across the country. I'm sure there are a number of guys I know who'd love to come and help, give a bit of training, whether that be reconnaissance training, intelligence, evidence gathering, all sorts of good stuff that's just going to strengthen your argument with the government.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Anything you can bring to bear to help us, they'll be more than welcome.
Be delighted. Got to keep our women and children safe.
Yeah, it's going to be done. David,
especially with the fact this is going to be going on till 2030.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're in for the long haul.
Yeah, it's getting the foundations. It sounds like you've done a brilliant job already, Dave, and your team sounds excellent. Sounds like you're getting the foundations in place, but let's get prepared for the future. Yeah,
absolutely.
100%. Well, fingers crossed. It won't go on as that long. You know, if we can kick this awful Home Secretary out and this government out and get someone in that's going to make some difference to this country, then hey ho, who knows? We could be in a different place in a couple of years.
Absolutely. David Williams, great to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time, David, to talk to us as well. This is what's happening around the country. You know, lots of people are taking it into their own kind of homes and taking it into their own hands, effectively. But doing it perfectly lawfully, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, what you can't allow the scope for is the vigilante force to potentially build. Yeah. And we've already seen evidence of that on social media. People's emotions are running exceptionally high, and for good reason. But it's making sure that you're putting in robust measures to ensure that you're dealing with the problem head on, but you're not going to discredit yourself or your capability or your organization by stepping across that line, which is a very grey and very sort of opaque line. Yeah. But it's making sure that women and children are kept safe. And they can go about their business, they can go about their lives without fear and intimidation.
The thing that puzzles me as well about it, we're going to talk to Richard Tyson in a moment, and Alistair Hilton's here as well, is, you know, if there are drugs being sold and consumed, you know, where are the police?
Well, again, exactly.
It's not as if they have to patrol a particular street and look for it. It's right there.
Oh,
They know exactly where they are.
Mike, I've run jobs against organised crime and criminals. And you can gather that evidence sufficient enough to be able to put forward to the authorities. And they love it. I mean, that's why people like me exist and others in my sector. You know, we will put it together in a pretty little box with a pink ribbon around it and go, bang, there you go, give it to the CPS, move forward. Yeah. You know, but whether they do or they don't, I mean, I wasn't that surprised when Dave said the police have really not been that interested. No. But I think, you know, it sounds like he's doing an amazing job.
He is. No, because we've spoken to David
in the
a few
face
times.
of adversity.
Yeah, exactly right. And we've spoken to him a few times. But the point is that, you know, you would think it's a pretty easy target for the cops.
Hanging fruit, you would have thought.
Well, you would think they've just got to go there. They've got to witness the drugs being taken, the drugs presumably being sold on site. People must be travelling there.
And they're probably recruiting some of those guys to distribute the drugs as well. You know, some of the asylum seekers, they're making a bit of bumps to do it.
No-brainer, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Anyway, we shall see. Will, great to see you, as ever.
Lovely to see you, mate.
Look forward to seeing you
I will clear the decks for more important people like Mr. Tice.
Well, indeed. Not more important, just, you know, different. And also, you might want to, you know, take a little stroll and wander around, come back if you like. Will Geddes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. We've got Richard Tice coming up. We've also got Alistair Hilton to talk to as well. Let's get some news first of all, shall we, with Edward Hughes.
Hello. I'm Edward Hughes. Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Iran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, the Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi, and External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, Tigers...
Hang on, I'm going back on air, mate. Sorry, David's just asking a question of us there. I don't know if you can get Charlotte to talk to him. He was about to give me some info on something, but I wasn't able to finish the sentence because we're back on air. And of course, we are here. Johnny Gould not going to be appearing today. We've had to cancel him just because of things backing up a bit. We've got Calvin Robinson on. Alistair Hilton's here. Alistair, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Free speech champion now, right? I bet you never thought you'd ever be introduced like that.
That's a wonderful
Alistair, you might remember, was the guy who was on the towpath outside of a pub in Chiswick, where two police officers were trying to sort of, you know, rough him up effectively on the basis of a row about some chairs, which is so ridiculous that it has to be retold. But just before we do, I think Richard Tice is here. So Alistair, bear with us for a moment if you don't mind. Richard, Deputy Leader of Reform, of course. Richard, very good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Mike. And what an extraordinary morning. Just more news coming in, just remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely. Just talking to the guys in Crowborough there, Richard. I mean, I know you're going to talk about the joyriders and some of the circumstances around that terrible accident. Well, it wasn't really an accident up in the northeast a couple of days ago. Just an extraordinary conversation I just had there with the guys in Crowborough who are out there sort of patrolling the perimeters of the camp where the migrants are being held. There's obvious drug taking being done. There's obvious drug selling being done, and yet the police don't seem to be interested. Surely they should be going in there and arresting these characters.
And of course, this is what the residents of Crowborough were so concerned about when they were raising their anxieties about the placing of those people there, those migrants there, because they knew that this was what's going to happen. And whether it's Crowborough, whether it's the story in the Mail today from Peter Harris, the Reform leader of Essex County Council, about the Wethersfield camp, it's like a holiday camp. And many of your listeners and viewers would quite like a free holiday with free bus purses and everything alongside it.
Absolutely right. But I mean, again, from the criminal arresting point of view, not even the public nuisance point of view, you'd think the police would have an easy task wandering in there, seizing some drugs, arresting some people, maybe even catching the people selling the drugs, and, just get on with it.
You would think that, because that's the application of common sense, but it doesn't suit the narrative of the leadership of too many of these forces that have been captured. It doesn't suit the narrative of this government. That's the simple reality, and it's in a sense anything goes with these people and the way that they are mollycoddled until something really drastic and serious happens. And sadly, we know that's where this ends up.
Absolutely. And speaking of things that are drastic and serious, a lot of front pages this morning still talking about the events over the weekend, deadly joyride videos.
Breaking news on screen.
Bit of breaking news on screen. Oh yeah, I saw this. Yeah, this is the family of one of the scroats, as I'm going to call them, killed in the A66 crash, blames the police, saying that lives might have been saved if there wasn't a police chase going on. The police chase was actually called off shortly before the actual collision, I believe. But you're concerned about the number of convictions that these people have had between them, something like 37, I think, right?
I mean, that headline is absolutely outrageous. If these joyriders hadn't been breaking the law, driving illegally, without driving licenses, without insurance, 37 convictions between 4 of the 5 individuals, 37. And when you read the long list of charge sheets, including multiple instances of assaulting police officers, you ask the simple question, why were they not in jail? Why were they out on the streets at all? And sadly, the answer is because 2 previous governments, well, this government and the previous government, and judges, without having enough spaces in our prisons, have allowed these individuals with these multiple rap sheets and charge sheets to continue to live their lives out on the street. And my conclusion, sadly, is that those 2 police officers, they've lost their lives because of the absolute failure of our justice system and the 2 main governing parties to enact a proper law and order justice system in this country. That's the bottom line. They should not have been freely out on the streets. They should have been locked up based on that charge sheet that we've now been made aware of. That is the tragic, desperate reality of where we are. And how long before more people wake up to this reality? And when you actually read the article, it's quite clear as to what's gone on here. And the sight of some of their friends sort of celebrating and blaming the police is nothing short of outrageous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And then we see last night there was a sort of vigil held by their friends, if you like, if I want a better description, sending balloons up into the sky, firing flares, driving around in a kind of lawless way on quad bikes. And, it's like there's a sort of section of society which is completely outside the law.
Well, that is, when you read between the lines, that is the reality. This is a group and section of society who are essentially beyond the law, and the police daren't touch them, the justice system daren't touch them, and that's why they're still roaming our streets, causing absolute chaos, mayhem, harassment, aggravation, antisocial behaviour, thieving, stealing, and this is the reality. If you are weak, gutless, and not prepared to stand up to these people, this is the consequence.
Yeah, it's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, will you be bringing this up with the Home Secretary, with Shabana Mahmood?
I'm absolutely certain that we will be. We'll just work out the right mechanism in order to do that. But Zia Youssef will be leading the way on that as our spokesman for Home Affairs and Justice. And, we're raging about this. It's just appalling. Yeah. Absolutely sickening. It really is. And the families of those two police officers, this will strike them even more desperately and tragically than the loss of their loved ones.
Absolutely. Richard, good to talk to you. I know I haven't got much time this morning, but we'll talk to you soon. Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform there, talking about this kind of lawless brigade that seem to be roaming around various council estates and other housing estates in Britain, seemingly unfettered by the police, unfettered by the law. Absolutely shocking state of affairs. Meanwhile, back to Alistair Hilton, who we had to rudely interrupt. Alistair, good to see you.
See you.
The story, which I'm hoping we're going to find a little video for, which is where a lot of people would have seen you first of all. You got involved with this sort of dispute, didn't you, on the streets of the towpath, if you like. For those people who don't know, it's a lovely little bit of the river in Chiswick in West London, where there's a couple of pubs, which I've been to, funnily enough, strangely enough, which are lovely, great pubs. But there was some ridiculous council manoeuvre, wasn't there?
There was a council
people
manoeuvre.
Sitting outside.
3 pubs in a row. Yeah. One of the most beautiful areas in the whole of England, I think. By the river, had chairs out for the last 60 years, 70 years, whatever, forever. Green Councillor decided he didn't like them. He lives nearby. And I saw that they were literally sent the enforcement officers round and said, take your chairs away, you can't have your chairs. I saw about this and I thought, well, this is wrong, to put it very mildly. This is wrong. So I tweeted about it. I've got a number of followers on Twitter, so people saw that and went, yeah, this is blooming wrong. Right. So it went bonkers.
It's like the fun police want you not to have any fun, right?
Exactly. It's like people who move near to a pub and then don't want a pub there. Right. So that's exactly what it's like. So basically, the Green Council went, well, no, I love pubs. I don't want pubs shut down. No, nothing to do with me. And suddenly it was all, no, it's all okay and we'll do it, which is how it should have been. You know, they hadn't filled in some form, these pubs. Right. Fine, just go, well, look, tick the box, mate, send it off. Yeah, job done, no problem. So it should never have got to that point. Next day, so obviously the councillor wasn't very happy that I'd made him look a bit silly for all this thing. So next day I was sat in a pub chatting with a person, packed pub on Strand on the Green. In walked 2 coppers. Can we have a word with you?
Right. So they came right up to you. No, they knew who you were.
Normally, I'm facing a pub. Yeah. Normally, I'm facing a pub. I had my back to it because I was speaking to somebody, and so they came up behind me. How they knew who I was, I was pointed out, obviously. Right. Well, I was pointed out by the Green Councillor, who happened to be there videoing the whole beautiful scene.
Oh, really?
It turned out.
How unusual, yes.
Yes. So he was there with front row seats. So anyway, I then went outside with the police. I started filming them because I thought this is all a bit strange. Yeah. So I said, I'll film this. And the police officer basically said, do you know you shouldn't break laws? I'm like, well, I haven't broken any laws. He said, no, I know you haven't broken any laws. Well, why are you here? And it was this bizarre conversation where the whole setup of the police was to come and threaten me and bully me. To shut up,
right? So it's one of these conversations where the police say, "You haven't committed any crimes, but I'm just here to tell you that if you are thinking of committing any crimes, this is what might happen." It's bizarre, isn't it?
It was a classic example of the police being used to bully somebody into, look, we don't like what you said. Don't say anything again. You haven't broken any laws, but just don't do it again.
It's kind of intimidatory, isn't it?
100%. That's why they sent 2 coppers into a pub, packed pub.
I think we've got the video. Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, I presumed you were.
I was waiting for the conversation to get to that point. Ultimately, it's more of a just so you're aware opposed to a insinuation or accusation. Are you aware that if you schedule a protest outside of councilman's house, it's an offence?
I haven't scheduled.
So are you aware of that one? Yes or no? If not, I have to read that legislation to you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hold on. Whoa. I haven't scheduled any protests.
I'm not saying you have, I'm saying are you aware that's
all right, we know where this is going. All right, carry on.
Okay. Just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Section 162 of the Crime Police Act 326.
Bear in mind I was in the Bell and Crown, nowhere near his house.
What are you talking about? Today, you mean?
Now or anywhere.
Okay. And this is just raising awareness.
Okay.
That's literally what it is.
We're using the fear tactics, but carry on.
Not at all.
Oh, we are.
Not at all.
Well, not we, you. Anyway, carry on.
Okay, feel free to say. Do you want me to read out the legislation to you or no?
Right, okay. Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay.
So,
and are you aware that what you have been doing when you post it? Let me finish. The posting of going past certain people's houses.
Posting what, sorry?
Posting going past their houses.
Whoa. No, I've not posted going past anybody's house.
On live stream?
No.
Okay. Have you not posted?
No.
Let me
No.
finish sentence. Have you not posted, say, the fact he lives very nearby to a certain...
That's right.
What I'm trying to say...
Hold on, look how many houses. Right, let's just go. Look how many houses there are here.
2 seconds. This is not an accusation again. That's
Right, mate, you're being used as a hard man to scare. That's what you're being used as.
I'm trying to have an adult conversation.
No, and that's the way it normally goes.
I'm having an adult conversation with you.
Oh yeah.
It's up to you if you want to listen. So.
No, I'm listening. Okay. I'm listening. I know how you work. So carry on. Because you're threatening. Because a counsellor.
I'm not threatening you to. I'm giving
the conversation
you advice. Advice.
Just you turn up in 2 police uniforms is a threat. If you turned up with a jacket on and you weren't coppers, I realise that.
If I did, 100% that would be the case.
I mean, that's extraordinary, isn't it? You handled it very well, by the way, because I mean, Pooch and I, knowing each of us as we are, I mean, I think I'd been probably a bit more irate, but you stayed calm.
Bear in mind, I had actually had a few drinks then.
Yeah, right.
And because you're allowed to in a pub, when you sat there. So, I think it was one of those where I had to keep my calm because I was fuming. Yes. I was absolutely fuming. You can see on that clip, I actually said, you're being used as a bully.
Yeah,
no, I'm not. Well, you are.
Well, of course you are. That's not police business, is it?
That isn't. And it's not like they're investigating a crime because at that point, he actually said, somewhere on the video, he goes, no, I've looked at it and you haven't committed a crime.
Right.
Well, so you're not even investigating.
And what was all this nonsense about filming outside people's houses? I mean, it sounds to me like if there was any footage.
I had actually deliberately not filmed or photographed or anything that councillor's house.
Right.
Not at all.
Right.
And I'd made a deliberate point because straight away I would have been in trouble. He'd then have some sort of grounds to go, I deliberately had never, ever have I had his house in any
But I mean, if you're filming a street though, right, and you're
it's
walking...
not illegal, but his point was, well, you included his house. Well, no, I didn't. It wasn't in any video. Right. Nothing. Yeah. Never.
Right. And that's the problem, isn't it? Because you're a photographer by profession, so you know the rules and you know exactly where you can go and where you can't go. A lot of ordinary people who may have posted something on Twitter wouldn't necessarily know that. And so they can then be intimidated and they don't know whether they've got any rights or not.
And we do see this. I do see this as a photographer going around London a lot, where I do know the rules and I know I can stand here and I can photograph this or that or the other.
Right.
And quite often, regularly, you'll get security, not police, but security come up, you can't photograph that. Well, yes, I can actually. But also what people don't realise in a lot of parts of London now are private land.
Yeah.
Most of King's Cross is private land.
Canary
Most
Wharf
of
is like that,
Paddington
isn't it?
is private land.
Yeah.
Canary Wharf is private land. So actually, they can stop you doing everything. So that's a little bit of a worry, actually.
Yes.
You've got a lot of your rights have been taken away by what you think is public land in London is not. It's private, and they do have security. patrolling, 24/7. So you have got to be a bit careful on that.
But the trouble is, as you say, it's now kind of expanded into nonsense, hasn't it? So where people claim that they've got rights over you, which they don't have.
Correct.
Which
and that's why it's really important to know what your rights are. Because if you know what your rights are, and I know what my rights are as a photographer, I know I can film this, photograph that, and it's 100% legal. But what the police will try and do, and it shows on that video, what they will try and do is go, well, listen, we're going to come round and scare you if you do something we don't like. And that's wrong. It's 100% wrong.
Totally.
Because, again, on that video, I had called the police, or my daughter had a few days before that, or a week before that, whatever, smashed a window, people smashing a window in a bedroom of a boat, called the police, and they went, we can't come round because it's already happened. That was their actual response.
Wow.
We won't come out because the crime's happened. So this is a young girl, woman, 24 years old, had a window smashed in, called the police, nothing. I called the police when I had my phone ripped out my hands, blah, blah, blah. Called them, told them where the phone was because it had a tracker on it. No, mate, not interested.
No.
So
I had the same thing. The only time they got interested was when I wrote a piece in the Telegraph about it, and then suddenly they were very excited and got in touch and was like, is there anything we can do? Please fill out this form. I was like, I've already filled out a form. I've already told you where it is. I can see where it is now. You still aren't doing anything.
Exactly. Right? You can see. And after I said about it, again, I posted that on Twitter X or whatever, ages ago at the time, said I told them, and hundreds, thousands of people went, yeah, that happened to me. I told them it was in number 1 Acacia Avenue, and he went,
We've had cases, haven't we, before of people. I remember there was a guy a couple of years ago, maybe, who had his motorcycle stolen, and he tracked that to a sort of lockup in a particular road around the back of some houses. Took the police there and said, "It's behind there. Look, here's the tracker. It's behind that door," and they wouldn't open the door, and they said, "Well, we can't do anything." And he's like, well, my bike's there. It's been stolen by the person that owns this. It's like, what's wrong with them? But it's part of the problem, isn't it, that we've all now witnessed, I suppose, that the police are actually now becoming more politicised. They do things at the behest of politicians.
I think
more than they do about
every day we
criminals.
see that. Every day, and that was an example of a video you showed, but every day we see an example of the police being used not for crime, but to go round and stop people saying stuff that they don't like. We've seen so many of examples of this where they know that a crime hasn't been committed. They even arrest people and then let them go. But the people go, well, why did you arrest? Well, the whole purpose was the arrest. That was the whole purpose. The purpose wasn't to put them in jail or to have any prosecution. The purpose was arrest them, scare the hell out of them. They won't do that again.
Yes, and
Daily
probably that works. It's probably a winning formula for them.
I'm blooming sure it works.
Yeah. And you're also interesting in some of the posts you've been doing lately about, and I'm very fascinated by this because we talk about it a lot. The only growth area, it seems to me, that's happened in this country in the last 20 years has been in the public sector, and the numbers of people who are now working for either local authorities or national agencies, quangos, government departments. There's just it's ballooned, hasn't it?
It has ballooned. It doesn't even come close. I looked up, and in 1922, Great Britain as it was then, ruled the biggest amount of the world. It ruled something like 30 or 40% of the land area of the world. At that time, they had 300 to 350,000 civil servants. Okay, that's having to control almost half of the planet.
Right.
Now, we only have to look after a tiny, tiny little island, Britain, and we have 557,000. It's doubled when the amount of jobs that they could possibly do, and also, they didn't have computers back then, so any calculation would take you 5 minutes. Now you go, done, done. And so we've doubled the number of civil servants and yet decreased what they have to do. So it doesn't take a genius to realise that most of those civil servants are sat on some sunny island. Most of those civil servants don't ever go into the office, ever.
Right. Yeah, we had a story just last week, I think, about the Bank of England, where apparently some quite large percentage of people who work for the Bank of England are allowed to work abroad for 3 months of the year. So they're basically on an extended holiday somewhere, and they never have to go into the office when they're here. If they do go in, it's no more than 1 or 2 days a week. It's not like working at all.
I deal with a lot of private companies, small ones, big ones, whatever, and people do work from home, great, but they also go into an office and they also are regulated of what they're actually doing. Somebody knows what these people are doing. They know, well, John has only done this much today.
Right.
In the government, they have no idea. No idea what these people are doing, who they are, where they are. They never see them.
Well, you can see, for example, I mean, just take a look at the paper this morning, right? You've got the Times story here about Thames Water. One of the first things that Andy Burnham said he was going to do when he got into power, I'm going to privatise, I'm going to nationalise Thames Water. Right? I'm going to take it out of private ownership. We're going to make it into a proper company. It's outrageous the way it's being run. Today, they've admitted they're not going to do it. Because they can't, because it's too hard, it's too expensive,
right.
And the rules don't really allow them to take over a private company.
Any time a government says it can't do something, what it actually means is it doesn't want to do something.
Right.
If a government wants to do it, boom, it's done.
But it's going to be too expensive. But the point is and my point about Andy Burnham, and we've been saying actually today that people actually like Keir Starmer now more than they like Andy Burnham, because Starmer, even though he was useless and an authoritarian and not a very nice individual and hopeless at his job, at least you knew that when you looked at him. Whereas with Burnham, he's trying to make out that he's Mr. Nice Guy, he's playing the guitar, he knows a couple of Smith songs, he's from Manchester, which he isn't, and he's like, the sort of the acceptable face of communism.
But where are we at as a country where we go, well, Keir Starmer may have been better than Andy Burnham. I mean, it's like, my goodness.
No, I know.
We are at the absolute bottom of the barrel, and we're going, well, is this disaster zone better than that complete and utter disaster zone? These are not the people that should be running anything.
No.
Anything whatsoever. And the water companies, what you see, I go to South Coast and on the water sometimes around there, full of sewage.
Yeah, it's awful.
Sewage floating down the river.
And it's actually better now than it used to be.
But this is in sunny days when they used to say, well, it was because of all the rain and then blah, blah. It hasn't rained for 100 years.
But when it does rain, don't worry, there will be a sewage overflow.
But there's sewage now, and what happens with the water companies each time is they get given the money, they give it to the shareholders, and then go, we've got no money, we've got to put our bills up. They haven't built a reservoir for 30, 40 years, or whatever it is. Now I saw they want to charge more when there's a water shortage.
Yeah.
Well, they've produced the water shortage by not building any reservoirs, and then go, there's a water shortage.
And also
so
by allowing billions of litres of water to leak into the ground for as long as I can remember. Do you remember back in, it was about 2010, they were supposedly redoing all of the Thames water pipes around London in time for the Olympics, right? I think they're still doing it. They started in 2010, it's now 2026, and every now and again you'll see a Thames water van pull up and you go, what are you doing? Oh, we're fixing the leak, really. It's just ridiculous. It was like, the stuff falls, I would say, how is it possible to make a loss out of something that falls from the sky for free? And all you've got to do is sell it to people without any competition.
But they're not making a loss as such, because what's happening is the people who own the company are getting very, very rich. So they don't care about fixing leaks. They don't care about any of that, because when they want some more money, they put the prices up. So the people running the company, or the companies, Thames Water or whichever water company, they're doing very, very well.
Yes.
Whether their bottom line shows whatever, that's irrelevant to them.
Right.
They're earning their £1 million a year.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what happens further down there.
No, indeed. And you live on the river, right, in a narrow boat. How is that? What's that like?
I like it. I mean, I've lived on it now for over 8 years. I've got a narrowboat. It's on the canal.
Do you move it around?
I move it around. Yeah, I can't at the moment because there's a water shortage. so the canals are a bit low on water, so you're not meant to use the locks and whatever at the moment. So at the moment, I'm sort of stopped where I am. But I move all over London and out of London, Birmingham and Oxford and down the Thames and everywhere. And I think what is good about living on a boat is you actually get to learn more about bits of London when you're living in them.
Yes.
So, if you only live in Chiswick, you'll go and visit other bits of London. But if you're living in Limehouse or, Hackney or whatever, even for a couple of weeks at a time, you get a really good feel of what that area is like.
Yes. Okay. And in terms of the Green councillor and all of that, has that all gone away now, or is there?
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah. Do you still go to the pub?
I haven't been to those pubs for a little while. I thought I don't really fancy having a chat with more coppers when I'm having my pint. So so I thought I've found other pubs to go to for a little bit.
Yeah.
I will put sort of a cap and a fake moustache on and go there again though. Soon.
Yes, it's got to be done. And meanwhile, you're obviously a kind of I'm going to say reluctant member of the free speech society, as it were. But we're kind of all getting to know each other, and we're all kind of we're all trying to get this bloody country of ours to be right, to be doing the right things, and it's going horribly wrong, I think, for so many people in so many ways. That I think there's enough people though now realising that and becoming a bit of a movement.
Follow the new channel, the revolution.
Follow the new channel, yeah. Well, the revolution will be televised because it will be right here on UK Live.
But I think what I do is I am all over London, sort of thing, and the rest of the country. But I'm all over London, and I photograph what I see, and I say what I see, and I think that's what's important. Is going. Here's a photograph. This is what I'm seeing.
Because a lot of what happens now is that the government is trying to convince you of something that you can see isn't true.
Correct.
Right? Like that's a woman. No, I don't think it is actually. But you can call it that if you want, but I don't think so. Or that is that's a speed limit. Oh, really? Is it? Because you have to save the planet. One of the most ridiculous things I've spotted, I think, in recent times has been the clean air. Manoeuvrings out by Heathrow Airport, where you get out to Heathrow and you can smell the aviation fuel in the air, right? And it's telling you can't go over 60 miles an hour.
It actually has
it's a clean
on the
air
overhead gantries. It says speed reduced for air quality, and you think,
and I can smell the kerosene.
This is insanity.
It really is.
It's literally insanity.
Yeah. And then this morning I was driving into work, overtaken by a cyclist, and I'm thinking, there's something wrong with that. I've got a Maserati. I'm not boasting about that, but it does more than 20 miles an hour. But not in London.
Not in London, it doesn't.
We said Pooch gave me, there was a guy who broke the land speed record in a hydrogen car over in the Salt Flat somewhere in America yesterday. And I said, well, try driving that in London, because you never get it you wouldn't even get it into first gear.
Well, the average speed in London is 8 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And that's bonkers.
I know. Absolutely mad. Well, listen, keep up the good work.
Thank
you. Where can people see your photography mostly?
You can see me on my on Twitter, on X, and then that can direct you to my website, etc. So I'm London_W4.
Great stuff. Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Alistair Hilton, ladies and gentlemen, who won a very big fight against the police and did it in great style, I have to say. Father Calvin Robinson's here, but I've got this from Laura Jane on the Substack, not on the Substack, on the Super Chat, going to order myself a Mike Graham t-shirt. So thank you very much for that. If you go there, it's on the UK Live online website. So just go to ukliveonline.co.uk and there's a little shop there. Thank you, Laura Jane. And we were almost out of caps, but you can get a t-shirt and you can get a bumper sticker, one of these. In fact, you can have one of those if you want.
Thank you very much.
You can stick it on the side of the ship.
There we go. And my life is complete.
Props and cosplay. Thank you very much indeed for that. Another super chat from you. Keep them coming, and we will be back. Do we need to do news? I guess we do.
We'll get Father Calvin.
Father Calvin's going to come in, and we're going to have some news with Edward Hughes.
Hello. I'm Edward Hughes. Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Iran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, the Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi, and External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. Edward Hughes there with the news. Lots and lots of... I'm going to be corrected here. I'm saying... Somebody said to me, it's Joss Sticks, not Josh Sticks.
Joss, J-O-S-S.
I think it was just the way I pronounced it, because when you have the Joss followed by Sticks, it sounds a bit like Josh Sticks. It's kind of just a mumbled scenario. But more pedantry, though. There's been quite a lot of pedantry today, which is no bad thing, I suppose. Mugs, please, says Jenny. You know... There's nothing worse than the merchandise department, is there? We hate it. We hate it. I mean, much as we love giving it away to you, and thank you very much for buying it. But Calvin Robinson's here. Father Calvin, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome back from your holiday.
I'm going to steal this mug, actually. This
mug. Right, but you're certainly welcome to it. We've got loads of
Plank of the Week mug as well at home.
There used to be Plank of the Week mugs, but
they
always disappear. Have you got one? Because I was going to say, people kept nicking them. Well, they've nicked the Plank of the Week sign. You know, the Plank of the Week sign, which is actually my sign, which was made for me, sent to me, has my name on it. They still use it over at Talk.
I believe it.
Which is absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. Where are you able to say where you were? Because it looked very exotic.
I was in Skiathos, a little Greek island that we go to every year.
Nice.
It's wonderful. It's not very touristy. It's not very resorty. It's just a beach and locals, and they look after you. They give you chicken souvlaki and your mythos beer.
The food's great, isn't it? And also, I don't know how do they do it, right? Whenever you leave Britain, everything's cheaper, right?
Well, I don't know about that anymore. I don't know about
that. It normally is. I mean, I was in Cyprus. I don't know if I mentioned it to you. I did go to Cyprus. Yeah. Very few people know about it. Everything's just cheaper. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm used to London prices or something, and maybe where you are in the States, it's not so bad. I can't stand
London anymore. It's ridiculous. Every single time. I drove down here last time I was here.
You did.
I ended up with a ticket. Don't know what for. Every time I drive through London, I get either fined or charged.
You will. Yeah.
It's like red light cameras, speed cameras, traffic cameras, parking cameras. Yeah. Like Big Brother is watching you.
Britain is now the most photographed area. I mean, I went up. I said this the other day. I went up to Manchester to pick up my son, and literally every half a mile on the M6, there's one of these new cameras, which is about 1 million feet in the air, and it's got this kind of bulb which looks a bit like the CCTV cameras that you see, and nobody can tell me what it does. You know, yes, it's a speed camera because the sat-nav picks it up, but it also, I think, is looking inside the car. It might be facial recognition. Just don't know.
So they're everywhere in America.
But nobody's telling you what they're for and who's paying for them. What's the point of them? You know, Big Brother is alive and well, I'm afraid.
AI is scanning your face everywhere you go. Yeah. But the funny thing is they can never track criminals. Yeah. So if you get burgled or robbed, no one can help you. Yeah. But if you commit a state offence that's going to charge you in some way, they'll have you like that.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I was talking to somebody about this terrible story up north where these kids who are being sort of egged on, if you like, or effectively egged on by TikTok, putting videos up of them being chased by the police and all this kind of thing, right? Tragedy happens, 5 of them are killed, 2 police officers as well. And I said to myself, you know, if I was driving at, 65 miles an hour in a 60, they could track me. You know, why do they need to chase these people? And I know that people will say, oh, well, because they could do some damage and run into somebody. You know, but the point is that it's now... The law in this country seems to be to punish people who are basically law-abiding and to let the criminals just do whatever they like.
It's political will. There's no will for them to chase down actual criminals.
No.
But the revenue stream they can get from me and you is far higher, so they'll do that every single time.
And it's just a lot easier because we're not going to beat them up or shoot at them or anything like that.
You know? Forget they're there to serve us. Policing by consent means they're part of the community. They're supposed to help us.
Yeah. Well, our last guest, Alistair Hilton, you might have seen his stuff on Twitter where he was approached in a pub by 2 police officers.
We had him on in the car. We were listening to you in the car.
Yeah. Where 2 police officers basically warned him off. And he hadn't admitted that he hadn't done anything wrong. Yeah. But they're sort of saying, don't commit any crime. Well, yeah, we know that.
How many times these days do we see that? Where the police woman, it's always a police woman these days, little chubby little thing, chases down the victim rather than the perp. Yeah. Because they can't attack they can't arrest the perps. They don't have the authority anymore. Yeah. They're not trained anymore on how to handle violent criminals.
Well, did you see that story, which I haven't actually mentioned this week, but the incredible story about Henry Novak, that the police who were investigating his murder effectively were so convinced that he was a racist that couldn't find any evidence that they actually trawled back through all of his social media, trawled back through his school records to see if there was anything that they could blame him for in any way that was racist. Absolutely disgraceful behaviour.
And they coached the guy that killed him to say that it was a racist incident. They are so convinced that racism is the new blasphemy. Yeah. There's a new state religion, which is woke, DEI, and being racist is the new blasphemy. So they're looking for that over everything. Yeah. The fact that we know that over 250,000 young white English girls have been systematically groomed and raped, and no one cares about it because No one wants to be either seen as racist or spark a race riot because they believe the rest of us are racist.
Yeah.
The fact that they're putting racism above the lives of those young girls shows how much it's become the state religion.
Right. And somebody yesterday was complaining that one of the kids who died in the car had been, accused of racially abusing a police officer. Like, that's worse than killing one.
It is.
Right?
It is.
It's almost as though that's the worst crime.
And actually, I think people need to be more racist in the sense of pattern recognition.
Yeah.
We need to recognise what's harmful to us, what's harmful to our society. We don't need to be discriminatory. We don't need to hate people.
No.
But we do need to recognise what's good and what's not good.
Yeah.
And we've got people coming into our land and we have to give them pamphlets to say, please don't rape. We don't do rape in this country.
Yeah.
Maybe let's just not invite those people into our country in the first
maybe
place.
sort of stop them or make it, because we look helpless, which I think is possibly the worst crime that any government can sort of perpetuate on its citizens. They can't protect us. The job of the government is twofold, it seems to me, to have the defence of the realm first and foremost, instead of which we've got a Prime Minister who wants to go and play a Smith song on a bloody guitar with some people from a war zone, right? Which is so embarrassing, I can't even begin to tell you what I think about it. So we can't, I'd kind of Bob Stewart on yesterday, and I said, as far as I'm aware, if there was to be a Russian attack on us, and now that we've painted a big target on ourselves, thanks very much indeed, by going and helping out old Zelensky, and now taking intelligence information from him about the Russians. I said, I'm led to believe that if there was some kind of attack from the Russians, we don't have enough defences to defend ourselves for a week.
We don't learn our lessons.
He said, I don't think it's even that long.
No.
We've literally got nothing.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
We used to have the biggest navy in the world.
Yeah.
Our navy used to rule the seas quite literally. There's songs about it.
Yeah.
And we are on an island. We should be the most protected nation in Europe.
It should be easy to protect
The English Channel is quite simple. Just have a boat ship on there. Have a gunboat on there.
Yeah.
If anyone tries to illegal cross our channel, we should take their boat out.
Yeah.
That might mean in the first few instances there is some injuries and or loss of life. But after the first few instances, it will stop.
Yeah, of course.
And that's for the greater good of the people crossing as well as the people who live here.
Well, you talk about Greece. I mean, the Greek Navy manages to fire on people. You don't necessarily even have to hit them. You don't have to hit the boat. You can just fire around them.
Absolutely.
And that'll do the trick, I would imagine. Because at the moment, you can see footage of people just clambering onto these dinghies.
Yeah. And the dinghies get bigger and bigger. It's like
the dinghies are getting bigger and bigger.
It's a joke.
And then they get rescued.
Yeah.
There's a boat somewhere in the middle of the channel just waiting to pick them up.
And we pay France to not stop them.
600 million.
And they send them over. We go and pick them up. We bring them in. We give them benefits. Give them a hotel or give them a mobile phone. We let them take over villages where we put more migrants into those villages than people that live there.
Yes.
It's insane. And they come and they replace our values and they kill our wildlife.
We were talking this morning to some guys down in Crowborough who were telling us, the Crowborough sort of shield guys who were saying that basically there's drug dealing going on, there's drug taking going on. It's all happening on the outskirts.
Like this, Calvin, on the screen.
And more signs like that on the screen.
Oh my God! Please do not poo in the streets.
Yeah.
Like, why do we need a sign to say that?
I know.
Because people have different values, and that's not judgment. People do have different values. Different cultures are different.
Yeah.
We used to think that ours was a superior culture.
Yeah.
Because ours was, it's a Christian culture.
Well, it is.
And I think it is.
Yeah.
But we're losing it because we're saying we no longer have a culture.
Right.
So this is my present to you, Mike. This is why I've written this book.
Wow.
The Silent Jihad.
Oh, it's heavy. I've got one as well. I better give you this one.
Okay.
It's the only one I've got here at the moment, but I'm getting some more, so you can have
Wonderful.
that one. And if you sign this one for me, I'll sign that one for you.
Yeah, let's do that in a minute. But
wow. The Silent Jihad, here we are.
The point of the Silent Jihad is to identify the problem first and foremost and say, look, there is a cultural difference between Islam and Christianity. And we are a Christian country. Our values are Christian. Our laws are Christian, from the judiciary to legislative. And if we ignore that, we'll be replaced by something else. And we're being actively replaced by Islam.
Yeah.
And so we have a choice. There's no liberal secular society. There's no middle ground. There's no grey area where everything's equal. It's either Christianity or Islam.
Right.
What do we want to be as a country?
And do you see any sign that is changing in the sense that people are beginning to wake up to the fact that it's happening? Yeah. And you can't really deny it now. Yeah. I mean, there was a time perhaps maybe a few years ago when you and I first started talking where you could see that people were squeamish and they were kind of like, well, they can have a mosque there, it's okay. Several years later, there are entire parts of Britain which are unrecognisable as British.
The conversation has shifted. When I first started talking about this, they called me an Islamophobe.
Yeah.
Now, like 5-10 years later, they're like, wait a minute, all these churches being sold have become mosques.
Yeah.
People are praying with their bums in the air in the middle of the road as a sign of dominance.
Yeah.
All our school meals are being replaced from the English breakfast to something that's halal.
Yeah.
Supermarket meat is all halal. Like our values aren't being listened to anymore. And again, it always comes back down to these young girls are being systematically groomed and groomed.
Yeah.
And that needs to stop. And we're seeing it's a direct contradiction of what we knew to be good and what other cultures and other religions seem to be good.
Yeah.
And they can't both be good. We have to pick one. Morality is objective. It's not universal.
And the thing about the Islamic situation as well is that it's not entirely universal. You know, you can go to some Islamic countries in the Middle East, for example, which are not anything like Pakistan.
Right.
You know, you go to the UAE or you go to Saudi, you know, yes, they've got poverty and yes, they've got a kind of underclass of people and the people who work, but by and large, they're not what you might call kind of, you know, absolute kind of zealots about a particular form of the religion.
Right.
Whereas in Pakistan, and particular parts of Pakistan, they absolutely are.
Pakistan and Afghanistan are like the hotbed of terrorism. They are the ones that breed the extremism.
Yeah.
We breed it here now.
Yeah.
There are lots of people in England who've been banned from Saudi Arabia, banned from Qatar, because they're so extreme.
Yeah.
And they live here.
Right.
And we have more Sharia courts in Britain than the rest of Europe combined.
Yeah.
We're actively becoming more and more Islamic by the day because we're afraid to push back.
Yeah.
And I think, look, the most loving thing we can say to people is, if you are going to come to Britain, and obviously we have to have a conversation if we want people to come here in the first place, but if people are going to come here, they have to subscribe to our way of life, our values, our culture, our language, and our faith.
Yeah.
And if they don't do that, I would say, well, maybe you're not welcome. And that's the loving thing to do.
And I think that's entirely fair, you know, because previously, again, if you'd said that a few years ago, you'd be seen as some kind of, you know, mad racist, you know, who doesn't like multicultural Britain to be a forward-thinking nation that can embrace everything. Well, we've seen what's happened when you embrace everything. Yeah. Everything falls to crap, doesn't it?
I lived in Royal Arsenal when a guy got beheaded on the streets. And a perpetrator stands there with bloody hands and says, I do this for my faith. It's like, well, why are you in our country if you hate us that much?
Right, exactly.
And we see this time and time again, but we don't learn our lessons. We've got to push it out. It's got to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we still don't really know an awful lot of what's going on behind the scenes. I mean, I take you back to you know, Aston Villa last year, where the entire kind of police department of the West Midlands appeared to have been captured by the local Muslim community, who said, we don't want any Israeli fans coming here, so why don't you just tell them they can't come because it's dangerous for them.
Dangerous for
them. They
them.
didn't say, hang on, why is it dangerous for them? Well, because you're going to kill them because they're Israelis. I mean, it's you know, incredible that happened, one. Then the West Midlands police tried to cover it up and tried to make out that, you know, we had really good reasons because of the violence that this fan base had perpetuated in Holland, which turned out to be rubbish. They made it up, right? So we've now got a police force who are actively being groomed themselves by a Muslim community and a bunch of Muslim community leaders, willing to tell lies to the public in order to justify it.
I've had this. I've had places where I can't go because my life will be in danger. And the police will say, you can't go there because what will happen to you if you go there? I'm like, well, why do you speak to the people who will potentially do what you're scared of?
Well, I was talking to Bishop Dewar on Friday, who's told us that he's now been told that, you know, he had a problem with his car, so we crowdfunded an amount of money for him to get a new car. Brilliant. He now can't drive the car because his number plate has apparently been passed to people who wish to do him harm, and he's been warned by the police not to go anywhere in that car.
What's he supposed to do?
And he's going, well, he was supposed to go to a conference, I think, up in the north.
Yes, it was at Emmanuel Church.
With
the problem with his car was it was vandalised.
And his car was vandalised in the first place, that's right.
It wasn't just a car problem.
Yes, no, sorry, I forgot that bit. So we got him a new car, and now he can't drive it. And apparently that even the Church of England were trying to ban him from appearing at this particular conference on the grounds that he's the wrong kind of Christian.
Yeah. Huh? He's called them out, and he's called the king out for not standing up for the faith. So they feel embarrassed. They're ashamed.
And so they should be.
Yeah.
They should be embarrassed. And so should King Charles, frankly.
Absolutely.
You know,
to say
who I think on the day after Anne Widdecombe's murder, he had written at the top of his Twitter feed how sorry he was for the loss of the King of Qatar, who happened to have died the day before. But nothing about Anne Widdecombe.
No. On Easter, he was
flirting
with
Islam. I don't know, how did we get here?
I don't know how we got here, but I've tried to address where we go from here in the book, because the point is we've got a decision to make, and if we don't reverse course, where we're heading is a very dangerous place. If you and I can't say these things publicly without death threats, then we're no longer in a free country.
I mean, I'm fortunate in as much as far as I know, I haven't had any. But I'm sure that
way.
there's only a matter of time. But I mean, I find it astonishing that we live in a world where, as you say, not only are those threats made, but then the people who are supposed to protect you tell you just not to go where you might be in danger.
And it's a simple fix. Like we said, control the borders, first and foremost.
Yeah.
Get rid of the DEI policies. Let the police get on the street tackling crime and criminals rather than people who may be perceived to be racist or Islamophobic or anti-whatever. Like, just get back to good old-fashioned policing and let the government get rid of any policy that puts one group above another group. Like, get rid of the Equality
Because
Act.
it's not just, in fact, the incomers, if you want to call them that. You know, all you got to do is look up to Darlington, where that terrible crash happened at the weekend, and you've got kids up there sort of more or less celebrating like they're heroes. These joyriders, you know, because they go on TikTok and they get chased by the police, and you know, it's a shame that they're all dead. They're flying flares for them. They're having a sort of vigil for them, because these are people who live pretty much outside the law. You know, there's a kind of underclass of people in this country. These people themselves, 4 of the 5 boys who died. I say boys, a couple of them are in their 20s, 37 different convictions against them between the 4 of them. And yet they're out driving around in a car at high speed, killing people.
Well, we've got 2-tiered law in this country, haven't we?
Yeah.
When people can get arrested for free speech issues and actually go to jail, like Lucy Connolly, and people can get let out early on criminal rape charges, or not be charged at all because their culture, they didn't know that they weren't supposed to be rapey. Like, that's clearly a 2-tiered system. And then we've also got more Sharia courts, as I mentioned, in this country than anywhere else in Europe. And so the Mohammedans, they pretty much have their own law system.
Right.
They can go, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, and then it's done, they're divorced.
Yeah.
Like, we can't do that. We have other things we have to do. And so we have to have equality under the law. We have to be equal in terms of dignity and worth in the eyes of God. And we have to be equal in the eyes of the state as who we are as individuals, as free men in a free country. Otherwise, it's not free.
And no, indeed. Well, people, you now live in America, where you know when you talk to Americans, they understand free speech in a way that we never have. Even before all this craziness, I always knew, having lived in the States back in the 80s and 90s, that, you know, that's a proper free speech nation. You can say what you want. It doesn't matter whether it's objectionable or racist or horrible or nasty. You can say it.
You kind of have to be there to recognise it, though, don't you?
Yeah.
I speak to lots of people in Britain who say, no, we're free, we have free speech. But we are fish in water. You can't see the oppression around you until you get out of it and look from the outside. Things are bad here. Things are really bad
They
here.
really are. I mean, I say it whenever you go anywhere, actually, in Europe. Not because of necessarily that they're more free than we are, because they might not be. But it just, there's a sense in Britain at the moment that the country is in dire trouble. It's in desperate straits.
We've forgotten our identity, who we are as a people. Over 1900 years, we were a Christian country. And we have the evidence going all the way back to Christ, for goodness sake, that we've been founded on his values. And now we're like, wait a minute, we don't need them because we can be good without them. We could just be like secular idealists and everything's progressive, and whatever you're doing in the 4 corners of your own home, as long as you're not hurting anyone, it's all good. It's like we used to know there was an objective good and objective evil, and now it's whatever you take for granted yourself, which has let the Islamic people come in and say, actually, we have a standard. And so young men are like, well, we want tradition, we want standards, we want something to live up to. And so they're joining Islam because Christianity is so weak, effeminate, and gay, and they're looking for strength, and they see it in Islam. Whereas it should be the church standing up and say, actually, no, this is, we are strong people, this is a Christian faith.
The church is a pretty good indication, really, of where it's all gone wrong, though, isn't it?
It is, 100%.
You know.
Like, we don't even think...
One of the 2 contenders for the Archbishop of Canterbury's job was a woman who had come here illegally from Iran.
Oh, yes.
And has now become a bishop of some kind.
The very first thing you do in this country is break the law.
Yeah.
And somehow you put it on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Like, gone, you're gone. Anyone that comes to this country that breaks the law should automatically be gone.
Of course.
If you come to our country and break our way of life, you're deported.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's not even open for debate, is it? Why should it be?
But this is what we need to get back to: common sense.
Yeah.
Everyone who's governing our country should be from our country, and they should have they should use our language, they should have our faith, they should share our values.
Yeah.
It's all very simple.
Yeah.
This is what we need to get back to, Mike.
Sounds easy.
In the Independent Republic of Mike Graham.
In the Independent Republic of Mike Graham, yes. It all happens.
We're in talks with Calvin.
We are in talks with Calvin for a show on the burgeoning new network that we've got coming up called UK Live Online. And hopefully we can find some kind of arrangement which will suit both of us. And we're looking forward to that, along with some other people that we're talking to as well. How about this from Kiki? We're in a spiritual war. Look at Baphomet, the goat-headed being. The original spelling is Muhammad, French for Muhammad. Okay. I wasn't expecting that to finish the show with, but there we are.
One more from Barry Davies here.
Where can I buy Father Calvin's book?
That's a good question.
I'm looking on Amazon.
We can't put books like this on Amazon, unfortunately, not yet. We're not that free. So the the Silent Jihad is available on shop.newchristianright.com.
Okay. Well, let's see what. If you tweak that out, we'll do the same. So people can find where to get their hands on it. But brilliant to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
Take a copy of Fake News, which is all about the unfortunate, shall we say, unfortunate kind of alliance.
We've gone black and it's not me.
There we go.
Unfortunate alliance between the media and the establishment, basically, because they don't tell you the truth. Shall we do a bit of Pooch's Pooch before we go?
Pooch's Pooch and then a quick handover. Let's do Pooch's Pooch now.
Okay.
Hello? Oh, hey, how are you? Hey! Yeah, did you get the treats? Well, he specifically wanted peanut butter. Yeah, peanut butter, treats, yeah, because we're gonna go for a ride later. We're gonna go to, I think we're gonna go for a ride and go to daycare. Camp, yeah. Well, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I'm hoping that Sarah will be there. And Farrell. Maybe Grandma, or I definitely think that we're gonna eat some treats. We're gonna see Sarah. We're gonna see Grandma. Maybe we'll see Bella. Or I'm not sure yet though. But maybe we'll go for a walk. We'll go potty. We'll see Grandma. And maybe we'll go get some tacos. We can go get a taco. Maybe some... He doesn't know what a taco is. He's never...
Wow, that's very funny. Love that dog. Pooch's Pooch every day, of course, just before we hand over to the magnificent Paul Cox, who is here right next door. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. How are you doing? Great. You've got a representative from God in your studio next door.
Yes.
I can almost feel the power from here.
Well, listen, it took a while to organise it, but, he's come down from heaven and, he's going to go back soon. So, there he is.
Come down from heaven. And a disco from the 70s as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've got it all here.
I'm trying to go back in time because where we are right now is troublesome. Let's go back to what was good, right?
I tell you what, Kelvin, that is a really good point. Let's go back to Kelvin land.
Yes. Isn't that the theme of your show today?
Yeah, it's not quite going, well, it is a little bit. I keep asking a question every day, Mike, about, over the last 20 years. I'm saying, my question today is what's been removed in the last 20 years that you'd like to bring back if you could?
Sanity.
Sanity does seem to be creeping closer to the top of the list.
Chivalry.
Just anything.
Yeah, we had good manners actually the other day as well. Good manners.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it, that we have very much weakened the fabric of our society over the last 20 years. And I want to know what people miss the most.
Good etiquette, not having your phone on loudspeaker on public transport, not shouting in restaurants.
What's that about?
Using knives and forks, just small things.
Yeah.
But that is very much a certain demographic, which on this channel we're not afraid to point out.
Very good. Excellent. Well, listen, you have a great show, and I will see you in due course. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to Calvin.
God bless.
Thanks to all of you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, at 7. After this, I'm going to be filming episode 8 of The Thought Police with Louis Schaefer.
Be the worst one yet.
It will be the worst one yet, because that's what we do every week. People quite like it, though, so, you keep on keeping on. And we'll see you in the morning at 7 sharp.
Good morning, common sensors. Thank you so much for joining the Little Wooden Cock Show. It's Cox flying solo, a solo Cox all week this week. Thanks very much to everybody who's come across from the Mike Graham Show. What a show that was this morning. It just gets better and better. Good morning all there from, what was it? The Chike. the Chike. Hey, the Chike. There was another one in there from somebody else as well saying, good morning, Paul. I'm ever so sorry. They're flashing through at this time. Great show, everyone. I'm not associated with that, so I'm not going to read it out. Morning, gentlemen. There's only one gentleman here, and it's me. And that's Tasty Cox from the Voice for England. Well, whatever floats your boat this time of day. But I'll tell you what will float your boat. The show I have got coming up. Wow. Have I got a great show for you today? Unfortunately, Mark Littlewood's not here. He's had to travel abroad to get a procedure for a rather exuberant accident during some special alone times. No reports back from Mark today. Last seen sipping champagne on a boat somewhere on the Mediterranean. I suspect he's making the same mistake again. If it's not solo, then it will be group activity this time. My advice to Littlewood is chill out, mate. You're in your 50s now. You can't keep making love to the world. However, like I say, I've got a massive show for you today. My presenter guest is the one and only Nick Dixon from Dixon Cox, the podcast that you can find on YouTube. Many of you will know who Nick Dixon is. I'm going to get him back onto the airwaves. I love him to bits. I've got such a fun-packed show. We've got the first segment of Crazy Climate News of the Week with Annika Sweetland, who will be joining us at 10:30. I've got Myron Sentinel Nathan coming up very shortly. We're going to talk about Lee Anderson's new policy about if you don't tidy up the garden in your council house, you'll be out. What do you think of that? And then later on in the show, we've got Matthew Holbert, the lefty that's never right, always wrong, but kind of lovely. And I'm going to ask him, should Burnham be wearing a suit or not? Let me know in the comments what you think about that also. And then later on in the show, I've got Harry Miller. You know who Harry Miller is, top ex-cop. Let's talk to Harry Miller about all sorts of things, including police officers dancing around in some sort of gender fluid way at some sort of gender fluid party. Things that we really don't need policing when we've got rapists rampaging around London. There's no point dancing half naked with the leather chaps on, boys. But that's the show today. So much to get on with. What am I going to talk to you about first of all? Well, I did just say to Mike that I've got a question for you all. In the last 20 years, what in Great Britain has been taken away from us that you would like returned? Now, I put this out on my X account, at Paul Cox Comedy, and I've had a few responses already. Mark Littlewood of Littlewood and Cox fame said, it's marbles. I agree with Mark. The UK has lost its marbles and we would like them back. Naomi Langford Wood, hey Naomi, hope you're watching, said, our manners. So true. We seem to have lost our manners. I don't know where it's gone. Zero Seats says justice. We have lost justice over the last 20 years and we would like to get some of that back. It does feel that way, doesn't it? Remember when police and the justice system were there to protect us? They weren't always getting it right. We've always had issues, but it feels like now they're there to protect the people that want to harm us. Doesn't it just? Doesn't it just indeed? And Nick, strangely and randomly, just says, Robbie Keane, and he's a Spurs fan. So Robbie Keane's gone in the last 20 years from Spurs, and he'd like him back. Of all the Spurs players, I know he was great, but of all the Spurs players that you would want, you know, I don't know why you'd want that one, but you could have Harry Keane back. The Chagos Islands, someone said in the comments, we've lost our voice, says Voice for England. What else have we got down here? I've got to go to do something, to do some baking. I can't sit chatting all day, and that's from Margaret Bates. Well, Margaret, you can still bake and listen to Littlewood and Cox, you know. You don't have to watch us. Obviously, watching us is very distracting due to my incredibly good looks. But we've also got the wonderful production team here today. I always like to give them a mention. We've got Luke the Duke. As I exposed yesterday, we discovered Luke laying drunk outside the studios just a few weeks ago. And because of the charitable people we are, we dragged him in. He's still drinking heavily, but he's pushing the buttons. So occasionally, if you see a mistake, forgive him. He's working hard. We've also got Princess Scarlett back in the room today. She's here giving us her royal reigns, and we're very grateful to have her too. In the newspapers today, what have we got? Let's have a quick look at the front pages. I know you probably would have seen this with Mike, but it's always good to go over it again. Look at this, by the way. The leader of our ages, Andy Burnham, playing guitar. I mean, I don't know. This seems the sort of picture and fun that you should have when the world's at peace and when your country isn't being raped to death. But not for Andy Burnham. He wants to distract us with his guitar and his Smith songs. And it also says in the headline, realistic. Burnham hints at tax increases in the budget. Oh, does he now? And by the way, I nearly forgot. That's the fire alarm. Here at UK Live Towers, we care so much about the risking of the lives of our presenters and production task that we test the fire alarm every Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, which of course I absolutely love. Why wouldn't I? Disrupting the first 5 minutes of my show. The Daily Mail, record 1 in 7 on antidepressants as pill use rockets. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the state of the country, by the way. We've got a lot going on there, haven't we? There are a lot of things to be depressed about in this country, and there are also a lot of things not being prevented to make us depressed. If you're rather calm and drugged, then you'll probably listen to the government. Just a conspiracy.
Got a super chat.
Got a super chat, says Luke the Duke. He's woken up from a super brew stupor and he shouted, we've got a super chat. It's from Simon Kilford. 50 English pounds from Simon Kilford. That deserves a tug on the collar. Clapping there from Scarlett the Princess. Duke the Luke's clapping. He doesn't know why. He thinks that's going to bring him another special brew. If we could get one for Luke, that would be great. We need to keep him going for the rest of the show. In the Sun, we've got a war on deadly dual ride vids. Now, this is a terrible story, really. Anyone who's got young or adolescents out there that are of driving age and are out there, and they're also on TikTok, and they're watching these videos of people just essentially driving down the wrong side of the dual carriageway or motorway or whatever. That's terribly sad. I mean, Mike called them scoundrels and rogues, and it's difficult not to agree with Mike, isn't it? You know, these kids have 37 convictions between them. It's incredibly sad for them, and especially those left behind that they are now departed. But they put the lives of the local community at risk. They put the policemen's lives at risk, and sadly, we lost 2 of them. We do kind of tend to lean towards the perpetrators of crimes and make them the victims in modern age, don't we? So what do you think about that? Voice for English said, well done at Simon Kilford, the Killionaire. He is. Apparently Simon did win the lottery, and I'm glad that he's spending all of his lottery winnings on the Mike Graham Show and UK Live Online. Well, I'd like to go to our first guest now. Our first guest is Mayan Central Nathan. Are you there, Mayan? Ah, there he is. Look, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good, mate. Doing good.
Great. Are you a dentist?
I am a dentist. I'm actually in my surgery right now. That's what you're seeing behind me. So sorry about the background.
No, please don't apologise. I just thought you were just... it was either that or you were just about to have a checkup, which is absolute commitment. Look at those teeth.
Yeah, I'm
What
always
an
committed.
advert.
If Charlotte gives me a call, it doesn't matter what's going on. I'm coming in. That's it.
Shout out to Charlotte. She is the best. By the way, what an advert for a dentist with teeth like that, Myron. That is... look at that. Give me a smiley. Look at that. That's £1 million quid. Look at that. My God, what a good-looking man. I now feel slightly embarrassed. Hey, that's not what we're here to talk about. Although we can do, if you want to follow Myron, then we'll put up his stuff. We'll put up his credits on the screen later, and you can DM him and see if you can get one of those smiles too. But I'd like to talk to you about Lee Anderson and the new reform policy, Myron. Is this a good idea? I mean, he's saying that council house owners don't tidy their gardens, and then they'll have them removed.
Yeah, I think what Lee and Reform are doing is they're shifting the balance from a sense of rights to a sense of responsibility. And now there is that shift is really important, because when we've had almost 2 decades just giving out welfare, giving out social housing, being kind of food bank to the world, there is now an urgency to kind of bring back the preciousness of public services, to bring back the sanctity and make people realise it's a privilege to enter into social housing. It's a privilege to gain welfare. And this kind of carries on with the whole notion of what Reform is doing with making everything about British citizenship. And even going further in this case with the social housing, making it about British born citizens. And I think that is really kind of moving things further along in the Overton window. We live in a kind of post-mass migration era, which is what I always talk about. And given that situation, citizenship has been kind of handed out like Smarties. It's devalued the concept of citizenship. And as a result of that, you're seeing even, half of social housing in London being given to someone who has been born overseas. And yes, they might be citizens, but nonetheless, it's reflective of a post-mass migration era, which nobody voted for. And reform is going even further along the Overton window to actually say it should be for British-born citizens. And I think that is, again, protecting the sanctity of citizenship, protecting the sanctity of public services, social housing, welfare, all of that. And look, that would mean my dad doesn't get access to kind of wouldn't be prioritized in terms of social housing, and I'm actually fine with that. I think that's absolutely the right decision given the situation, the scarcity of resources, and the situation we're facing with the population explosion.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. You were born and raised in this country, Myron, but your father wasn't. However, I'm sure your father and I'm sure you, because you're a dentist with fabulous teeth, have contributed incredibly well to the coffers. And this is the point of this policy, isn't it? This is about people that have put in. So if you put in, you can take out. And it makes a lot more sense to prioritise that than it does somebody who's very unlikely to have ever put in and is also very unlikely statistically to put in beyond that point. And it's about a pride, I think. The first 7 years of my life, I grew up on a newly built council estate until my dad was able to move us off. And I remember people taking great pride, particularly in their front gardens, because they were on show. The front garden represented you. That's where it felt. So if you wanted to pass someone's front garden, it had a nice picket fence, or the borders were done well, the grass was cut, it represented who lived in that house. And they were proud to live in there. It wasn't about the fact that they had social housing and perhaps they couldn't afford a mortgage. And this was pre-Thatcher, by the way. So it creates a pride. It's like the broken windows theory, isn't it? If you get everybody looking after their property, then you are going to encourage other people to do that also, aren't you?
No, absolutely. I mean, you talk about putting in and then taking out. I mean, people might use that argument for, say, people, foreign nationals. I've put into the system for many, many years. I've been on indefinite leave to remain. And why can't I get access to welfare? But I actually think it's less about this kind of insurance system with the state about what you put in and what you take out, but actually preserving the concept of citizenship. Citizenship should be about belonging and a sense of exclusive loyalty towards this country. And I think because we've had such a population explosion, because we've given indefinite leave to remain and then citizenship so freely, people just don't know what it is to be British anymore. People just don't understand what citizenship actually means anymore. And so what does it mean to belong to this country? When we say we in the British sense, who are we talking about when you have people coming here who perhaps don't have that loyalty to this country? And so I think we need this kind of reform policy is edging towards somehow protecting and, as I said, preserving the sanctity of citizenship towards the country, so that if you say we as a nation, there is a kind of a sense of cohesive unity and a sense of identity that we can all buy into, and also a massive sense of loyalty. And all of that comes in with the state saying, look, if I'm going to give you something, who am I giving it to? It's people who are working. It's people who are contributing, yes. It's people who are making the right decisions. And it's people who are British citizens, not foreign nationals. It's not xenophobic to say that. It's something that is absolutely necessary to rein back in the recklessness of what's been going on over the last 30 odd years. And so, I'm really behind reforms policy, and especially about the British born. I think it's the right step to take. I might even go further in some situations, to believe it or not.
Yeah, well, this is because the left, whether it's been the left under the Tories, the left under the Labour Party, have been able to set the narrative and create the framework in which we had the discussion. We are now at a point in the UK where if you talk about people being born in Britain, that's immediately associated in people's minds with some sort of racialisation of the debate, or calling somebody racist, which used to work incredibly well, because that was when people took racism incredibly seriously, because it hadn't been undermined by some of these ridiculous narratives. Obviously now when someone's called a racist, you're never sure whether they are or not, or whether someone just disagrees with them. And of course, when it comes to this, particularly this policy, it appears very easy in the first instance for opponents to reform, and Lee Anderson and Nigel Farage, just to say, well, isn't this incredibly racist? And then people just nod along. It's not racist at all, is it? To say someone is British born, it's got nothing to do with their race. It's got nothing to do with their skin colour. We're not talking about a far right policy here. We're just talking about people being born in this country and people who contribute to the coffers. I'd like to move the conversation on slightly, because I've not spoken to you before, and you are great teeth, representing, really just look very handsome. I'm getting twinges I've never had, but so thank you very much, mate, for that. But we had this pamphlet come out last week from the Labour government telling people of foreign national born, largely illegal migrants coming on the boat, saying you can't do X, Y and Z. And X, Y and Z were absolutely harrowing. Like, you need to have consent from a woman before you touch her inappropriately or rape her, or, women have their own they have their own sovereignty. They're allowed to make decisions for themselves. What did you make of this last week, Maureen?
I mean, I actually think this pamphlet is a watershed moment, and I think that it's actually breached the kind of ideological firewall of the left. Because I heard people like, obviously, Andy Burnham, Lucy Powell, even Barry Gardiner trying to defend this situation, and their defence was pathetic. There was no defence for this, because what it shows is the government actually know that these individuals are disproportionately likely to commit sexual assault, yet they are inserting them into communities consciously, deliberately, without detention. And so they're deliberately putting women and girls at risk. And it's so astounding to hear Bridget Phillipson talking about reform, in particular saying they're a danger to women and girls, when they're actually implementing this policy consciously. And I think, look, we need to move on from their defence was, we understand that there's different cultures. But I think we need to move on from that language and say, look, it's not about culture. It's not about what food you eat or what language or what etiquette you have. They live in a different moral universe. If you normalise child marriage, like in Iraq, for example, I think the age of consent is 9 years old, and you have large numbers of people coming from these countries where child marriage is normalised, that is a different moral universe. It's not just a different culture in that sense. It's far more severe than that. And I think what we're witnessing with this government is an extremist policy that's been implemented. And if I could refer the government to Prevent, I mean, Prevent's useless anyway, but if I could refer the government to Prevent, I would. But what's indisputable now is that across the board, this pamphlet has made it clear that all cultures are not the same. Right, and therefore Tom Smith from Cornwall and Abdul from Kabul are not the same people. They're not likely to be the same people, because cultures impact behaviour, obviously, and this pamphlet is an admission of that. And so that's why I said it's breached the ideological firewall on the left, and I think this is a watershed moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It was definitely a mask-off moment where people were like, well, why would we need this? And by the way, it wasn't, because it was only largely printed in English, it wasn't aimed really at the people that it was targeted at. So we're all collectively, it's a somewhat weird form of socialism, communism, where there's one problem that's specific to one demographic, but what we have to do is say to everybody, you can't do this. And most of us are going, well, we never would. Who is this? And for those that are disconnected with politics, by the way, they're looking at that going, is this actually going on? Because there are definitely people, particularly in Lib Dem voting areas, because why else would you vote Lib Dem if you don't have anything to worry about? They're now starting to have their attention drawn towards this, and they're seeing day in, day out in publications like The Sun, story after story of these incidents happening. I don't think this is going to stop with a pamphlet. This is going to have to stop with new immigration policy. Would you agree with that, Mayan?
Absolutely. I mean, the pamphlet was, I mean, it was so interesting, wasn't it? They kind of used the term, your asylum status could be revoked, and it was the language of speaking to a toddler about potentially the individuals committing the most horrendous crimes. I mean, you had two Afghan individuals raping this woman who was stargazing and holding her date at knife point. I mean, do we honestly think this pamphlet would have changed that situation? Do we think they could have even read this pamphlet, even if it was even in their own language? This is the kind of uselessness that the government have implemented. And like like I said, they are sacrificing women and girls at the altar of multiculturalism. This is about multiculturalism. It feeds into the ecosystem of the rape gangs and the Henry Novak case. All of that feeds into this same psychological impression of we cannot disturb the status quo of multiculturalism. It's too painful. And the Labour government would rather let women and girls suffer than actually implement detention policies. Like I said, I know it's too far for Labour to leave the ECHR, repeal the Human Rights Act and all of that. It's too much for Labour. But at least detain them. At least detain them, please. That will be a major step forward.
Yeah, we are seeing actual evidence of this where they are in camps where they're allowed to roam freely, and they're out in the communities, and particularly in places like Brighton and Bournemouth. And it's no coincidence, because where the culture is so different and their attitude towards women and sex is so different, and then they're in hotels in essentially seaside resorts in the UK where, you know, at this time of the year, women are, by their estimates, completely undressed. Of course they're not, and they have the choice to dress as they wish or not dress as they wish. And, you know, we treat them with respect. They just absolutely don't know how to manage this situation. And until somebody admits that there's a problem, or admits that there is one culture that's different to another, or agrees what the preferred culture is, this isn't going to change. This is just simply not going to change, is it?
No, it's a complete lack of courage. And I'd even add, you know, when an individual or a government is not going to sort out this mess. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Do they refer to these individuals as asylum seekers and refugees or illegal migrants? That is the language is critical, because if they're asylum seekers and refugees, it means they have a legitimate case to be heard. They have to go through due process and so on and so forth. And they'll probably end up staying and they won't get deported. But the moment you label them as illegal migrants, they become criminals who have broken into your country. And therefore, detain and deport is the only solution. And so when I hear Andy Burnham say these refugees, these asylum seekers and so on, you know he hasn't got the courage, the muscle, the conviction to actually deal with this. And this is going to be Andy Burnham's Achilles heel. He can talk about making teas and tea bags and bus fares and all the rest of it, as playing guitar with Ukrainian soldiers. He can do all of that. At the end of the day, his undoing will be immigration, because he just does not have the conviction or the muscle to deal with it.
Oh, brilliantly said, Myron. Look, where can people find you?
Oh, I'm just on X and Myron Central Nathan, and yeah, that's where I am.
We have one bit of advice from many people in our comments, and that is you get new batteries for the clock behind you, because the time is fixed and it's not the right time. At least set it to 2:30.
Yeah. Your audience is so sharp. I was trying to put my head in the way of it somehow, but yeah, it's a good spot. It's a good spot. I have to work on that.
Myron, you've been an absolutely wonderful guest. I really would love you to come back at some point. Until next time, take care, my friend.
Thank you.
Myron Central Nathan there. What a great interview that was. We've got some super chats. Let's have a look at those on screen now if we can. Shoot the link. This is from Uncle Joe. It's all about not making your council property like a pigsty and living like ferals. People had pride and dignity of being British. That's £10 from Uncle Joe. Absolutely right, Uncle Joe. It's the broken windows theory, isn't it? You start tidying up, one or two people start looking after their front gardens. You know, we don't ask a lot, do we? And it's not just foreign nationals, by the way. This is true of many people, but it gets very lax. So people just think, what's the point? The Chike 66, absolutely brilliant guest, Paul. Well, yes, I mean, it's not all down to me. Some of it's down to Charlotte as well, by which I mean all of it's down to Charlotte as well. Look, we're going to go to the news now, but before we do, let me tell you, don't go anywhere. We've got our first segment of crazy climate news of the week with Annika Sweetland coming up. And that, by the way, is going to be brilliant. But let's see what Edward Hughes has to tell us.
Hello. I'm Edward Hughes. Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Tehran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, The Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi. And External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, tigers.
Crazy climate news of the week.
That means one thing. Annika Sweetland is here. How you doing, Annika?
I'm really good. Thank you so much.
I'm so glad you came back. This is now going to be a weekly thing. You came on last week. The conversation was so fascinating to me. I've always wanted to have this conversation with someone with the qualifications more than just being on the internet talking about it. You have those. You're an ex-climate scientist, Annika.
Yes, ex-climate scientist. I also advised in energy policy for the Australian government. So yeah, it is something that I can talk about with a little bit of experience and authority rather than just an interest, which is handy because arguably energy policy and environmental policy is the most pressing issue facing our country right now.
I agree. Look, can we put up, just to show that, can we put up clip 1, please, which is a headline very recently from The Times, which reads, Thames Water says hosepipe ban will last until the end of the year. So, of course, you know, we see these things year in, year out, but no one ever discusses why. Why are these water bans here? It's not just because the weather's warm and the grass has gone a bit brown. We haven't made, you know, we haven't prevented this from happening at all. We haven't made the right decisions to do so, have we?
Yeah, I mean, this really puzzled me because I lived in Australia for 25 years. A country that is legitimately susceptible to drought, and never once can I remember an outright hosepipe ban. So we actually have a lovely graph which shows some of the rainfall. Yeah, let's get the
graph up. That is image number 5, and that's Britain's wettest mountains, is that right?
Yes. So this chart clearly shows that parts of our country have some of the highest rainfall in the world. So given that...
It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is when you look at it that way. So either our water is managed very poorly or our demand really is too great. So I did some digging, and the first thing I want to say is that a hosepipe ban is a very reactive policy. And policy built from reaction is never going to form the solid foundation for our future. And everything we do in this country seems to be so reactive rather than proactive. You know, Australians prepare for drought all the time. It's illegal to water your garden during the day. There's a rota in place for the day of the week which you water your garden. And there's an annual sprinkler switch off in the winter. You know, meanwhile, we wait for drought and then respond to it. Paul, why is it that we clutch to crisis in this country rather than strengthening ourselves so that we can ride any wave?
Well, I think this is about control, and it's about controlling the narrative. If you can scare people, particularly with hosepipe bans, and by the way, I've hardly ever seen anyone using their hosepipe this summer, I just think that they have not done enough and they want to scare us into submission.
Yeah, I completely agree. A population that is fearful is willing to comply to crazy things. And something that the article goes on to say is that DEFRA, the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, is considering giving Southern Water the power to ban the filling up of public swimming pools. That is literally the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. What a load of bollocks.
What a load of bollocks indeed. The first bollocks of a Tuesday morning from Annika Sweetland. You're absolutely right. There are many things that we could do, and I think we should probably put up clip number 2, which is another story from The Guardian. Now, The Times you might think is slightly centre-right. I don't anymore. It's centre-left. But we know where The Guardian sits on this. And Thames Water plans to restart desalination plant after drought has ended. What's all this about?
Right. Basically, I mean, in terms of managing the demand of water supply, a desalination plant is designed to operate in periods of drought to provide 1 million water for 1 million people. But I don't think we've completed a new water infrastructure project in this country in the last 30 years.
No, we haven't. I'm aware of one that is underway, which is not too far from where I live, but that's not going to come online for some time yet.
Yeah, 2040, I believe.
And that's coming, and that's water that's flowing off of the South Downs into a basin not too far from Portsmouth. But that water isn't going to be used by the people in that area. It's going to be pumped elsewhere, which makes you wonder why elsewhere have not managed to build anything themselves. Why do you think that local authority after local authority have failed to try and mitigate this risk at all?
Look, it is poorly managed, but that can be fixed with the right people in the right jobs. I don't know whether the department is run by monkeys at the minute or what's going on, but a very real looming catastrophe is the demand side. And every additional person coming into this country creates additional demand for an already scarce resource. And the Environment Agency's latest national framework says that England alone will have over 71 million people by 2025. And this is actually 8 million more than they're planning for. And a press release from the Environment Agency says we could face a 5 billion litre public water shortage without urgent action. And if we are expecting these millions of people, where's the corresponding infrastructure?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Actually, just to reiterate that point, can we put back up the first graph that we saw, Luke the Duke? Because if we are so short of water, what about all of these millions of millilitres of water that's falling in Western Scotland, in the Lake District, in Snowdon? If you just gathered all that up,
yes,
you would definitely be able to solve this problem overnight, wouldn't you?
Yes. We need catchments, we need reservoirs. In Australia, there's actually a system which the water is electronically monitored all the time. So you can go into the National Water Database. They account for it very much like they would for their dollars. And you can see exactly how many litres is in the system at any given time. But I suppose, it has been poorly managed. But also, it's kind of like if you were having a party, Paul, and, you're trying to host a really good party. You think, oh, yeah, I'll get 10 litres of booze. That should do, about 4 people? And
if we're in Australia.
Then all of a sudden, what if people turn up uninvited?
What if people turn up? And imagine what sort of people that metaphor could be used against. So look, we've got a situation here where we've got high demand of water, we're not catching the water, and we've got a rising population, which we're doing nothing about. It doesn't take an ex-climate scientist to work out what the problem is here, does it?
No, I mean, it's very obvious, which is why, this is crazy climate news of the week, because it's just too bonkers to actually believe. But the thing is, they did try and put a plan in place. The plan, coming back to that desalination plant article, which will reopen in winter, it was a £250 million Beckton desalination plant. And this was built at the taxpayer's expense, so we wouldn't end up in a situation where they can threaten to close all public swimming pools, right? It's no more learning to swim, even though we live on an island and swimming, really good for your health, probably reduces pressure on the NHS. But God forbid, don't fill up the public pools, for God's sake. That will lead to them closing, by the way, due to evaporation. But sure, by all means, let 700 new people a week come into this country to decimate our already scarce water supply. Even more. But when it comes to the British people, they make us fork out for a desalination plant, promise the plant will be in operation in times of drought, and will provide water for up to 1 million people so that we don't need a hosepipe ban. But in the last 15 years, this is the kicker, in the last 15 years, it's only opened 5 times, and it has never been operational during an actual drought. And the bloody things cost us £500 million, and to top it all off, my delphiniums have died.
That is a major. Look, it's a very good point, because all we ever hear about is what's happened as a result of man-made climate change. What we never hear about is the fact that any questions about whether it's man-made or not, or whether this is just a natural cycle of the Earth's historical pattern, and the things that we can do about it, and on top of that, that they know we can do about it, but are failing to deliver with public money. You pointed out excellently there the Beckton plant of desalination, which is just not operational. So they're saying you've got to pay. You're the problem, you're causing the problem, and you've got to pay. And if someone like yourself who knows this stuff says, well, hang about, you've known about this for a long time, you know what the problems are,
30 years.
you know what's compounding the problems, why are they not doing anything about it?
Exactly, and let's just lay it out a bit more clearly. Right, I'm going to ask you a question now, Paul. Don't worry, it's about grade 3 level. So
that's one level above me, you know, Annika.
A hypothetical desalination plant designed to mitigate against drought needs servicing. The question is this: when should we close the plant to service it? Is it A, in summer when drought is highly likely, or is it B, in winter when drought is highly unlikely?
Well, I'm going to go with B, in winter when drought is highly unlikely, Annika.
Well done.
Yay!
Now, if only Thames Water could have judged that. You know, as I said, it's almost as if monkeys are in charge. Now, either Thames Water are lying to us and don't give a toss, which I find very likely considering the rest of the current government and their agencies, or they really are completely stupid.
I'm starting to lean towards they're really completely stupid. And I think that climate alarmism is an excellent tool for them to use, because if you are stupid and you are doing nothing about it when you know you can, then why not lean into this ridiculous conspiracy theory that humans are causing all of the problems, and therefore you've got 70 million plus of them to blame in our country.
Exactly. They are feeding into their own narrative. So not doing anything about storing water or conserving water or managing water for the last 30 years, whilst allowing our population to grow outrageously, creates the water scarcity that they predicted in their terrible models, which we went through last week. And I think we'll get onto this in a minute, but also they can attribute things like that to deaths due to climate change.
Look, this is a very good segue, actually. Luke the Duke, let's get up image number 3, please, because this is another, surprise, surprise, Guardian article. Dangerously hostile. Heat waves leave hospital wards unsafe, data reveals. What's going on here, Annika?
Look, reactive hose pipe bans and failed desalination plants are one thing, but lack of preparation for our hottest is absurd. You know, they're happy to shut down the entire economy over COVID to save lives, but they won't install air conditioners for the same purpose. And in this article, it says that temperatures on hospital wards averaged 32 degrees in July, and surgeries were cancelled because operating theatres' cooling units stopped working. So people aren't just at increased risk of dying from the heat, but now they're cancelling potentially life-saving surgeries because the theatre's temperature can't be regulated. I mean, what's the point of inventing air conditioning if we don't take advantage of it?
Look, to use a well-known phrase used by you, what a load of bollocks.
What a load of
Could
bollocks.
we get, just to prove the bollocks, could we please get up image 4, please? This is another fascinating graph that Annika's pointed in our direction. And this shows air conditioning in homes around the world. So we're made to believe in the UK that because air conditioning is so evil, it's hardly used anywhere, so why would we want to use it? Look at this. Japan and the United States, greater than 90% of people have them. China, 80%. East Asia, 30%.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the most powerful card we can play as human beings in the 21st century, is the ability to control the temperature in our environment. You know, how do you think deserts became urban? And once again, this is just dismally poor planning. If the goal was genuinely to reduce deaths linked to climate change, the current approach is not merely suboptimal, it's, you know, intuitively counterproductive. And if you purchase a new home, for example, I'm sure these building regulations apply across the spectrum, it's very unlikely it's going to have air conditioning in it, because the official line is to prioritise passive measures like clever design, shading and ventilation, because as you just touched on, air conditioning is energy hungry and therefore bad for the planet. So most developers don't bother. You know, it's a whole lot of extra regulatory processes, thermal modelling, huge amounts of justification documents. So the political class in this country have constructed a regulatory system that actively discourages the single most effective technology for preventing these deaths when heat waves occur.
It's incredible. I think this is quite sinister as well, because air conditioning is quite clearly a solution to the problem. And if you've got a solution to the problem, it means people aren't going to talk about the problem anymore. So they're like, well, we better not have air conditioning because people aren't going to talk about the climate alarmism that we're setting. And also the offset of the cost of the energy required to power air conditioning is massive, because you don't have people going into hospitals in the same way. You don't have the same death rates. You genuinely have a more comfortable society.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're completely right. They know the solutions are there, but they don't bring them in, because then we wouldn't be talking. And I recently read Mike Graham's new book, Fake News, which I highly recommend. It's brilliant. And he talks about malinformation, which is the releasing of media articles like, you know, people can't go into surgeries for their, you know, life or death operation because the air conditioning unit stopped working. That incites anger, that creates anger and inflammation in the audience. And I think, coming back to the sinister point you made, this is what they want. They want people to get riled up and angry.
Because there are people that are very susceptible to fear. We saw that throughout COVID. We've seen that in terms of right versus left politics. Anybody who's on the right is seen as racist. We should fear racists. With regards to this, anybody who questions climate change is evil, because the powers that be have told you that climate change is going to kill you. So if there are people out there going, don't worry, it's not going to kill you, but you've been told by the authority, and you've suspended all of your autonomy to the state, and the state say to you, they're right and Annika and Paul are wrong, then of course they're going to fear us now for questioning it. So what we've got is this situation where actually in normal circumstances, these people would be critical thinkers, they would have a relative amount of intelligence, and they would say, well, hang on a minute, what's the proof behind this? And hasn't this been going on forever anyway? And I've not seen any change. And actually the sea levels haven't risen. We've got photographs now that are 200 years old that show the sea levels exactly where they were then. We've been told in that time the sea levels have grown by metres. Yeah. So there is a control of the narrative, and if it wasn't for people like you, Annika, there still would be.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to the sea level, when the World Meteorological Organization made those, created the IPCC in 1988 and made those very scary predictions, you know, entire nations were predicted to be underwater by the year 2000. Guess what? We're still here. Yeah. When they made those predictions, this is the sinister part of this, is that they actually had the satellite data at that time, because they were looking at satellite data from 1969. They knew the sea level wasn't rising, and they still came out with this fear-mongering narrative. This is a little bit off topic, but it's on, you know, government fear-mongering. That alarm signal for the wildfires, did you get that the other day?
Did I get that? Yeah, 3 times.
Wasn't it so easy to distinguish who of your friends or family are very easily scared by the media? They didn't even bother sending it to me. I didn't get it. Oh no, they did not even bother. Trust me, I am the least likely victim for that. But you know,
people did dismiss it. They really did, though. I mean, there were lots of people that were incredibly scared. Yeah, there were, and that's the point I was going to make. There were genuinely people out there that got very scared. And what do you do at that point? You don't say to them, you don't need to worry, although that is the actual point, because when you are actually scared about something, the last thing you want to hear is the complete dismissal of that, particularly when you have said, I believe in the government, why would the government not look after me? That was a very political piece of brinkmanship by the Labour Party, by Louise Haigh, by the way, who is the Deputy Prime Minister that signed that off in Burnham's absence because he was on holiday, to say, look, we've got control and I want to make a name for myself. About barbecues. We're treating people like kids, and they need people to be like children, because if you're not thinking like a child, you're not going to believe this claptrap, are you?
Yeah, I mean, just, another Orwellian measure, basically. But coming back to the air conditioners, there's absolutely no excuse to not have air conditioners, especially in hospitals, nursing homes and schools. I mean, I went to school in, 37, 38, 39 degrees. You just stay inside in the air conditioning. Are they really expecting parents to stay home from work just because their children can't go to school?
The biggest problem that the authorities in this country that want to scare you have got is there's people like you in this country that have got experiences elsewhere. I work with a guy called Will Kingston. He's also from Australia. He says exactly the same thing. Anyone you know who lives in South America or in Asia, as that image number 4 will show us once again, people all over the world are using air conditioning to solve the problems.
Yeah.
In Arizona, in Las Vegas, these are places that would be barren deserts if it was not for the ability to pump water around or to use air conditioning.
Yeah.
So you are here as living proof that actually you can live in climates much hotter than ours and still be absolutely fine if you just allow the solutions to be put in place.
Exactly. And, speaking to that graph, which shows just how far behind we are from the rest of the world, it's actually been 100 years since air conditioners were installed in movie theatres around the world, and they don't seem to break down in the heat. So surely operating theatres, where it's a life and death situation, is a little bit more important than a movie.
Isn't that sinister? And by the way, every migrant hotel in this country has got air conditioning.
I don't want to hear that, Paul.
In all of its rooms.
I don't want to. No, I don't want to hear that.
They do, I'm afraid.
So maybe that graph is more like 5% now.
Yeah, well, we know that every hotel has got it. This room I'm sat in now has got it. I'm giving off so much heat in here to the energy and skill and wit that they have to manage the temperature.
Loving it.
Pooch is actually taking his tie off over there. Pooch actually wanders around 90% of the time just in his undercrackers, and that's not because he wants me to see what's going on there. And boy, is there a lot going on there. But it's because I just give off so much heat, and we need air conditioning in the room. Look, we're going to have to leave it there, Annika. But one thing I do know is there's no way this conversation's going to stop. We and the viewers want crazy climate news of the week to continue. Are you happy to come back every Tuesday and talk about this?
Yes, I would absolutely love to. I'll look forward to it with bated breath. I have so much more to talk to you about, and I'm really looking forward to it.
What an incredible guest. Thank you so much, Annika. Tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me on X at Annika_climate. That's ANIKA.
Do go and follow Annika. She's always talking about this stuff. She'll be back next Tuesday. Thank you so much, Annika.
Thank you, Paul.
Wow, what a conversation. Before we go to our next guest, I just want to go through some of the comments because everybody absolutely loved Annika Sweetland there for various reasons. I'm not going to read some of them out, you dirty old buggers. But a lot of people going on about net zero being an absolute con. I think Annika would absolutely agree with that, and I do too. A lot of people saying that they are now using air conditioning in their homes, or they're finding it incredibly difficult to do so because local councils are not able to have that put in. Mook P says, thank you, Annika. Keep up the great work. Pigeon Peas says, Annika is fab. Cookie Boy says, already following Annika. That is. Darren Jones says, sorry?
You get arrested for following it.
Yes, I mean, only follow Annika online, please. Please. Otherwise, we will have to call the police who are too busy actually policing tweets. But Darren Jones says, no one walks away from Jesus, Rico, Los Angeles. Not sure what that means, but thank you very much, Darren Jones. Red Wine says, I do feel a little guilty with my car aircon on and other drivers with the window down. Well, don't feel guilty about that. This is the point, isn't it? The only reason you feel guilty is because the government has told you that. if someone hasn't got air conditioning in their car or it's not working, that's not your problem. You've got it. Cool yourself down. Perhaps those people don't want to use their air conditioning. Perhaps they just want cool breeze on their face. Hevchip, who's a regular, says Annika is great. Well, I'm glad you think that, Hevchip, because Annika's going to be back every single Tuesday at 10:30, and we are going to have crazy climate change news of the week. So there's so much more to look forward to. Please keep putting your comments in there. But we're going to go across to someone now that we can all love to hate, and that is Matthew Holbert. How are you doing, Matthew?
I'm good. I was just sat here thinking that, you know, I'm a true believer that that climate change is real and that it's caused by human beings. But we're not here to discuss climate change, are we, Paul?
Of course you do. No, we're not. I think as you're likely to come on after Annika most weeks, what I'm going to do is maybe at some point introduce you to, and we can have that debate. Because I think it's, you know, my point is that we often hear your side of the debate, and that Annika is someone who studied and has a degree in climate change and is starting to see it from a different perspective. Look, Matthew, thanks so much for coming on. I'm always joking that you're always wrong. But one of the reasons I want to have you on is because, I don't just want to sit in an echo chamber here, as comfortable as that is. You know, it's very comfortable to sit in an echo chamber. But not only are you what we would call, from our perspective, a lefty, you're a Lib Dem lefty as well, which is the worst kind of lefty because they add no value. You're like a wasp. I don't mean that at all, Matthew. But I genuinely respect you and I respect your views. And I wanted to talk to you about Andy Burnham. Now, you're not a Labour man, you're a Lib Dem man, but Andy Burnham's on the left, and he's someone that the Lib Dems could go into coalition with. And there's been a lot of criticism of Andy Burnham in recent times about his attire, much in the same way as there has been about President Zelensky of Ukraine. Now, he turned up in Ukraine yesterday in a rather casual T-shirt, then started playing the guitar like David Brent. But my question to you is, does it really matter if Burnham doesn't wear a suit or not, Matthew?
So, I mean, I think it's good that he's being authentic. You know, we say we want authentic politicians, and then the moment we get one, we say, no, you must look and act and be exactly like this. And so, you know, I think that's my main point there. It's good to see him switching it up. Now, you know, I'm sure he'll be taking advice as to when he can look a bit more relaxed and when he can't. I personally didn't have any issue with the what he was wearing for the Ukraine visit, because I think that the Ukrainian president often dresses down, and so I didn't think it seemed out of place there. But it will be interesting to see what Andy wears moving forward. I was just sat here thinking that, you know, when I do these little bits, I love to wear a tie, basically because it's the only chance I have to wear a tie, and so I have a wide tie collection, Paul. You won't be surprised to hear, and so, you know, I use this opportunity to do that. But ultimately, that is my choice.
Yes, and I guess it's all about choice, and I don't think anyone's saying that he shouldn't do it. It's about representation. It's about, you know, do we have the right representation of the UK in what is very serious times? So I think from the right, looking at this, many people are saying, and it might not be true or not, so let's discuss it, but many people are saying, we want our Prime Minister to be taken seriously. We want to take him seriously too. And more importantly, we want him to take the situation seriously. And therefore, when he's wandering around in his PE kit, the optics are that he's not doing so. And when he's sitting down with his guitar and asking the guy if he knows who the Smiths are, Nanny Lulu says here, don't agree with anything that Matthew says, but I do like him and appreciate his willingness to come in and be tackled. No, you always are, Matthew. And, you know, we've had some really strong debates, you know, robust debates over, you and I not so much because I always capitulate to your charms, but we definitely have had some strong debates. But what do you make of this view from the right that I believe in, that we want Andy Burnham to take us seriously? In order for us to take him seriously and him to take himself seriously, he needs to dress appropriately.
Yeah, but I go back to my previous point that we say we want authentic politicians. We say we don't just want, you know, people who are in effect robots who all act and dress and speak the same. We've now got someone who is much more his own person, certainly much more than we ever thought Keir Starmer was. And I thought it was totally authentic that he played along with that guy on the guitar. I thought that was exactly something that Andy Burnham would do. So I think we need to make our mind up as a country. Do we want identikit politicians? If we do want that, then I guess Andy Burnham breaks that mold. Or do we want people who know who they are and who are prepared to be, to change things around a little bit? Another thought occurred to me as well, Paul, which is that women must be sat out there having a wry smile that finally a male politician is being judged about what they wear. Because, of course, for women, it's something that happens every day.
Yeah, that is true. People do judge women for what they're wearing. I'm pleased that you sort of crowbarred that argument in, because for me it speaks to the wider issue, and I don't disagree with you actually on that. I think women, and I work with women on the right and the left, and they get a disproportionately large amount of stick by comparison to me. I work with Alex Phillips on a Sunday morning. Alex Phillips, right, has got very strong views. She's clearly a reform voter. She's somebody who knows Nigel Farage very well, so she's got the inside track, and she's been, shall we say, outspoken about some of Nigel Farage's and Reform's opponents. But if I was to say something like she does about Restore, let's say, I might get a bit of stick, but no one would actually point out anything about what I was wearing or whether I could have children or not. They might point out that I could do with going on a diet and perhaps eat less cake. But, okay, not untrue. So, but at the end of the day, I don't get this level of stick that Alex does. However, sometimes I feel like that's then used as some sort of legitimisation of misogyny on the rise in the UK. Is that true? Is misogyny on the rise, Matthew?
I think there's misogyny. I think it's more widespread than many of us would think. And of course, we say we have free speech today. I'm not a free speech absolutist. I'm someone who believes that, we all have to live within the law. There's things that we can't say. Even on a not Ofcom regulated channel, there's still things that we can't say and not find ourselves in legal trouble. And I also think, there's the social mores, there's the way, there's the boundaries, rightly or wrongly, and I guess some of your viewers may say wrongly, that we put around our speech. And so, I do think that people do have a responsibility to be careful about the words that they use. And, I know Alex Phillips. I've been a guest on her show, and she's a very formidable woman. To be honest, I'm a little bit scared of her. But she's very, very forthright. And I've seen some of what she's come in for. Since she's started being very strident on Restore. Now, I'll leave you on the right to deal with that argument, but I've seen some of what she's come in for, and it's not nice. Now, I think metaphorically speaking, she has broad shoulders and that she can absolutely cope with that. But I guess the question, and when you're in a public realm like this, you are going to get some incoming. I always do. So certainly when I'm on a certain other channel, when they put out clips of me having robust debates with you guys on the right, the comments are almost always vile about me. And
Capricorn said in the comments, Matt, that he agrees with you, and I think that would have been, fair play to him. That would have been very difficult. He's probably not allowed to speak to his family and friends ever again for agreeing with Matthew Holbert. But it's right. There is common ground, and there are things that we can agree with. Look, I need to go to the news now, Matthew. I just want to say a huge thank you to you. A huge thank you to you for the work that you do, coming on to different channels, but especially coming on to my show and being the dissenting voice. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's absolutely important that we keep ourselves grounded, and we also find out that the other side is entirely wrong. But thank you very much, Matthew. Enjoy the rest of your day, sir. I hope to see you very again soon. We'll see you back on the show next week. Take care.
Cheers.
Thank you, Matthew. Let's go to the news now.
Hello. I'm Edward Hughes. Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Iran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, the Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi, and External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, Tigers.
Thank you very much to Edward News for the Edward News. Edward Hughes for the news. Edward News for the Hughes. Thank you for the Hughes, Edward News. I'm going to go to a few comments actually. We've got my presenter buddy here in the studio with us. He'll be on your screens very shortly. Really looking forward to having Nick with us, as I know many of you are in the comments. Thank you for your kind comments about Nick. So just someone there, Jeff Box, just decided to write Andy Burnham. I like it. So someone is called Andy Burnham, Andy Burnham. Lovely bit of work there. Lovely bit of wordplay. Thank you very much. John Delaney is saying, Denley, sorry, is saying that Andy is the smiling assassin. That's a really good point, actually. There's something quite sinister about Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham's type, and that is that they seem to give you this air of something. With Keir, it was very different. He was Mr. Rules, Mr. Lanyard class, and he seemed to get sexually aroused by it all, and would pretend that he had our best interests at heart. With Andy Burnham, bit of a to some people who haven't been following politics for the last 20 years, bit of an unknown. But he seems to do this kind of what I would call a very sinister thing, where he pretends he's everybody's pal. But is he doing everything? Is he everybody's pal? Is he only your pal if, for instance, you agree with him? He's wandering around the world at the moment in T-shirts, playing Smith songs with members of the armed forces. But is that really taking the situation seriously? Because one thing Andy Burnham never does is he never, ever really mentions the things that are causing the UK problems. We had Annika Sweetland in talking about a climate alarmism. He's still peddling that. He's still peddling the Gaza stuff. He still thinks that Palestine is a state. He doesn't really believe that anti-Semitism is rising in the UK. And if he was to admit it, he'd say he's doing plenty about it. And if you asked him what's causing it, he wouldn't tell you that it's political Islam. He wouldn't tell you that it's the left turning an eye to Muslims invading the country. He wouldn't tell you any of those things, would he? So Plainsman says Johnny Marr will be having kittens. I don't know. I don't know what Johnny Marr's. Johnny Marr's obviously a fantastic, if not one of the best comedians of his era. And perhaps he supports Andy Burnham. It wouldn't surprise me if he does. And it's up to him what he does. But you often hear it's like Donald Trump was using a piece of music, for instance. The person the music he was using would often come out and say, I don't associate myself with this whatsoever, and make all sorts of complaints. You don't really hear that on the left, do you? Because they're all programmed. Oh, Andy Burnham's using my music, is he? Oh, great. I'll tell you one person who would agree with that. I don't know about Andy Marr, but I'll tell you who would. Johnny Marr, sorry. Is that Morrissey. Morrissey would absolutely hate the fact that Andy Burnham's using his music, I'm sure, because he's quite based. But anyway, now I've got my presenter buddy with me, but he's more than that. He's the man that created me. It's Nick Dixon.
Well, it's nice to get credit, Paul. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. By the way, lots of eager anticipation for you in the comments. It's almost like people think that you disappeared after a show we did together elsewhere. But you didn't, of course. You've been doing so much since then, including the Dixon Cox podcast. Just our surnames, by the way. Nothing funny about that. What have you been up to? Tell people what you've been up to, Nick.
Yeah, well, people think, as you say, since I left a completely different channel that can't be named, apparently.
No, it can be. You can mention GB News. No one's watching it, so yeah, you can mention
Since I left that, I've been appearing on other channels that probably can't be named.
You can name them too. You can say anything you like on
I
here.
do Lotus Eaters. I do various things. I do my own Substack, nickdixon.net. I do YouTube with Paul Cox. And so, yeah, on Nick Dixon. So
Of now fame.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you know me, Paul, people are desperate to appear on telly and they can't conceive of someone that might just be not that bothered. So I'm a kind of a strange figure in that way.
You are really. We live in this sort of attention-hungry environment where people will do almost anything. And there's lots of people in the comments here saying that Lotus Eaters is brilliant and that you're brilliant on there. So well, we welcome that. Independent media is all about free thinking and free views, something you can't do on Ofcom regulated TV channels. Look, I've been asking the people out there today, and this is blindsiding you, so feel free to give yourself a minute. I've been asking people what's been taken away from Britain in the last 20 years that you would bring back. What would you bring back, Nick?
Well, there's so much. I mean, one thing you'll know, Paul, I've started my little literature channel, Nick Reads. Hate to plug so much stuff.
No, you do it.
One thing we've lost, I mean, not specifically in Britain, but in general, is literature. People have underestimated how much basically woke. It's kind of almost cringe to mention woke now, but essentially woke destroyed all the arts, and people are acting like everything's normal. But really, you look at, say, fiction and publishing, for example. It's like there's a ban on white men. Everything's also got to be ideological. And the older, it's very much like in comedy, which we do, of course, or what I did, and any other area, the older white men, for some reason, are allowed to carry on. So they don't really notice what's happened. Yeah. You know, look at comedy, it's like we still have like Hugh Dennis or whoever it is on the telly. And I always say it's like if Gary Lineker was still striker for England. Because we had a strange thing where the older white men were allowed to keep their roles, but my generation down, which is millennial, technically I'm a geriatric millennial, which means the older, not quite Gen X, but millennial. But our generation was banned, and anything younger than us, but then the older generation was allowed to stay, but post a certain date, it was all woke. So we've lost actually so much. We've lost comedy, we've lost literature, we've lost film, we've lost video games. And I say lost, they still exist, but they've been hollowed out by this ideology that just takes over everything. And someone sent me a clip the other day, just not to get too off topic, but someone sent me a clip of a comedian doing a sort of bad version of one of my jokes that I used to do. And then they went on this...
Someone took your material, but by the way, as a cardinal sin.
Yeah, it was arguable. It was sort of more crude version of my joke. But then they went into just this ideological spiel. And if you watch Live at the Apollo, which has finally been put out of its misery, you get these comedians, they just do these ideological spiels using this... It's like a meeting of Stalinists. It's so depressing to listen to it. I think if we get out of this, it will look so absurd that they just got up there and they basically, it's like they suddenly said, can we just take a minute to praise the chairman? You know, it's like Maoist stuff. Comedy and so many other things have been hollowed out by this ideology which takes over everything. It's like Musk was right that it's a virus because it takes over everything. And it becomes only about the ideology. So we've basically lost our entire culture, you know, all the arts and culture, but they sort of still exist, so we haven't quite noticed.
Really interesting. Just I'll come back to so many points there, so many great points. Somebody said that Nick is great. Jim124 said Nick is great on the Lounge Hour podcast on Lotus Eaters. Yeah, you are. That you do add something to Lotus Eaters that's not there when you're not there.
Humour.
Yeah, that's it. It's humour, and you're not. And by the way, you have your views, but it's not like you're ideologically bent to be 100% supportive of everything Lotus Eaters talks about, or 100% everything I think about. You are very independent of thought, and it just happens to be that some of your views are right wing. And I think when you're on those shows, you just bring something a bit different. But one thing I wanted to say was, many people might not know this, but one of the reasons you became thrust upon the media was because you had the audacity about 6 years ago to make the point about white men and being a white man and having missed the cusp by a year or two. But you were thrown to the wolves. I mean, in a way that if I said that today, people would just go, oh. But you were literally thrown to the wolves.
Well, not literally. They weren't actual wolves.
They were wolves.
They weren't quite wolves, but very close. Oh yeah, that was strange. That's my mini cancellation, as Toby Young used to call it, because he was so cancelled. He used to resent me calling that a cancellation. So it was my mini cancellation. Yeah, that was a weird one. But it's when I was still doing comedy and someone sent me a message saying, I tried to get you on this gig, which I hadn't even asked for. But they said, we're not booking straight white men and we need these other type of people. And so I shared it with all the identifying information taken out with just a little joke. I say, I dream of a day when I can be judged by the content of my character or just the content of my content. I think that was it. So it's a stupid joke about Martin Luther King. But this got picked up by the media somehow. I think the Express or something talked to me, or was it the Mail? One of those. And I foolishly spoke to them. Then it was in the Telegraph. Then it was on the Jeremy Vine show. And Jeff Norcott was defending me. And all I'd said was, guys, should we maybe book on merit as individuals? It was a crazy idea. But yeah, I got attacked, bizarrely. And I ended up talking about it on Trigonometry. I talked to Mark Dolan about it on another channel that can't be named, or maybe can be named.
We don't care.
I don't know which channels can be named.
We feel very safe in our identity.
But it ended up a sort of minor national media story. And all I'd done was say, I was actually the victim. I was the one not being booked due to my immutable characteristics, right? But I was the villain somehow. And people like Jason Manford piled on me, who I'd always been really nice to, found out really strange. All these big comedians. And then all the sort of infrastructure of loser open mic comedians. There's quite a lot of them. They can, sort of people no one's heard of, but they can make an impact in their numbers. So the first time I've been piled on, it's quite a strange, these days it's every week, but it was quite a strange feeling to be cancelled for the first time.
But genuinely, that cancellation, and it was a cancellation, irrespective of what Lord Toby Young might have to say about it, is and he's doing great. He doesn't need to worry. I don't think he can be cancelled now.
Well, he did get very cancelled, Toby, to be fair.
Yeah, he did get very cancelled. I just don't want to give him too much sympathy because he's doing absolutely brilliantly.
Well, he is in the House of Lords.
Yeah, he is in the House of Lords. He's got free speech.
Where's my peerage?
Yeah. Where's your peerage? Exactly. But that did mean that so many people came out within the comedy circuit and sort of almost disowned you, as if they owned you in the first place. And also, gigs weren't booking you. It was pretty much the beginning of the end of what would have been considered your comedy career at the time. One thing I will say is you made that decision. You left comedy. Comedy didn't leave you.
Yeah, because by that stage I was already not that bothered, which is why I was mouthing off. I was like, I've had enough of this. Because of lockdown, I sort of had some time to reflect and was forced to not do gigs. So I started to think, do I want to do this? And I wrote for Spiked and things like that, which now they do hit pieces against me. But at the time was quite radical if you're in comedy to be writing for Spiked. So I end up in this commentary world. But you're never really allowed to leave comedy. People always say to you constantly, oh, when you're doing comedy or when you're doing gigs. It's weird, like they keep pulling me back in. It's like the mafia, you're never allowed to leave it.
Well, there's a good reason for that, Nick, and I urge people to go and look at Nick's material online because you're very good at comedy. Like, very good at comedy. It was a genuine loss. And, I run comedy clubs. I'd book you just like that, even though you haven't stood on stage for a couple of years.
Oh, thanks, mate. I do have those anxiety dreams where I've got to get on stage and I've got no material anymore. Yeah, it's a bit depressing. We watched the clip. I was on Lotus Theatre show and they suddenly, for some reason, were playing a clip of we were rating comedians. Then they played my clip. I was like, well, don't do that. And it was the one at the Palladium for Britain's Got Talent. I was like, well, this is a really tough gig. Don't play this gig. Play the other one where I'm in the club. And actually, I was watching going, this is quite good. I was laughing going, this is actually quite good. I couldn't believe it. Because I'd forgotten everything I'd said.
Because you don't do it anymore. I've actually done that set several times. And I can tell you, no, I haven't. I have not done that. But I can tell you that, it was very good. And it's right what you say. The fact that you're getting laughs there from the audience and you're not dying on your arse, it is testament to how good that was, because that is probably the toughest gig you can do, Britain's Got Talent.
Yeah, we walk out, and I wasn't committed to even doing it. I was like, do I even want to do it? On the day I said, they wanted me to change all my jokes. I just said, leave it. You know what I'm like? I was like, don't worry about it. Then they said, well, we'll give you a taxi and you can come in later and blah, blah. I was like, all right. I was like, this is brilliant. I'm going to refuse to do more things. So I get there, and I'm still like not totally committed to even going on. In my mind, I'm like, shall I do this? And I'm talking about it in deck going, I don't know if I want to do this. And then I was like, oh, it looks like it's happening. I walk on and Simon Cowell goes, a comedian's dark. I was like, what is this, a philosophical conversation with Simon Cowell in front of like the whole Palladium? So it's quite weird. They edit all that out. But yeah, I had a really good gig. And what was annoying, this might sound really like I'm boasting, which I'm not. What was annoying is I was watching it going, this guy's quite funny, because I was so detached from it. Then I was thinking about all the terrible people who were thrust ahead due to their immutable characteristics, again, having the correct ones, meaning not a white man. I was going, this is why I left comedy, just too annoying to actually be. It's not that I was the best. There's lots of people much better than me. Sean Walsh, who's much better. Loads of people. I'm never going to be on that level of him or Michael McIntyre. There's levels to the game, but I was definitely better than all these rubbish people who were thrust ahead. And it was just so annoying. This DEI stuff was just.
And even though you didn't point it out at the time, the reason that you weren't getting on that gig was because of the colour of your skin. Because you really didn't. You didn't actually make any real fuss. By today's standard, you didn't actually make any real fuss. You just took a screenshot, removed out all the identifiable features, as you rightly pointed out, and said, I've received this. It would be nice just to be judged on my merit as a comedian rather than all these other things. But the thing is, the people that jumped on you live and die by that as a rule. Every single one of them. And you know what? I've seen it hundreds and hundreds of times. People will get put onto gigs purely because they are moderately funny, sometimes not even moderately funny, but because they tick a bunch of other boxes. People are starting to see that now. The reason they're starting to see that is because Live with the Apollo doesn't exist anymore. That was a tremendous show for years until it became infested with identity politics. It's it's so sad. Well, do you think there's a future for comedy on TV?
It's hard to say, isn't it? It's only if we ever do beat woke. This will sound like, it's UK Live, he's banging on about woke, but this is the case. I mean, talk about Live at the Apollo. What happened was most people in the country doing stand-up comedy were white men, because most people in the country are still white, and most people do comedy are men. But then it became, right, we can't have white men, so we've got to reduce their opportunities down to a much smaller amount, and we'll give all the opportunities to other people. And there was hardly any people, women of colour doing comedy, so the proportions were all off. So the quality, of course, went down on that show, because it's just the numbers just making errors. Where you've got 1,000 white men, let's say, and there's 2 spots, and let's say you've got 4 women of colour in the whole business, and there's 6 spots. It just obviously it's pretty obvious why the quality declined. That's one thing. That's DEI. The other thing is the content itself. You listen to what they're saying, and as I say, they're regurgitating ideological messaging. You listen to Live at the Apollo, it's like, let's stop the comedy now for some propaganda. And I would find that embarrassing, almost any ideology. Let's say you want to call Christianity an ideology. I had a joke about Christianity, but it was a joke. It was
it's about your dad.
Yeah, I said it's easier to come out as gay now than a Christian or something like that. And I told my dad, I was like, Dad, I've met a man. He was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, yeah, that's him. How do you know? That was the joke, I think, as I recall. But the point was, it's harder to come out as a Christian. So, but imagine someone suddenly stopped the comedy gig and said, now I just want to say a few words about the Lord. It would be weird. But that's what you're getting with woke comedy. There's some of the stuff people... Basically, Leo sent it to me. And I don't want to see this
on yesterday. Leo was the first person on my show to drop the C-bomb.
Nice.
Just casually put it in, and then apologised. Then just no, he'll be back. Then just apologised in a way that I knew, and as you would know if you'd seen it, he didn't mean it.
He didn't mean it. No, he's just
there was no way that Leo cursed.
He's like, I don't need this channel.
I don't care. We haven't taken it out.
I'm way too professional for that. But I will just say, Leo's an absolute... No, I will just say, the stuff they come out with is so weird. They suddenly start talking about, they don't say empowerment. What are the words they do? They talk about LGBTQ, and they use these buzzwords. And it's like you've suddenly interrupted the comedy for a lecture about communism. I find it so strange. And I would find it strange, like I say, because what is comedy? It's really about... It was supposed to be about the individual. It's supposed to be about the expression of the individual. You might say there's a certain ideology baked into that, something like liberal individualism. But it was supposed to be the individual saying what he thinks, connecting with people, using ordinary language, getting laughs. Right? That's really what comedy is. To see it transformed into ideological groupthink. I mean, take Israel. Wherever you stand on this topic, you can't be pro-Israel in comedy.
No one can.
It's just, and that's kind of disgusting, isn't it? That's why it takes on a sinister edge, because it does edge over into, is there a sort of anti-Semitic
you can't even really be a Jew. Simon Phillips last year had his show banned at the Edinburgh Festival for being Jewish. And he wasn't even talking about being Jewish or being a fan or not of Israel. He subsequently, it's come out earlier this year, earlier in this Fringe, that they've admitted that was wrong to do that. But that was just a guy being a Jew going to Edinburgh.
Really? What was the? I mean, that sounds.
It was the what's the name of the venue? Something Labyrinth. I forget what it's called. And the venue basically said their staff felt unsafe with a Jewish person being in the room. And I'm thinking, how do you know? If it's just the fact that
they
he
checked.
said.
Yeah, they checked.
I think Rachel Krieger was someone else who was also banned as well. And these aren't with all due respect to them, these aren't huge names in comedy. So nobody really would have known. You could just let them have their show. Just happened to have been Jewish.
Check if you're circumcised. I'm so sorry. It's too early for that.
Yeah, no, let's get there.
That's classic comedy. It's getting very, very sinister. You've got to have one view on everything, and you've got to regurgitate this weird political messaging. It's always just very sinister to me watching the people that are prepared to do it. These sort of comedians who would have been doing laddish material a few years ago. You know what I mean? You watch them on the Apollo or just these little clips that Leo sends me. You're like they would have been talking about lager in the past and chicks, you know what I mean? Whatever. And then another time they'd been talking about something else. Now they're prepared to talk about this is my view anyway.
Yeah.
They're prepared to talk about it because it's what's going to get them ahead. I just find that incredibly sinister and weird, especially for comedians, which are supposed to be about pushing back. They're supposed to be about. Now, of course, so-called anti-woke comedy can be cringe as well. Some of the stuff Ricky Gervais does, Office was genius. Some of the stand-up, a little bit cringe. I would agree. So there can be a crude way of doing like anti-woke comedy. I'm not necessarily saying that's the answer, but to just regurgitate ideological messaging. And you can feel the audience is uncomfortable as well.
I mean, arguably, Ricky Gervais isn't trying to be anti-woke either. He's just being Ricky Gervais, which lends itself to what you were saying about, guys would have talked up there about drinking and looking at girls and finding them attractive. I mean, that's very softball, but essentially that's all they were saying. Now they'd be... and that would be relatable with most men in the audience, by the way. Now they wouldn't do that. They'd have to say something unrelatable, but would still and then get an audience who seem to be in on it, who go, oh, well, that's, pretend to be, yes, I don't like drinks. And when I look at women, all I think about is, I'm glad they've got the vote.
Yeah, I just think about Palestine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one I was watching recently, it wasn't that, like, he was talking about how now the premise was okay. It was like, it used to be you got called gay at school, and this was a joke that he semi-nicked from me, whereas now, like, it's a cool thing to be. And there's nothing wrong with that premise, but then the language he was using was all about, like, LGBTQ plus representation and stuff, and he sort of went into, you could make the point without going into weird ideological language. I find it sinister.
I've had some lovely guests on today. We talked earlier about Lee Anderson and Reform yesterday, announcing that council owners will kind of be forced to keep them tidy, otherwise they'll be evicted, and that they should go to British-born residents as a priority. What do you make of that?
Well, I did hear you discussing this policy before I went underground, and I had three thoughts immediately, and I'll see if I can remember them this early. And this is early for me, 11:22.
AM.
One of them was, yes, okay, it's good to get people to clean up their council house garden. I didn't hear as much about the other one, the British-born one, but let's say they're cleaning up. That's good. The second thought was, it's sad that we have to do that because we're now such a low trust, low responsibility society. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe don't throw litter and dog turd around constantly. It's like, litter's everywhere now. So that was my second thought. It's like, it's sad that you need to do it. My third thought, controversial probably here, is Reform are a little bit in danger of coming up with what you could call slop policies. They're constantly like, what's some red meat for the media? We're going to take asylum seekers and dump them in areas that voted green or whatever it is. Or it's, you might say it's quite funny and it's trolling, but this one's like, we're going to get people to clean up council houses. The problem I have with it is just not serious. It's like, it's something new to get media attention every day. What I worry about, and as you said before, I try and be fair, what I worry about with all these parties is, are they serious? So let's take Restore. I'm thought to be like some sort of Restore advocate. I'm not a member of any party. I criticise Restore. I think Rupert's interviews could be a lot better. I think there's a gulf between Rupert Lowe and the party that hasn't been dealt with and perhaps can't be dealt with. I also think if Charlie, and on that point, if Charlie Downs, he's a nice guy, but if he's like calling Israel a genocide, and Rupert Lowe is pro-Israel, he seems to be, which party am I voting for? So this is a big problem. So my problem with Reform and Restore is this kind of tendency for sloppy populist policies without real thought, which is why I like the SDP. William Clouston's so smart. Their policies are so thought through. Sadly, no one knows who they are. But I think Reform and Restore have this same problem. That are they really serious? And then you end up back with the Tories, and of course they've got problems. They're more used to government. People like Nick Timothy are very serious, very smart. But then you go, they're Tories and they're betrayed us. So every party on the right's got massive problems. But what I worry about with Reform when they come out with things like this, you go, nothing wrong with the general sentiment, but is this really what we're talking about today? Is it really the main issue?
Yeah, I guess that's true. And before I say that,
was that too serious an answer to like a fairly light-hearted?
No. This is absolutely right. We've got Harry Miller coming up soon, and I'll discuss with Harry, and you'll watch that, and we'll discuss afterwards. So we are going to talk about some serious things. And by the way, Miss Malaprop said, "Huge Nick fan here. More, please."
Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
More, definitely. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that stops Nick coming on is Nick.
It's Nick, yeah. Well, watch Dixon Cox for more.
Yeah, watch Dixon Cox. You can get a sort of a mouthful of Dixon Cox, whatever you need, every Wednesday.
As much Dixon Cox as you want.
Yeah, you can really take on as much Dixon Cox as you can take. There's a lot of mention of Rosie Jones in the comments. Not sure what that is, but as you'd imagine, Nick and I find her an inspiration, and there's nothing that she's done that we're not proud of for her. So thanks for mentioning.
Very funny and very nice person.
Yeah, generally very nice. Fluid, I would say. Some of her oratory goes on a bit. But I would say, all in all, full-on legend and inspiring goat of comedy. Look, we also discussed a bit of climate change with Annika Sweetland. And I don't get Annika Sweetland on every week because she's one of the most beautiful climate change scientists in the world. It's got nothing to do with it whatsoever. It's because she is a climate change scientist who has totally turned her back on the doctrine, having been immersed in it for years and years and years and said, absolutely, this is nonsense now, Nick. Now, I don't actually really know what your opinion is on what is perceived as man-made climate change or alarmism. What do you make of that whole thing?
Yeah, I stay out of it because it's one of those areas where you have to know an awful lot. So I just go with, as you say, whichever the most beautiful woman, whatever they're saying,
Yes.
I go with that. No, I mean, I do stay out of it because you've got to know so much. You've got to read so much science, Paul, and that's boring. So my my view tends to be like, my view is though that I agree with Kemi's net zero policy that if you are going to do it, you've got to do it in an affordable way. So I think that's a reasonable take, even if you believe in all that. You know, I think it is. It does. I've been around this summer this year. I've noticed the climate may well be changing. I'm skeptical whether we can do that much. You know what I mean? I'm always skeptical whether we're overestimating our impact and overestimating how much we can do. And of course, there's all those documentaries where it was about the coming ice age in the 70s and all that. But it's ludicrous to start talking about it without understanding the science. So I stick with the policy and say, we can't do it if we're going to all be spending £1,000 a month on energy. So there must be a more sensible way. And Ed Miliband, we can all agree, is mental. That's not. You don't have to read any science to.
Well, one of the reasons
that.
I mentioned this,
and also the fact that we're not drilling, that is frustrating for almost anyone. And other than the pure, real climate nutters, even some fairly zealous climate people think, yeah, you can probably drill, or even unions say, maybe not the zealous climate people, but you can be fairly into climate change and still say, yeah, we may as well drill in the North Sea.
Well, one of the reasons I mentioned this is due to your incredible success. You've been able to buy yourself one of these very modern flats somewhere in the United Kingdom. And it's so modern that they didn't take into account the fact that it might get hot. So they insulated it even further. And you find yourself living in some sort of Bikram yoga studio.
Yeah, and there's a sex scandal as well, so it's very similar to Bikram yoga.
Absolutely. Yeah. And by the way, without any air
man
conditioning.
there. I live alone. Yeah, it is like Bikram yoga. It's unbelievable. So the new builds, this is well known with new builds, they retain heat, but no one thought, you know what we should also do? Dispel heat. Everyone's like, no, it's never going to be hot in England. England, what? The place that was 38 degrees a couple of years ago, never. Like, we get hot summers now in London, and they're brutal. And anyone who's not in London is like, oh, it's not that hot, I'm in Florida or whatever. Come to London. It's like having an bus exhaust in your face at all times. It's horrendous. And it's been so bad this year.
I shouldn't laugh because it does actually cause you. I mean, there were days in this summer where, because we're in a group of intellectuals on WhatsApp where we discuss
which comedians are crap.
Which comedians are crap, big thinkers. And it just got to the point where you'd literally just tell us how hot it was in your flat, and it was ridiculous.
It's 30. Just the message just says 30.
Just 30.
Thermostat says 30.
I haven't breathed since Monday.
8 p.m. You know what I mean? Because it locks the heat in, and they didn't think about how to get rid of it. And the thing is, like, people have to, like, if they're going to want an air conditioner, they have to smuggle it in under darkness because they're not allowed in all these buildings. But they didn't think about how to dispel heat. So when it's been hot, say it's been hot in May, in August, the house remembers. It's like, it never leaves. So you have to wait. Everyone's like, oh, it's cooled down. You're like, no, it hasn't yet for me.
It's like the inertia of the sea. It's actually warmer in October.
Yeah.
It's
so bad. And you can't sleep. And you have to do all these techniques. As soon as everyone has to do this to an extent. As soon as it gets dark, you like open the windows and you're constantly monitoring it. It's so ridiculous. We just have aircon. We could live like a first world country. Imagine that. Imagine how much productivity would soar. But we saw, didn't we, this year, how ideological that's become. Where, like, Europe doesn't have aircon, and America's going, you what? Like, there's people in Dubai with like 16 aircons firing at them, like, you know, in a sort of living in a spaceship in a desert. Going,
I actually just want to show you something, because Annika produced a graph. We'll go to Harry Miller very shortly.
Quite excited.
But could you get the aircon graph up, please? So that on there shows you the air conditioning in homes around the world, and we're saying it's a huge problem in this country. We shouldn't have it. 4% of the UK
ridiculous.
Has got aircon.
Japan's like, say what?
Whereas the rest of them, like Japan and the United States, very advanced civilizations, 90%.
Yeah. We're going to fix the problem, Paul, when 79% of China is doing. Have you seen how big China is? I'm not an expert.
Right? I've looked on the map. I think it's been described as massive.
Yeah, I've heard it's big. 79% was China. It's like it's having no impact what we do at all. But we're such Puritans about it. People were putting yogurt on their balcony, on their window ledge. Yogurt, and they were going, actually, if you use yogurt and you put the phone to it, it's like, what is it? This is third. What? We're a yogurt country. Like Japan, just going, what are you doing? We're living on spaceships, and we're going, yeah. If you tried yogurt. It's an absolute disgrace. It's like and it became so weird over the summer how this is an ideological issue. Mélenchon in France was going, "Oh yes, we must not have aircon." It's like it's so weird. Like, do the left now just stand for misery, just hair-shirted misery at all points?
Absolutely do. We're going to go to our next guest now, Harry Miller. Harry, you there?
I am here.
Hey, Harry, I've actually seen you on many panels that I've been on. Never actually got to speak to you myself, but I've been a massive admirer of your work over the years. So thank you for everything that you've done, because it's been at personal expense, I know. I just want to show you a video very quickly and see what you make of this, Harry. Duke, can we play the video, please, mate? I think that's enough of that. I think that's a great little in for our discussion, actually. I mean, obviously, there's no crime in the UK. There can't be any crime, because why would they be doing that? By the way, Tony Swift says, morning, Harry. So, morning from Tony.
Morning back.
Morning back from Harry there. What do you, first of all, before I ask any more questions, what do you make of that? It's culturally enriching, isn't it?
No, not only is it not culturally enriching, it's also entirely unlawful. Thankfully, I think that must be an old video, because we were at the High Court a year ago now, and we made it so that police attending pride marches wearing pride colours, dancing around like complete tits in name of LGBTQ, etc., is actually unlawful. So thankfully, this year's Pride season has not had a bunch of idiot police officers doing that, and it's about time, because when you get involved with face makeup and red noses and LGBTQ flags and dancing and doing the Macarena and all that sort of stuff, what you're doing is you are giving either tacit or explicit approval to a political cause. And here's some news. The police are not supposed to be political. They're supposed to police without fear or favour. We need to get back to a position where we look at a police officer and we have no more idea about what a police officer thinks than we used to do about Her late Majesty, the Queen. The Queen smiled at everybody, was nice to everybody. You didn't have a bloody clue what her political views were. And that's what it needs to be when it comes to the police. And that's been the core of our mission since 2019. Get politics out of policing. It shouldn't be that difficult, should it?
Absolutely right. No, it shouldn't be that difficult at all. You're right. That was from last year, but it was a great in. And I thought it would just get the juices flowing, because over the weekend, the Telegraph reported that gender fluid police officers have been issued with warrant cards. Can you tell us a bit more about this, Harry? What's going on here?
Yeah. So we actually uncovered this in 2019 through a whistleblower from the Met, who was extremely concerned that he knew that some of the Met officers were being given alternate warrant cards, so that if you were having a bit of a man day, you had your man warrant card, but if you felt like a bit of a woman on another day, you had your woman card. And in order to authenticate your true life lived experience, and so that you could bring your authentic self to work at all times, police forces started issuing these lunatics with multiple identity cards, so that, one day you're dealing with Paul and tomorrow the same person shows up, but now you're dealing with Mary. That is the definition of lunacy, because what we want, the very, very basic entry level that you want from a police officer, is a recognition of reality. If you can't tell the difference between a man or a woman, you are insane. If you don't know the difference between a man or a woman, how are you going to know the difference between right and wrong, up and down, left and right, crime from non-crime? How on earth is the public supposed to put any trust in you if you don't even put your underpants on and not know what sex you are on any given day? It's complete and utter lunacy. Now most police officers meet people during some of their most vulnerable times. Okay, you've been burgled. There's been a sudden death. There's generally speaking, you meet police officers It's not great. If a police officer knocks on your door, it's not great. And the focus needs to be on the victim. It should not be on the bloody police officer. Because today, you're meeting a guy, and then the same guy turns up tomorrow, but now you've got to start using female pronouns and he introduces something else. It adds a degree of confusion to the system, which is unnecessary. It is entirely against reality. And quite frankly, it's insulting to the British public. So they need to stop this and stop it immediately. Quite honestly, I thought this had finished years ago. I thought we'd booted this into the long grass a long time ago. But of course, there are some lunatic police forces, Norfolk, Suffolk, and of course our old favourites, Leicestershire. Leicestershire, by the way, are the absolute kings and queens of trans. Before we stopped them doing it, Leicestershire police were marching in pride marches with riot shields covered in the trans flag. They had armed officers carrying their weapons with the trans flag. They are complete and utter lunatics of Leicestershire. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Leicestershire continue with this madness. And I'll tell you what else, the solution is this, it's not more policy, it's to sack chief constables and get people who understand reality from fiction into the job.
Yeah, Junga Hart in the comments said that he believes that all of the public sector should be apolitical, which is exactly what you said since the beginning. It's about not bringing it in. You didn't know what the Queen thought of things. You didn't know what police officers thought of things. You could have, Tony Swift, again, he seems to be a big fan of you. You sure you're not Tony Swift? As Harry.
You've got me. But only on a Tuesday. On a Wednesday, I'm Harry Miller.
Harry Swift is a big fan. But we never knew what police officers thought. We never knew we didn't know what favourite crisps they like or, what cheese they preferred. So why should we know, what's in their underpants or what they like to do at the weekend? It's ridiculous. And what I don't understand is usually you're rewarded, in the police for good work. So what must be happening, therefore, de facto, is that people are being rewarded for this stuff. We obviously know that in the police college they teach this identity politics nonsense. So therefore, when they're in the police and somebody's, says I'm bipolar now, not bipolar, although it's very similar, bi-gender or gender fluid, they're obviously being rewarded for that in some way, because otherwise it would be snapped out very quickly. We'd say, what are you talking about? That'd be ridiculous. Which one are you? Let's just do a quick pants check. And it's very simple as that. Or they would just say that that's absolutely fine. You do you when you're not a police officer. But when you're a police officer, it's quite obvious to us that you're a man, and therefore we're going to give you the warrant card of a man, and we're not going to reward you for any of this mumbo jumbo. So, Harry, do you know, are they rewarding this stuff within the police force, the hierarchy of the police?
Yeah, what's happened is the police are absolutely terrified of trans activists. Now, this has happened because the very worst thing that you can call a police officer since the Macpherson report is racist. This is why Henry Novak died, because they would rather they are terrified, utterly terrified of being called racist. And if somebody with a turban says, "Oh, he was racist to me," then their priority will be with the person with the turban rather than the person who is bleeding to death at their feet. Because, oh my God, racism is just absolutely terrible. It's right up there with paedophilia and terrorism. It's awful. Now, what Stonewall have done, they have managed to equate racism with trans denial. They have managed to keep racism with transphobia. So now it follows, if you don't want to be racist, you must also not be transphobic. And that's what the whole intersectional thing is about, the intersectional trans flag, where you borrow from racism and add it to transphobia. So if you're oppressed in one area, you're oppressed in all areas. And this is what's happened. Police officers are terrified of being called transphobic, because in their minds, it's the equivalent to being called racist. And so what they do is they empower these individuals, they reward these individuals, they promote these individuals, and my goodness, they won't confront these individuals or dismiss these individuals, so they are free to run absolute riot amongst the public. They are a disease that needs stamping out by a good, strong shot of reality from strong chief constables.
Well, that was very Harry Miller. I agree with everything you said there, Harry. I'm not sure who we're stamping on, so maybe I should distance myself from that. But I agree that absolutely what we should do is have a very sensible policing policy, which is no fear or favour, and we discriminate between innocent and criminals or suspected criminals until otherwise. You are innocent until proved guilty. But of course, when you're a police officer on the street, actually it's quite the opposite in terms of undertaking your police work. You need to assume some guilt and then prove some innocence. And we've done totally the other way. Wolfcry has said, "Here, here, Harry, get 'em." So you're absolutely right, Harry, and our audience are agreeing with you. It's the Notting Hill Carnival this weekend. I'm not going to ask you if you're going, Harry. I know you are, and I'll see you there. Usual meeting point, 3 p.m. on Saturday afternoon. But the police seem to have taken a different approach this year for the first time. They're going to apply Section 60 of the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act, which allows officers to search anyone in the designated area for weapons without reasonable suspicion, and the Section 60AA requiring removal of face coverings to be worn to conceal identity. Is this common sense being restored?
Yeah, of course it's common sense being restored, because we know full well that there are certain communities at certain times of the year who have a greater propensity to commit certain crimes. Now, so if you're the police, you take that intelligence and you nip it in the bud before they wreak havoc. And I don't give a flying toss whether people say that this is racist. Who cares? If somebody doesn't get stabbed, that's a price worth paying. Being called racist is a price worth paying if you save somebody's life, if you save somebody the misery of being injured in a knife crime. It's well worth it. The fact of the matter is that it tends to be young black men who carry knives at these events. So who do you target for stop and search? You target young black men. That's not racist. That is common sense policing. Now, it doesn't take long to do a stop and search, and I think that is well worth a price worth paying if it saves somebody's life. I don't mind getting stopped and searched when I pass through security control at an airport. I know I'm not carrying anything. I know I'm not. But fine, let them stop and search me. That's absolutely fine. And there needs to be the same attitude amongst law-abiding members of the public, regardless of skin colour, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of what day of the week it is or whether it's a celebration. You should be wanting the police to stop and search you, because it should give you confidence that they are doing their job. And as a result, there will be less knives on the street, less crime on the street, and less people who go to a celebration and come back mourning because somebody has been stabbed. It's quite straightforward.
It's very straightforward, and that's policing. I know policing is a difficult job, but at its premise, it's incredibly straightforward. And what we've seen for many years, particularly at Notting Hill Carnival, is just people turning a blind eye for identitarian and cultural and political reasons. They know it goes on there. They know disproportionately. Unfortunately, but disproportionately, the black community commit more knife crimes amongst their younger men. A lot of the younger men are going there. It's the perfect place in London to hang out if you're a gang. People are drunk. You can hide in the crowd. The police are too busy dancing or gyrating. So why wouldn't they feel like they could just get away with literally murder in those places? So it's absolutely important that the police are now starting to do something. I'm just surprised it's taken so long, Harry.
I agree. The problem is it gets down to this: an accusation of racism is like kryptonite to a police officer. They will do absolutely everything within their power to avoid it. Now, I'm not being funny, but the McPherson report, which said that the Metropolitan Police were racist, that's quarter of a century old now. It's time to get over it. Honestly, guys, get over it. All those officers who were racist, they've gone. They're retired. They're no longer in power. So stop operating under this weight of historical guilt and get on, find your balls and do your job. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Listen, make me policing minister. I'll get it sorted dead quick.
That be amazing.
I'll tell you what else, mate. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do it free for 3 months. And then judge me on my success.
It's
and then
£3 million a year after the 3 months. Yeah, Harry, look, this was just such a delicious interview. Thank you so much. I'd love for you to come back on at some point. Please tell everyone where they can find you, Harry.
Yeah. You find us on X at We Are Fair Cop.
Brilliant. Thank you.
And also at Harry the L101. Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course. Brilliant. Until next time, Harry, look after yourself. Take care, mate. I'll see you at the carnival on Saturday.
Cheers, bud. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Look, we're going to talk to Nick Dixon about everything I spoke to Harry about, but we're going to go to the news now.
Hello. I'm Edward Hughes. Global tensions dominate the news. The US is ramping up pressure on Iran with what officials call an economic D-Day of tough new sanctions, warning countries against doing business with Iran. Iran has responded by threatening to halt oil exports and targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US-Canada trade dispute is escalating. Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs today after talks collapsed, while President Trump threatens further measures including higher duties on Canadian vehicles. In the US, the Supreme Court has given Trump a temporary win by allowing parts of his executive order restricting mail-in voting to proceed ahead of the midterms. Elsewhere, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Beijing for the latest round of border talks with China's Wang Yi. And External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has met Russian President Putin in Moscow. That's the main picture this morning. Latiers, Tigers.
Thank you there for the news. Look, I'm back with Nick Dixon after that brilliant Harry Miller interview. And the Chike said, brilliant guest again, guys. Thank you. Look, it's very simple. We just choose people to come onto the show that think like you and I. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. We're going to go ask Nick what he thought of Harry Miller and his straightforward policing policying.
Yeah, well, Harry's great. Obviously, he knows loads about police, far more than I'll ever know. One thing I started to think about was a few recent articles that came out. One was from Steve Edgington on his Substack that found that during the BLM riots, police were asked to stand down, even in cases where people had assaulted police officers, in case it triggered some sort of unrest. And this was brought in by something called the NPCC, I believe, which was actually founded by Theresa May in 2013. So a lot of this goes back to the Tories. So they are to blame for a lot of this. And then I also thought of the Telegraph's recent expose on DEI training in the police, where one particularly ridiculous example was Northampton police, I believe, were asked to listen to something called the Witches of Glum. They had to listen to something about witches. And there was an ugly witch and a beautiful witch, and they had to say which one was the good one and which one they agreed with. And like the idea was you've got to break down your prejudices, and actually the ugly one is the good one. So it's kind of like this weird brainwashing and reprogramming your mind. And they also had to write out essays about their white privilege. So it's kind of classic propaganda techniques. Like you have to write why you're bad until it's drilled into your brain. This was, look at that Telegraph piece. It's across so many different police forces, things like this. Just relentless DEI training to the point where it's now getting people killed. If you look at the Henry Novak case, you can argue that DEI is getting people killed.
The Crossbow 63 said, Nick Dixon is a brilliant guest, very funny.
Thank you.
All of that's absolutely fantastic.
Don't read all of them, just the good ones.
Just the good. No. I mean,
always a mixed bag. You can't please everyone. Some people.
You certainly can't please everyone. Not when you're as good as we are. But Harry pointed out a couple of things there with regards to just the identitarianism that's leaked into policing, which means that they can't police without fear or favour, which means that they do look at the very small minority groups and put them up as deities and say, you know, what if you're black and at the festival, then do as you please, stab as many people as you like. Hopefully, it won't make the statistics, or if you are a dying white man on the floor having been stabbed by a Sikh, please don't complain about not being able to breathe. And these are very, very serious matters that have got to the point now where people are just totally distrustful of the police. Do you trust the police?
No, I don't think anyone does anymore, because now it's unfair, isn't it? Because you can get decent police, and a friend of mine had an incident and she said the police were really good where she was assaulted. Your average policeman can be really good. I've got supporters on my Substack who are former police, and they say, look, it's a very hard job. Of course, it's a hard job. Your average police officer, I'm sure, is trying to do their best. It's been made impossible for them because they're told they have to follow this ideological madness. So, yeah, we've got all the DEI training. What are they supposed to do? I mean, but I don't think the average person now thinks the police are going to do anything. I had my phone robbed in London like so many people a few years ago. they're like, call this number, the number doesn't do anything, email this, you don't even get a reply. That's not even thought to be a crime worth bothering with now. So no one thinks the police are going to solve their crime, show up in time or anything like that. But they will if you, like Alison Pearson, if you've done a bad tweet. Now, obviously, this is kind of a cliche of channels like ours, but it is largely true, isn't it? More and more. And as you say about the sort of racial hierarchy, that's baked in. You had that College of Policing guidance. You sort of Alistair Campbell say, oh, that's just one document you found and it doesn't apply. But I think it is indicative of what goes on, which is they're trying to rig equality of outcome in policing. Yeah. So they're saying we have to assess the situation, look at their entire racial background and the entire history of oppression in the world, and then make a judgment based on that, which is an insane thing to ask police officers to do. You ask them to look, okay, he's white, which is why Henry Novak died, I believe. You look at someone, you go, white, he's white, we won't believe him, he's not, we have to believe his story, whatever, because of historical oppression. That's an insane way to try and police. But that is critical race theory.
It is critical race theory, and it's remarkable. We will look back, we won't, because I will be off to have a chat with our maker, but they'll look back in 50 to 100 years' time. I genuinely believe this. I know it's the sort of thing you would say from either side of the political debate, but I think they'll look back and think, how on earth did that happen? But they'll also look back further than that and see that pattern. We've seen the pattern, the 80-year pattern just keeps happening and keeps happening and keeps happening. And now, we're getting to the point now where we've got socialism and communism in the UK. People will tell you that we don't, but obviously we do. And it's really, really devastating, the impact of it. We have to have a right-wing government next, and I'm not sure how that manifests itself. How do you think we end up winning that political battle?
Great question. Just to address the first point, people will say, oh, do we have communism? We have this new type of communism, which doesn't worry as much about the economics, but worries about race and things like this. We definitely have this installed everywhere. As for how we end up with a right-wing government, or even something quasi-right-wing, very hard to see at the moment, isn't it? Because everyone's making a massive hash of it due to personal squabbles and all these problems. As I said earlier, every party's got something wrong with them. I was reading an article, I think it was Pete North, saying, the Tories might end up being the best bet, which I've thought for a while, but you say that, you'll get brutally attacked by certain quarters, because rightly everyone doesn't trust the Tories. We have an impossible situation, don't we, with these three parties that somehow have to make a deal, but no one wants to make a deal with each other. Rupert Lowe, the Telegraph have gone all out on Restore to make sure that there's no deal between Restore and Reform. At least that might be why they're doing it. And then Kemi said she won't do a deal with Reform. You're just in danger of getting a leftist coalition, aren't you?
Yeah, arguably the perfect cabinet of the future includes all of them. It includes Rupert Lowe, Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch. And Kemi is doing a remarkable job considering how disliked the Tories are. And I do wonder, one of the reasons people like Pete North are saying, perhaps, and you and I have had this discussion, and we don't disagree with him, one of the reasons the Tories are doing so well is because actually the infighting further to the right, particularly between Reform and Restore, is delegitimising those parties. It's to the point where we're like, well, what's going on here? Why are you having these squabbles? Why is it character assassination? Oh, well, it was Nigel who started it. No, it wasn't. It was Rupert that started it. Why did Rupert? Yeah, but why did Nigel call the police? What's Zia Yusuf got to do? Zia Yusuf's a Muslim. And all this stuff is like, okay, we've just become the left. We're just having this identitarian issue where we're assassinating people's character and no one's really thinking about the red, white and blue of the Union Jack. They're going, oh, we want it to be absolutely perfect. Well, of course, I can't remember a perfect government, and I don't think there ever will be. But do you think that they can unite? Is there any possibility, or is that just pie in the sky?
Well, something could happen. Some sort of deal with the Tories and Reform could definitely happen. That seems the most likely. As you say, Kemi's doing all right she's got a positive approval rating. Last I checked was +3. She's doing it by appearing very sensible and being charismatic in the House of Commons, but also just being like, we're the sensible ones, we understand government. Nigel Farage has no plan. And that's quite effective, especially when Farage has the 5 million and all this kind of nonsense. So I could see some sort of deal maybe with the Tories and Reform. It's harder at the moment to see how Restore fit into that because they're, the mainstream saying that they're beyond the pale, to quote Alistair Heath. I could see some sort of pact with Restore, but with Reform and Tories, but will it be about standing down in certain seats? It's just too early. It's too early to say, isn't it? Something's got to happen. we're in danger of.
I think maybe.
But as you say, weirdly, the best thing would be Kemi as leader because she's the most popular leader. Reform as the party because they poll the best of the party. Maybe let Rupert Lowe be Home Secretary or something. That would be pretty cool. That's the best, but that's completely ridiculous. Isn't it? It's never going to happen. But
it feels that way. Let's just read out a couple of comments. I know we've got a super chat. I never read it earlier, so we'll go back to that. So Voice for England said, get Nigel, Kemi and Rupert on a stage to debate. Make amends and remember who the opposition is. Voice for England, I think, do you know what? I think that's probably the right middle ground. All of that sounds kind of difficult for lots of us to swallow because, we want change. We need step change. Where does it come from? Kemi's associated to the problem. Many would argue that Nigel Farage is associated to the problem. Many would argue that Rupert Lowe is the only person who can make a change. But quite clearly, he's proven, not he, as a collective, Restore have proven that to be a little too divisive. A Snapchat from John Markey saying, for £5, thank you very much, John. Great show and guest today, Paul. Well, thank you very much. It's not just me here. We've got Luke the Duke, who is obviously the homeless drunk person that we took in from Vauxhall. A Voice for England said Nick Dixon for Culture Secretary. Oh my God, wouldn't I love to see that? I genuinely would love to see that. Yeah, so like I was saying, it's Luke, it's Scarlett, it's Charlotte, it's Pooch. It's everybody who's involved in this channel. Much like Mike said earlier, people like him and I'm going to put myself in the Mike Graham League just for 3 seconds. I'm not quite there yet, but we're just the voices, really. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. Thanks ever so much for the super chat, by the way, John. Anyone who wants to send them in is more than welcome. But we do have this huge problem, Nick, and we're not going to solve it now. But I think still, even you and I, maybe not you and I, but people still whisper that they're on the right. And even caveat it. I know I get myself doing this. Of course, I wouldn't have been on the right in 2003. I'd have been a Liberal Democrat. I'd have been in the centre because my views haven't changed. I think we just need to own it now, don't we? And so what? You label us however you want. We don't care for this identitarianism. And if it's the right, it's the right. But there are people out there that are probably the silent majority that don't want to tell anyone which way they're going to vote, but are likely to vote towards the right. But how can we make it more palatable? What do we call it if it's not the right?
Yeah, that's always very hard when every institution is run by the radical left now, as we've discussed earlier, which is why people want me as culture secretary, because wokeness has taken over everything. And
it's their want.
I gave some examples from the police, as did Harry. So yeah, it's very hard because just a funny example, I was playing five-a-side in my local football team. I didn't say I was on GB News for 2 years, then one person found out. I was like, shh, we're in North London. So yes, I think that's less of a thing now, the shy Tory. There was also a theory, is there a shy Reform voter? Are they going to do better than people say? And there might be now a shy Restore voter. Can you imagine that? Who says they're voting Reform, but they're really voting Restore or something like that. So, but I think that shyness is going as things become more and more insane. Immigration being the one that's changed so much, hasn't it? It used to be you had to just say immigration was amazing, it's all fluffy kittens. Not that long ago, something on Question Time, the subject of immigration, they'd be like, ooh, everyone would get quiet and weird, and Peter Hitchens might say, well, I'm not sure it's an entirely good thing. And everyone like, shh, you know what I mean? Throwing eggs at him. But now it's just completely out of the box because of the insanity. I mean, look at Piddington. A tiny village going to have 1,250 random migrants just dropping on them, and then the village is like 350 population or something. That's so deranged and insane. And Burnham saying we're going to distribute everyone. It can't just be it can't be the poor areas. We're going to give everyone their fair share of migrants. Like, so you're admitting it's not a great thing there.
The scatter theory, isn't it?
Yeah. So with something so obscene happening, of course, people start to get more and more out there and say, well, hang on, this is crazy.
Yeah, they've got to go somewhere, people shout. Yeah, and it's home. Well, I don't care where that is. Maybe let's build an island. Let's use all the non-recyclable waste that we generate, stick it into the sea somewhere, kill all the fish because and we can eat those, and then build an island where we put them on.
Well, the SDP would send them to Ascension Island. Well, I think what we
need. They would.
And they're a very sensible party. I think that's what we need.
William Clouston's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's great. Sensible policy, sensible party. Don't say what you just said, ranting about it. You just put it in your policy, very sensible and reasonable about it, because it is a reasonable thing. You just say, they'll go back to Ascension Island. Any questions?
Any questions, indeed. Look, Nick, thank you very much for joining us today. Tell people where they can find you. And by the way, tell them everything, because you don't just have one channel, you have 2 channels, and tell them a little bit about the literary channel as well, because that's really good.
Yeah, normally you wait to have massive success on one channel before you start another, but I've gone a different way. No, I've got Nick Dixon, my YouTube channel. That does all right. It has like 30-odd thousand. I had like a David Stark interview, has 400,000 views, stuff like that. We've got Dixon Cox on there. That's just Nick Dixon. NickDixon.net for all my extra stuff, which is paid. And yeah, Nick Reads is my new YouTube channel, because I just thought we are, and this is why obviously I'm going to be culture secretary. We're talking about politics all day, but what about the culture? We've allowed this to be completely taken over. So what I do on there, it's not political, it's apolitical, but in a sense everything's political now, because if you're talking about classic literature, or you're just talking about literature, you know, in terms of what's good rather than ideology, and leaving out politics, in a way that's become political, because everything's supposed to be activism and ideology. So what I say is, let's talk about books on here that are actually good. And it's niche, but some of the videos get like 40,000 views, and you think, oh, okay, it's not totally niche. People are out there who want to. So if you're into books, check out Nick Reads. Otherwise, Nick Dixon and NickDixon.net, at Nick Dixon on X, where I do all right with my banger posts. I've got
they are great.
65,000, which is all right, isn't it? It's enough to get plenty of abuse every day.
But you're out there, and you're out there big time. Big stylies, as you and I would say if we were off air.
Yes.
We absolutely would say that. Look, huge thank you to Nick. It's so good to have him on. It was a big coup for me to get Dixon in before midday. What a legend Nick Dixon is. And talking of legends, let's give a silent clap for all the production team here. We've got Scarlett, we've got Luke. Luke's exactly. Luke hasn't had a drink for 20 minutes, so we're all very pleased and proud of Luke. It's Pooch, it's Charlotte, it's everybody here at UK Live Online. Do join us again tomorrow from 10 a.m, where I have another ram-packed show of absolutely brilliant guests. Thank you to everybody in the chat and all your interactions, for the super chats, for the free chats, for any of the chats. Unless you said anything negative, then we don't like you at all. But until tomorrow, keep it real.